love, we on the break. And do you find me out? Do you even sign me up, must say? And do you see your eyes? Do you see the love, we on the break? And do you find me out? Do you see the love, 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 love?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Don River Dash 2023, kicking off the live stream and getting ready for a good weekend here. Well, we've already had a good weekend. Friday night, last night, I hope you joined us for the live stream. We're at the showgrounds. I'm joined with none other than the great, famous Josh Curran.
Yeah, something like that, mate. I tell you what, this you were saying last night, this is the 5th instalment of the Don River Dash, but only getting better and better with each inclusion and each year that we run this event. So hats off to the crew up here at Bowen, doing an amazing job. So looking forward to see what the 5th instalment. We've got two-time winner Talbot Cox, returning winner Aaron Havey as well, throwing down for the buggy dorks out there. Is this the year, though, that we see a truck take it overall?
Well, you mentioned the two winners. The first year was won by none other than Billy Geddes in a trophy truck. It was actually touted as being a trophy truck race, and since then we've had nothing but buggies win, so I know that's an interesting play. You're right, there's new trucks, there's fast trucks, there's fast buggies. Mick Marson, local, another guy that said outright that he was very interested in standing on the top step of the podium there.
Yes.
So it's going to be a great weekend of racing. And a few things, ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be a reverse grid, and you can probably hear in the microphones, Bowen is quite breezy here
windy,
today.
yes.
It's one of the breeziest mornings we've had on record this will be our 5th year of racing, Josh. How exciting. But that breeze will make it that it is a real racer's chance of moving through the pack. It's actually blowing off the track, and, I think that it's going to make a big difference here if there's not that still sitting dust that we see at a lot of the other races.
Yeah, dust not really a major issue here at the Don. If you see from some of those fantastic drone footage that we had for the live stream, even with 50, 60 bikes all in the same vicinity, they were still able to see, able to make passes with the cars and stuff like that. And one of the other unique things about the Don River Dash, you saw the cars driving along the highway there. They actually start from the showgrounds. The road's actually closed, so massive thumbs up to the Whitsunday Regional Council getting behind the Don River Dash and helping things happen so that
essentially
the ceremonial start.
Correct. Essentially, you unload your car on, let's say, Thursday, but Friday morning, and you don't have to load the race car or the race motorbike back up until Sunday afternoon after presentation. It is an absolutely fantastic way to run a race. There's no change in tyres, there's no trailers, there's no tow cars. It makes a big difference, and it makes it a very fun, family, relaxed. Everyone's camped out there. We've got caravans, we've got motorhomes at the showgrounds. It is fantastic over there, isn't it? We even enjoyed a few quiet little rumskis last night with the team from Comiskey Mining Services, and it was a fantastic night over there on the grill.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the great things about this event. It's a race run by racers, and I think that really shines through in the way that the competitors are really thought about. How does their weekend go? Like, what's the schedule for them? Are they able to bring their family? Are their friends able to come up? As we race up the track and then back down, it's a loop race around in the Don River itself. So you get to see the cars 6, 7 times throughout the weekend if you're playing it. 12 times, 6 times each section. So yeah. As we see some of this beautiful footage here from the drone, we race up one side of the river and back down the other, with the centre being a marked-off marshalling area as well. So a really well thought-out, really well-designed race, and a credit to the club up here for the event that they run.
Now, Josh, as electricians, we make very terrible commentators, but we're going to have a real crack here this weekend.
Absolutely.
Of keeping you up to date with all the information. But as long as helping with that, remember that on offroadracing.com.au, there's all the links to go through the events and bits and pieces. You can see all the live timing, just like we see the live timing. I know there's Speed Hive and all the other ones. Again, all the links are on offroadracing.com.au. So make sure you head on over there. You've got the split screens going. That's what we want to see. But also make sure you like, share, subscribe, whatever those things are. But what we're saying, if you're socially media, onto it, make sure you share the Don River Dash around and get these live streams cranking, because I tell you what, it is fantastic that now, not so long ago, we were out in the middle of the desert racing, and, there was it was almost like typing emails out to people to let people know what the times were. Often racing, you didn't know who the winner was for a couple of days. Nowadays, it's all live. You get to sit in the comfort of your home seat. Now, listen, the flip side of all of that is, if you are, and I hope you're enjoying the live stream, we're going to crank off with the first race car at 8:30, reverse grid style, very exciting. However, you're missing out. You're not in Bowen. You should be in Bowen. Book in for 2024 and make sure you get your backside, trackside, as they say, Josh, and make sure you come to the Don, because it is a brilliant race. Brilliant. Mate, how is your waterfront view that you've got?
Yeah, not bad, not
My
bad.
waterfront, we're in different motels and we're all looking at the ocean. I tell you what, it is a beautiful spot up here in Bowen, and the Whitsundays just turns it on. I was talking to Aaron Havey yesterday. He's up. He's been here for a week and going to be up for another week. I'm pretty sure that's common knowledge. I hope he's not telling his accountant anything he doesn't know. But the moral of the story is that he's up here having a great run around. They're going out to some of the islands and stuff. It is a perfect opportunity to make this into a really nice holiday and beat a bit of that cold weather that's down south. It's shorts and thongs in CQ. Well, we're in North Queensland now.
Queensland, mate.
Yeah, mate. So it's an absolute perler, and it's going to be a beautiful day of racing. And why wouldn't you want to be in Bowen? So the moral of that story is, I hope you enjoy the live stream, but there's nothing like sniffing that race fuel.
Yeah, it's definitely getting that sights, sounds. Multiple bikes at the scrutineering last night. It was a fantastic event. Live music, live bar, I guess you could say.
Well, Josh, you mentioned motorbikes, and you're dead right, because we've I know you talked about motorbikes earlier, but just trying to get into the motorbikes, there's some absolute stellar performances here. Like Liam Walsh is here, obviously last year's defending champion, none other than cousin to David Walsh, who is the current reigning champion, king of the desert. He's the man at the moment. So to have that family heritage, Liam would love to get another one, obviously, but there's Callum Norton, there's Nathan Trigg, there's just a stack of dirt bike field. Ivan Long's here.
Yes. Yep.
There's guys that have top 5 regularly, stood on the podium regularly at the biggest, like the Haddars and the big desert races. So to have those guys here and having a crack in Bowen, I think this is going to be a real thing. It is a real thing.
Yes.
But I guess I'm saying, that just shows that in 4 years of racing, how far this has come. We've had Dean Ferris as a previous winner.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't believe Dean's here. I'd love to see his name on the list.
Dean is actually prepping for Motocross the Nations at the moment.
There you go.
Yep.
And that makes sense. The 111, obviously a absolute legend all round in motorbike sports in Australia. So, to have that level of competition here, Josh, and it's obviously, we've always got, we talk about them, the fast locals.
Yes.
You always got to, whether it be Fink, Haddar, wherever, all of a sudden some guy comes out of the background on an XR 600 on, he's been farming on the weekend. And then
Johnny
all of a sudden,
Campbell style.
Johnny Campbell, exactly.
Yeah.
So, to see that sort of stuff go on is always exciting. We often see names pop up that we haven't seen or heard of from before. It's just some mad Maura boy that's riding a dirt bike, and that makes this race so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the great things, the bikes, the cars. It's that full motorsport event that you get, here at the Don River. It's an awesome event. Like Dan said, awesome, the live stream and the fact that it'll come into your studio at home, I guess, however you set up. If you can't
studio,
be,
wow,
yeah, very
like
fancy. If you can't be here, but this is definitely one of those events you want to put on your calendar to get here in person. Like you said, we're staying in a motel. We're 5 minutes from the track. We went to scrutineering last night, had a great time. We're up not too early this morning. Kids had a little bit of a sleep in, and we're here ready to rock and roll today. So looking forward to it. Life's
pretty good. And if you don't know the layout, this is the Don River that runs through essentially past the highway, the Bruce Highway, in when you're heading up towards Townsville and Cairns and further north from Bowen, where you turn off. And the ocean is right there, isn't it, Josh? We're only a bit of a. If you had a good arm on you, you'd throw a rock and hit the water. So that's how close we are. So it really is beautiful to be inside. And we've got the beautiful farms, lands around us, animals. We've got a beautiful viewing area. You can see for a good number of kilometres each way. And I say kilometres, don't you, Josh?
Yes.
It's a good bit of racing here. We can see them drop into the river now. It's going to be an 8:30 kickoff. And again, it is the reverse grid. So our first is actually Jake Stackman. Stackman's going to take off in the 333, Josh. So again, one of our little spoiler, our class 3s. But essentially, if you're joining us and you're not right into the off-road racing thing, we'll talk about it as we see them, but essentially there's a number of limited classes where they're limited by motor size, suspension geometry, whatever that may be, what sort of chassis they've got in them, when we get towards our Class 7s and our Class 5s. But then once you step up, we get into our unlimited classes and our ultimate classes, that's the trophy trucks. They've got the big 7 litres or the turbo motors in them. Essentially, if you can dream it, you can build it, other than that little motor restriction, which I know is a bugbear in Australia, but we're still there. We're racing and we're having a good time.
Absolutely.
So the moral of the story is that if you want to put a 19-speed custom manual in it, you can do that, and that's the exciting bit about it. So very cool to see that, and I think that it's going to be one of those things that we get to see again. We always joke, you guys, you're starting to get used to us on the live stream. We love trucks. Don't tell anyone we love trucks, but we love trucks, we love buggies, we love race cars, we love Class 10s, we love racing. That's what it is.
Racing,
we love motorbikes.
Yep.
We love all of it. So there's always a little bit of a jab there at some of the local truck guys, but I tell you what, we love to see
well
them.
deserved too.
Well deserved. It is nothing better than seeing those unlimited cars or those ultimate cars just screaming down the river, Josh, because it is just brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a highlight. The trucks here as well. This is one of those courses as well that is definitely. Don't let it discourage you if you're in a limited class, but this is definitely one of those courses that is made for the big cars, big horsepower, big tyres, big suspension, big excitement, all the things that we love about off-road racing. As you said, the crew have done a great job right here in front of the spectator viewing area where we're set up. There's a couple of jumps on the other side of the river, as well as the finish line jump here, where we've seen some spectacular action on that finish line jump.
On the finish line.
On the finish
Correct.
line jump, that's right. So it's one of these races that from the moment it starts to the moment it ends, you're never quite sure what's going to be happening, that's for sure. Especially with the reverse grid, it's an idea that some people love, some people hate, but I think it just adds that touch of difference to the Don River Dash, particularly with it being not really an event where dust comes into it too much.
Totally agree. Yeah, it makes a big difference to it. Makes really challenges some of those top level competitors to get out of their comfort zone. Who's aggressive enough to make the passes, who's going to work it. You can quickly lose some time if, let's say, that guy in front of you gets past that group of 2 or 3 that are bunched up, and you're then having to work through that
Absolutely.
2 or 3. It makes a big difference to your time. We've seen it here before where someone's been right on the tail, and then, we got some fantastic video last year, out of the helicopter. Unfortunately, no helicopter this year. It's a bit of a change, and that's a part of it because now we've gone to the live stream. You guys are going to get to see the footage live as the drones fly around. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
So that's one of the exciting things that's going to happen. It's not going to be a wrap-up video anymore. We're actually going to throw in it's going to be the footage live, which I think is really cool.
Amazing. That's the joys of technology, the way it goes. We saw some of it from Gundy. This is the same crew that produced Gundy. They were able to get a drone up and get live footage direct from some of the places out in the run, the famous bear run and stuff like that. So that's, if you watch Gundy and you loved it, you're going to be able to see the exact same thing here this weekend.
Absolutely, mate. Going to be good. Now, talking about, you actually mentioned before about some of the big cars and the big trucks and, how it's really made for it. We've already seen some carnage on this track already. Unfortunately, our major sponsor, Brett Comiskey Mining Services. Now, big shout out. You're going to hear that name a lot this weekend. They've been sponsoring pretty much everything. He is such a dirt head. It's unbelievable. But, that guy, he just loves it. So he's been amongst it. But unfortunately, not the run that he wanted, I believe. I'm not 100% confident. I'd have to confirm this. Hopefully he'll come up and have a chat. But they think that it dropped a valve in pre-running yesterday, and that's a real difficult thing for them to take because obviously they were here in the new Brenthal four-wheel drive truck. I mean, it's reasonably new. Let's say he's raced it a couple of times, but, that's an awesome bit of kit, that all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive trophy truck, and, got all the right parts, but sometimes off-road racing is a cruel mistress, as they
absolutely.
say. It takes away just as much as it gives, I can tell you that. And unfortunately, those guys didn't even make it to race proper. They're going to be on the sideline drinking a few roadies today, I think.
I can see the tent getting set up as we speak right now, so something tells me that's where...
If you want a good party time, that'll probably be the tent because they might be drowning their sorrows, I think, unfortunately, because it's a long way to come without to get so little. But unfortunately, that's part of the game.
Yeah.
We also saw some of our Class 8 competitors. Now, tell you what, guys, if you're into Class 8, there is some stonking Class 8s here this weekend. The winch truck hybrid thing has come a long way. So, that winch truck racing, these guys, they do all that competitive style of stuff. And then, now they're getting into the Don. We've got Cam Marks here and those crew it's going to be exciting to see, as well as the yellow school buses there as well, and it's going to be really cool to see that, as well as that crazy little the Bandera midi. So there's a whole heap of cool stuff that we're going to see over the weekend. Josh and I had a bit of a stroll. We didn't make it very far, I'm telling you. We were trying, but getting around that scrutineering showgrounds was difficult work, wasn't it? There's
a lot
so
of good
much
machinery to look at. Yeah,
absolutely. There's new trophy trucks. There's multiple Rush trucks here, which is pretty cool. And we've obviously got there's a reasonably new Jimco here. I believe it's a rebuilt, refreshed Western Australia Jimco that's now living out of North Queensland. You'll get to see it in the 42. It's a beautiful looking car, carbon dash and all the nice stuff in it, Josh. It's a beautiful looking bit of gear, as well as a number of elements here. We always talk about the locals. Kent Battles there, and then beside him is going to be Aaron Havey and Royden Bailey is there as well. They had the 3 elements there, beautifully turned out cars, always super competitive, which can be seen by Aaron's last year's result.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turbo cars versus V8 cars. There's so much challenges going on here today that it's going to be an absolute cracker to see just who gets through today, really, because this is going to set you up for where you need to be tomorrow.
Yes, yeah. So interesting though. Still not a huge advantage for finishing first today. Once again, that reverse order, they start on reverse from their fastest today. So, like you said, throws a bit of a pickle in the works, I guess is the
pickle in the works.
Yeah, a bit
of
a pickle in the sandwich. Pickle in your burger. Yeah. So just
don't like pickles, mate.
No, I'm not a fan, mate. Yeah, we stopped at Mickey D's last night. You wouldn't believe it.
You're telling the story, mate. I'm just turning the pages.
But yeah, this is, like I said, this is just one of those races where it's just different, and it gives that little bit level of excitement. You don't know what's going to happen throughout the day. The way it kicks off with the reverse grid, I personally like it. I think it's something different. A good little kicker, a good little mix up.
I know what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
So I'm looking forward to that. And I think with the track that these guys have built here, they didn't come up with the reverse grid lightly. You know what I mean? They knew that they had a track that was lent itself to passing, overtaking. There's multiple lines in many different locations. So, yeah, I think it adds a nice level of excitement to it. Now, they don't do it with the bikes. The bikes are not reverse grid because of the, I guess, the more compacted field, more competitors than want the cars. So they do start, but they still do I guess you'd say a Grand Prix style start, a Le Mans style start, where they just all line up, and I think they're usually released at multiples.
Josh, you're a bit more of a stat man than me. 97 cars. How many bikes do you see a number on the social medias or anything? No, that's right. But listen, I can tell you from the showgrounds all around, it's a lot. That's what I can tell you. But yeah, 97 cars. But that's exactly right. When you're talking about, a lot of guys, and I suppose, also even down to the element of on a motorbike, you are actually laying on the ground versus in a car. If an accident may happen, and as sad as that would be, and obviously, we want to minimise all risks that we can take, it's going to be one of those things where, like if you have a little rollover in a car, we've seen it before, the drivers get away. We've got all the safety gear, we've got the 5-point harnesses, we've got the head and neck restraints. Again, that's something that came in, it's 10, 11 years ago now, that head and neck, that's the best thing ever.
Yes.
It's funny because we were racing back in those days, weren't we, Josh? Me particularly, I wasn't real sure about it. I was a bit uncomfortable in the car. I said, I don't really like this. We had an accident with one on, and I can tell you I'd never get in a race car without one on now. So it's funny that you say, and same deal with that heads and helmets, and the technology has come so far now that it is a really big thing that we keep our drivers safe. We've got a lot of cars now have onboard fire extinguisher systems.
Yes.
We've always had to carry fire extinguishers, but a lot of these cars now have extinguisher systems, and I think that's the big difference there, that it has made a bit of a difference. So yeah, mate, I think it's a good thing that what's going on, and it always grows, it always changes. You're talking about the track there, and the fact that they race up and down the river, so essentially they head inland, west on the way away from the showgrounds, and then come back towards the east, towards the ocean. And the big key there is that there's a service track up the middle, but essentially other than that, Josh, where the witches' hats are, it is bank to bank. So, half the river on the way up and half the river on the way down gives you plenty of passing opportunities, plenty of options, plenty of things to do. I mean, it's very cool, this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's in places Well, even you can see right in front of us, the racetrack is approximately 20, 25 metres wide. In other places, the river exceeds to over 100, 120 metres wide, so there's plenty of room for the guys to be able to make their overtakes, do their passes. So that's one of the cool things about this race. Plenty of opportunity to overtake, as you can see from the shot that is currently on the live stream. That's the flag to give you that good idea of how wide. I think we've even seen cars 3 wide. We've definitely seen multiple motorbikes over that finish line jump at the same time. So
absolutely,
definitely looking forward to what this weekend brings.
Absolutely. Now, another thing you can see across the bottom of the stream, we've got all our fantastic sponsors of the Don River Dash. Again, the 2023 race. Now, big shout out. I want to run through these because they are awesome sponsors that have really made it big. They just keep pushing. This is only our 5th year. It's absolutely amazing. But Comiskey Mining Services, our major sponsor, as well as Whitsunday Regional Council. We've got Abbott Point Operations, RGM Maintenance, McDonald Earth Moving. They are absolutely awesome. Mickey Thompson, MT Tyres and Wheels. The Mickey Thompson crew have been here for a long time. And along with that, we've also got our silver sponsors, which are, again, a big, huge shout-out to them. Burdekin Motorcycles, they're here racing as well. Race Line, Design Fab Industries, Mercedes, North Queensland Hard Facing, Refrigerated Technologies, our mate Steve that's normally out in the the commentary box with us. Unfortunately for us, he's out there racing this weekend, so got the trophy truck all sorted out. So awesome to have those guys, as well as Tropic Petroleum. Again, so good to have Talbot and the crew. They put their money where their mouth is with that sort of stuff, don't they? As well as the checkpoint sponsors of Horizon, Whitsunday Jet Ski Tours. We've got Bowen Tire and Mechanical. Bronze sponsors are Coralie Farms in Bowen. They do all the tomatoes and bits. Again, big shout out to Coralie Farms, as well as BQC Quarries. We got DJ Brazil, Earth Moving Truck and Tilt Tray Hire. So if you need a truck or a tilt tray over the course of the weekend, get on to DJ Brazil. Land Accountants, as well as BIH. And we've also got a ton of supporters that have helped out, which is John's Plumbing, Jab Coaching and Suspension, Talbot's Earth Moving, CoreSafe, Rob Key Earth Moving, Tail and Gully Farming, and Proserpine Diesel. So a big shout out to all our sponsors. Yeah, we're back on. I was reading them as well. So it is a great list. And again, these guys have got an awesome effort going on, and it's a big thing to have all of these guys and girls involved in this race, because it's what has made it so fantastic these days.
Absolutely. Well, without these people, we don't
4
race.
years, Josh. This is our 5th year.
Yes.
It's mind-blowing.
Amazing. And as Dan said, without these sponsors, actually, the fact that these guys have now got this live stream running is a huge thing as well. But also to be the naming rights sponsors, people are clamouring over themselves at the moment to try and be the naming rights sponsor, to be some of these sponsors. So I'll tell you what, if you're keen to be involved in the Don River Dash next year as a sponsor, make sure you get in contact with the Burdekin Off-Road Club and the North Queensland Club, Mick Marson, Talbot Cox, and get on board, because this is a race that's only going from strength to strength.
To the moon. To the moon.
It's
now,
like
listen,
Dogecoin.
Listen.
I'm listening.
It's 8:27. That means
we are getting
in
close.
about 2 or 3 minutes, right over there, they are leaving the showgrounds, reverse grid style. Get excited, team. It's going to be a good one.
Yes.
What I'm telling you is you need to. I know I've said this, and I'm going to say it a couple of times. Get on your socials, share this link, get it out there, tell all your mates, text your mate the link. If your dad, like our dad,
Doing
can't,
it right now.
look at this, he's texting right now and going, oi, get it. They can use their TVs, but they can't use their phones. The moral of the story is, get it sorted, get it sent out. There's an easy link. You just copy and paste, send it around. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get very exciting here at the Don River.
Absolutely. Like you said, we've got the drones up. I can see Huddy down there getting the drone up, ready to rock and roll. We've got scissor lifts with cameras. We've got it all happening this weekend. That's absolutely for sure. So we are excited. We're going to actually hopefully have some drone footage from the start line, so we'll see the cars off the line as well. So super exciting. Looking forward to what...
And ladies and gentlemen, it was only, 3 years ago that we had a rollover. The first car on the first jump had a rollover. So get ready because it could be from 8:30. It could be pretty exciting. It does take a couple of minutes to get. This is always the trap of the Don River. We've got the reverse grid, so we've got the limited style cars. They are limited horsepower-wise, and that means that they're a little bit slower coming down the creek. So it's sort of like a couple of minutes of anticipation. It's that time, and that's, we're all sitting here going, what's happening? Who's the first car down? How does it happen? What's going to, who comes down to the creek on a mission? And you can tell, can't you, Josh?
Yeah.
From the very first corner, you can tell strategy. Like when Billy Geddes comes into the river, and it is just full bop sideways into the river, you're like, this man knows where he's going. He's going to the front. That's what's happening.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the great things. We actually, like you said, we've got a great viewing spot here for the live view. Actually, one of the things that the team and the club have organised this year is there's actually bleachers a little further down behind us, so grandstand seating as well, which is fantastic and amazing. And that's free of charge.
Yes.
Just rock up, park on the side of the river and come have a look. So
I'm glad you mentioned that. There's no cover fee to come in here. You just roll in down the side of the Don River, follow the signs off the main highway. A little bit of a mission down near the servo to get in here because they have to cross the close the river to get across. But the moral of the story is, how good is that?
Absolutely.
It wasn't anything to get into the showgrounds last night. It's just come and enjoy and be a spectator, be involved with the Whitsundays area, come and have a look at the ocean, come and have a look, buy a beer at the bar.
Support the
Everyone's
local community.
Happy. Exactly right. So
buy some Mickey D's.
You're really happy about that Mickey D's last night, aren't you, mate?
He
was hungry. I'm telling you. 10 o'clock at night, just nom.
It was a long drive.
Well, is this the start of the race? Listen, we're back at it. It's going to be a good race here. And again, it is. I'm looking because I'm excited. Josh, it's 8:30. It's 8:30.
We should be seeing our first cars very soon.
Absolutely. So it's going to be, again, the reverse grid. I'm just having a look. So if you keep seeing me look up here, I'm looking at the screen above. We should have the 333 of Jack Stackman off the line first, and then the 303 of Pablo Velez. No, Pablo what? Velez. Anyway.
He should be racing boats.
The 7.9. Oh, my goodness. Oi, the 798 of Hank Parker's here.
Yes.
Hank the Tank's here, so it's going to be good. That's the Super Cruiser. Man, he goes fast in that Land Cruiser, and that pains me to say. But I'm not a cruiser guy, but that guy gets it done. And then the 762 of Stephen Blake. We got the 6671 of Brad Hancock. So we start getting into our Class 6s, which is our limited side-by-sides. So they're, our non-turbo, non-limited. And then we get into all the other classes, the 5s, there's a lot to come. So it's going to be very cool here. I can see, Josh, you got a bit of a split eye.
I was going to say, I keep looking up to see looking for our first car to drop into the river.
Absolutely. And, again, it is going to be that 333. Interesting-looking vehicle. I'm actually just having a little bit. It's a Mad Bro Racing Pitbull. It's the Hayabusa-powered sand car. Last night it had paddle tyres on it. I'm interested if it comes through with paddle tyres on it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes.
So
there you go. We are shooting across the drone footage now. That's looking back towards the showground. How good is that footage, Josh? This is our live feed here at the Don River Dash 2023.
So we keep an eye out. We look for our first car coming down along the bitumen run there. Shouldn't be too far away. There he is.
Well, I was going to say, in the middle of the screen there, we can see him floating down there. Again, so this isn't going to be full tilt. This is liaisoned. So they're just driving down this track. No, I lied to you. That's not a race car. That's a white ute. But that's a race car right there, isn't it?
So that might be a pace car in front of him.
Boy, is that a farmer? Is that what that is? It's like the Mexicans. Underlay.
That's a rebate in a Toyota Tacoma pickup.
And he's passing the race cars. Listen, how cool is this race is what we're saying. So that'll be one of our Class 7s. Or is that a Pajero? I am starting to get pretty confused, but that is a race car, I can tell you that.
Class 6 there.
Yeah,
at the
absolutely.
top of the screen.
And again, is he driving on sand tyres down that bitumen? That must be a rough ride. So again, this is the official liaison section. They're obviously not at full boost here. Coming down through here, down the power line. So this is how they get out of the showgrounds. So this is the 333 of Jake Stackman. Anthony Edwards is in the passenger seat. GFM Machinery Hire, Hectic Offroad And this is a Hayabusa 1300 powered. It's almost like a sand car.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite high. As you just saw in that video, it's interesting. We're having a look around. We're walking down through the track, and it was definitely an interesting vehicle. Now, I'm going to assume that's Hank Parker, Josh. It is a bit hard to see, but I reckon that was the Class 7 that was meant to be behind. Not sure where that leaves Pablo Velez, because he was meant to be. There was another 3 there.
Might have got arrested last night.
Stop it. Then we are expecting... Well, we've also got Stephen Blake. Actually, that would be a Mitsubishi Pajero.
Yes.
That does look like a Pajero. So there is 2 Class 7s meant to be out here racing. So, unfortunately, I haven't seen Hank Parker. So maybe he, unfortunately, didn't make it. Not sure. But his name is on the starting list. So hopefully we see the cruiser come down through here. And again, we are splitting to the east. We're looking for that first car to drop down into the river and come around the corner.
So obviously, just for those people at home that maybe didn't catch the live feed when you were explaining last night as well, that as we do see our first car now, but I'll get back to that. That liaison section actually isn't part of their overall time.
Correct.
There is a timing tower when they first drop into the creek and into the river, and that's when their time starts. So that's why they're able to do it.
It's laps from there as well.
Yes.
So yeah, and good note, Josh. You will see that their first lap on the first day is their fastest because it's actually a bit shorter too, isn't it? So it's going to be a quick lap here on the first one. That won't be their actual average time. It'll slow down a bit. So just some of the nuances at Don that you actually pick up because they exactly like you said. They do not start at the start-finish line, but their timing didn't start until they went under the timing banner. So that is the 333, I imagine, or, again, we'll keep an eye out.
Definitely sounds like a little Hayabusa sand car there, that's for sure.
Yes. Yeah, brilliant. Have a look at it. Tyre on the roof. That's old school, baby.
It also looks like one of our side-by-sides has moved up a fair bit already as we've dropped into the creek.
Absolutely. Working nicely there. I don't think that doesn't look like it's got... well, actually, both of them. The 303 is a Mad Bro Pitbull as well. So is that the 6671? That's Brad Hancock.
I forgot to bring the binoculars down. It's actually a little hard to catch some of these numbers as they cruise past
on the other side of the river. Because they are about half a kilometre, about 500 metres from us, I'm guessing. Gee, that might be a football field. No, it might be 200 metres, I reckon. But either way. I'm very confused. That car looks like it's on the service road more than the racetrack. Anyway, I'm sure they worked it out, but they haven't gone down through... Josh and I have just gone silent for a second because
we're just trying to work
out what the race line here today is going to be. They're definitely over to the middle of the track more than we thought they were going to be, but that doesn't matter. Little Yamaha, that'll be one of the Burdekin motorcycles. That'll be Ross Newman, the 6681. So the 6626. So the first of the 180, that's Chris Land.
And now our first of our Class 8s, this looks like Cam Marks, Blowout Racing.
Josh Marks.
Sorry.
We always call him Cam Marks. It's incorrect. It's 863. It's
I actually
Josh
went to
Marks.
school with a Cam Marks.
Correct. Andrew Heidston, and it's a Nissan GQ, Marks & Son Contracting. Very, very fast patrol there, as well as this one. This is this bus. Jack Henderson driving... Luke... I'm just looking through... Oh, yeah, Matthew Dix and Joel Carr in the 828. They are all out of order here from what I thought the starting order was. So whether that shuffle's happened somewhere... Is that a little Brumby, Josh?
I do like that they have started the Brumby behind all the big classes.
It's the fastest car out here.
It's the fastest car.
I'm surprised it's not back with Mick Marson. The Brumby is on its way.
But I don't know if you know, the little gold Brumby actually has a bit of a cult following in its life.
Well, it was so fast on the live stream, the camera actually couldn't keep up. That's why
absolutely.
It just passed us so quick that the gold Brumby's out there. So Stuart out there having a run on the gold Brumby, the 811. And again, PJ's Off-Road Subarino Auto. Now, this is that MIDI that I was talking about, the 73. Awesome to see that. That's the 807 of Jack Henderson out there. Got the Chev L98. I believe they had a little bit of issues with their front end in pre-running, but it looks like they're out and sorted and going again. So good to see that vehicle out and racing again. One of our winch challenge guys.
Yeah, great to see the crossover cars here this weekend. I think that's one of the awesome things about this sport of off-road racing. Now, DC, this is what we were talking about yesterday. These are a new sort of
team that have really popped up. Yeah, I believe they're out of Cairns from what we Googled.
But we're already starting to see some passing, some action. Look at that little Can-Am with the four-wheel drive get going in the sand. So that's one of the...
Well, Josh, just out of interest, the ute-looking car, the Raptor body, is a Can-Am as well underneath. It's just that it's got a body on it. Super cool look. Yes. Yeah, so he's racing into the Class 6. So awesome to see that. So again, I would think that's Luke Materon. Yes, that would be Luke Materon, because that's that hectic off-road racing group that we're talking about. And as you were saying, Josh, turned up with 5 cars, 5 motorbikes, and out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Apparently he bought, I'm telling you this on-screen, off-screen, that Pro Truck is Ricky Bobby's old one.
Awesome.
And he bought it just to do skids in the backyard.
What a man.
He's racing.
What a man.
Listen, we're fans of these hectic boys. I'm telling you, that's the way to do it. So that's Bernie Gwynn's old trophy truck.
Yes.
So I tell you what, those old red trucks have done plenty of kilometres, so it's awesome.
Yeah, it's one of those great things. Now, one of the cool things we love, one of the things I really like about the reverse grid, I've probably harped on a little bit, is you see the progression in the speed of the cars come across in front of us here, where they we've started with some of our lower classes. Now we're getting into our side-by-sides, these Can-Ams. Now, these Can-Ams are fast. The Polarises are fast. Take nothing away from them. They're fairly whooping through here. They've got great suspension geometry, big 3.0 coilovers and stuff like that. They're designed to get through this pretty well. But just wait until you see some of the big pro cars come through. The Ultimates, the Unlimiteds, the Class 1 cars as well, the big horsepower, the big tyres.
I hear what you're saying. It's hard not to be... Like, these are super impressive. Like, look at that getting along the river. It is absolutely brilliant. But as you're saying, the pure pace of a 1,000 horsepower pro car is, not an unlimited car, is something to be seen. It's absolutely magical.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's one of those things that, like Dan said, the live stream is awesome. The fact that you guys can see this from at home. But I tell you what, the sights, the sounds, the smell, like Dan said, even that the smell of the race fuel and everything like that is just absolutely incredible. The anticipation, the excitement, the fact that as I look along here now, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all within my eye line, and I'm literally just standing on the side of a riverbed. Free entry, everything here down here. It's one of the awesome events here in North Queensland, that's for sure. The Spectators having a great time. They're lined up on the bunting, and it's one of those great things because it's down in a river. We're actually perched up on top so we can see down into the river quite well. So as we said, we've got a plethora of Can-Ams coming through here and Polarises at this point in time. And I think we're going to see some great close racing, particularly in this first and second lap. It's action. Plenty of some of the faster cars catch up to the slower cars. Like you said, you can see down to the right, I guess we'd call it the finish line jump. There's a big double or 2 jumps, so a double set up ready to go, and then down through a rough little whooped out section. But one of the other interesting things about this off-road race is due to the sandy nature of this creek bed, it's going to rough up. So how smooth we see it now, it's definitely going to rut up, it's going to rough up. Maybe a good line today is not going to be a great line tomorrow. So there's plenty of factors. It's a real driver's course, this one as well. It's a racetrack that is continually changing and continually keeping you on your toes of what you're looking out for as well. There's multiple lines. As we said, you can see this little whoop that they hit there. It might start to rough up a bit throughout the weekend, but it's great. You can see these awesome drone footage as they wind their way down the Don River. Look at that. Like you said, we talk about the multiple lines that they have as they race through. There really is a bit of a cut-in race line. So the teams have been down here pre-running this week. Actually, you're allowed in the Don River to do some pre-running, mark your GPS and everything like that. So these guys will have multiple lines set up for them so they know where to go, what to look for. If they're stuck behind some slower traffic, they might know to dart down to the left, get off to the right. But these are great shots here out of the drone where we can see plenty.
Sorry, guys, we're just getting blown away here for a second in this commentary tower, just holding on to bits of paper and everything, but what a beautiful view there. Again, how good does that look down the Whitsunday River? That's Whitsunday, Don River in the Whitsundays. That's where I was going with this. Absolutely beautiful. And again, to see that racetrack. Again, that the National Highway, the trail, like there's so many opportunities to go and have a look around the place and check out the race and see. Oi, has this race, it is crazy how many side-by-sides. It's the natural progression, isn't it, Josh? You know, the motorbikes, and then you get into the side-by-side, and then you get into those unlimited cars and buggies and all the other stuff that goes on. Just having a look through, we got pages of information here, which is absolutely awesome. The guys from the North Queensland Off-Road Club have done a spectacular job. So again, just running quickly through the event schedule. Saturday, obviously, we did kick off at 8:30. 11:15 is going to be drivers bike riding. 12 noon is going to be the close of the vehicle. So the last vehicle will have passed the finish line by midday. And then we're going to kick off the motorbike. So 12:30, if you're chasing the motorbike riders, 12:30 we're going to be live with the riders. Oh, have a listen to that. That is cranky. And again, this is our non-limited side-by-sides. Now, obviously, there's rules. Man, that was fast, isn't it?
Yes.
Very cranky there on the go-go pedal.
Well, that's one of the things as well, because there's such tight racing and you're able to get into each other's dust. There's that competitiveness. There's that car, like, as you can see, the two side-by-sides chasing each other right now.
Yeah, the 668 going through there now. So that's Brett Glazebrook. He's done a lot of kilometres around the place in that Maverick. And again, I think that was the 674 before Jason Sate. Ashley McMaster making all that noise before. The 619 of Christian Rich as well. Justin Ryder went through there. Dale McDonald will be up next in the 608. Again, McDonald, one of our fantastic sponsors here this weekend.
I believe McDonald Earth Moving have done a lot of work here as well, like making the spectator jumps, giving us a slightly better viewing platform.
I tell you what, he looks like he knows the lines too. Have a look at that. Beautiful drive there. And again on screen, have a look at that, Josh. Have a look at the live stream and the action that's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the pits and you've got your laptop or your iPad or something, again on YouTube, don't be fooled. It's just Don River Dash is the YouTube channel. Don't follow all those crazy Indian scammers that are out there, because we found a couple of pages last night looking for it. But the moral of the story is Don River Dash YouTube page. You can jump on there, share the link, have a look, get all the racing going on there. But the moral of the story is you can see exactly what we see up here in the commentary box. Some of that amazing, little kick there from the side-by-side. No worries though. And then again, look at this, Josh. It's a perfect shot of all the different lines that you've got and all the different action that you've got. Wow, that breeze is really howling through here at the moment, but great shots there coming down the river. Again, 3 wide, sirens on. Again, big shout out to all our awesome sponsors again, Comiskey Mining Services and the Whitsunday Regional Council up the top there, the major sponsors, as well as all the awesome feed sponsors and event sponsors. There's Silvers, there's Checkpoint sponsors, again Horizon, Whitsunday Jet Ski Tours, Bowen Tire and Mechanical. Absolutely awesome to have all of those guys on board, as now we start getting a few of our first Class 1 cars through. So they're our limited 3.5 litres. So they're an NA motor with a 3.5. That's Ian Baker, a beautifully little turned out Razorback with a Toyota 2GRFE 3.5 litre V6. Again, little Toyota. Again, he got off the line at 8:45. Who else have we got coming through? It's our 524 Dan Osinski. Joe Butterworth in the passenger seat there. So that's the Osinski vehicle on track. Have a look at that. Beautifully turned out Class 5. This is our door slammers. Opening and shutting doors, but you can see those full trailing arms. Can still have the big V8 motor in it. It's got the Ford V8, a 5 litre in it. Fantastic. Oh, big jump there from the... Who was that? That is... It looks like Michael Shipton. Ford SBH Ranger. Got the kick there. Behind him will be... Oh, yeah, that's Tyler Ullman, the Hillbilly Boys. So a big shout out. Cameron Winter in the passenger seat there. Got the Toyota Hilux with the Chev LS1. Brother, we've got 3 Class 5s out here. We've got the door slammers.
Very cool. Like you said, opening and closing doors. Still got a chassis and things like that. We also should see a couple of our first. This is the first of our Class 4s. This is the 477, I believe.
Yeah, Jamie Henderson, Aaron Henderson in the passenger seat. Ever Willing Cranes is the major sponsor on the side. Chevrolet, it is an X-Pro 2 car that has been converted to a multiple seat or a 2-seat car. And we're talking about, Josh, everywhere we go, they're racing.
Yeah.
It's super impressive. They get around the country doing a lot of kilometres from what we see. So very cool to see that. Now that's the 73 on screen there, so still going good. That 73, the MIDI. Oh, have a look at this. This is the Pro Truck.
Yes.
So the boys having a good crack there, actually getting a little loose and lost some time. They were right on the back of that side by side for a second.
So, Dan, did you learn a bit about the Hectic Boys? So this is their first race in this car?
I'm really not sure. No, I didn't learn enough. And hopefully they come up and have a chat to us because I was impressed. They rolled up. I Googled the fact that they are from, I believe they're from Cairns.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, they're having a good crack out here with a good team. It's very exciting to see teams getting involved in the race and having a good run.
And that's one of the things we love about races like the Don River Dash. It's family friendly. It's an awesome weekend, and it just encourages people to get involved in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So, yeah, listen, old mate's name's John Madarin that we were just talking about, Hectic Off-Road. We also have had Brent Story come past there in a Can-Am Maverick, I apologise, and then Zach Marsh, the 6141 in another Can-Am through. Then Rich Tassin will be through here now, coming in front of us. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're just talking about the people directly in front of the commentary tower. But again, that looks like the CC car there coming now. Chris Colburn on that. So the Class 1 car right here. So the 169 of Chris Colburn with John Moore in the passenger seat. Tolmac Caravans, Jimco. He's got a little Nissan VQ35. That's the ex-Joey Bulmer car, Josh. Joey's got a few cars that he's raced over the years, but that was one of his favourites, he told us at Gundick.
Absolutely. He said it's the car he wished he kept, and now one of the Ursic Engineering built cars as well. The
Honey Badger.
The Honey Badger. I was trying to remember the name.
The Honey Badger.
Very unique looking vehicle.
Honey Badger don't play.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a very
Gator?
fast car. Yeah, Gator don't play. Yeah, Dave Lowen in that one with Amy in the passenger seat. Beautifully turned out car. Little single seat should have come through there as well with Benjamin Power in it. A little Edge Barracuda. And then that'd be Rob Steiber in the 1082. Southern Cross Mark 5. Now, didn't Rob Steiber used to have a Pro, or like an unlimited car, an Ultimate car? V8 powered thing? Anyway, the moral of the story is he's in a Mark 5.
Yes,
Southern
Rob
Cross.
Steiber is in a Mark 5 Southern Cross. Not to be confused with the Mark 4. It's the new edition of the Mark 4, yeah.
But
yes.
it's older than a Mark 6.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Totally understand. Beautifully turned out car. Hey, listen, this is Dane Orr, I believe, making his way through. Darren Orr, I apologise, 10-15. The
also solid, yes.
Yeah, that's a cool car. And he gets after it. Little Subaru powered Boxer. That's that little Lothringer.
Yes.
That's the old CNC car.
Yes.
Very cool car. Very fast. Can handle the rough.
Has won a class championship as well.
So that would be, we're looking through. Oh, there's Darren Orr just coming past our commentary box in the 10-15. Again, before that was Declan Cummins in that little Lothringer with a Honda K24 in it.
Wowzers.
Here's Jason Keane in this Racer Engineering. We were just talking about this car. Beautifully turned out car. Now, Josh, Jason Keane used to race a Class 7 Hilux out of like Central Queensland as well, didn't he? Remember JK Automotive?
Yes.
So I believe that's that Jason Keane. I'd even bet it because it's JK Automotive is the sponsor. Gee, I'm brilliant at this, aren't I?
Absolutely.
Scratching my head trying to work out. But that would be the car. Used to race a Hilux in Class 7 and has now stepped up to a beautiful, that is a beautiful racer single-seat car.
Is that Mick Marson's old car?
Possibly.
Yes.
I'd almost bet money it is. Listen, has it got a lifted roof?
Yeah.
Is it extra wide? No, moral story is great.
Moral story is Mick's a big man and we love you. And
please don't beat us up. Nah, you're dead right. Then the next car that's going to come through is Darren Angel in the 160, Scott Wilcox. That's it on screen now. That's at one of those Sidewinder Barracudas, Josh, with a little motorbike motor in it. Trent Callender is the next. Oh, no, that's Darren Angel, definitely. So we're a little bit out of order here, but that's okay. It all makes sense. Racer Engineering, Lothringer, Cadco, Darren Angel, yep. Southern Cross Mark 5 coming through. Getting a little loose. Yes. And here's the first of our Ultra 4s. Independent suspension, the Davy Mac car. So that is Shane McNabb.
Ooh, getting a little loose on the jump there.
David Kempston in the passenger seat. That is DFI, Design Fab Industries.
As we also see one of the first of our Class 4s had a bit of a battle.
This is Steve.
Yes, the 422.
Yeah, beautiful.
One of those Mickle Fab trucks.
So Steve Von Peen.
And then getting chased down by the big Brenthal, Mr. Diggett.
And he's had a good run recently, Mr. Diggett. They came off a really good run at the Fink Desert race.
Absolutely.
So those guys will be feeling this race. Mark Booth.
See, that little truck's working well.
That's the mid-engine one, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha. An S&S truck, isn't it?
Yes.
We're really getting back here. I'm sure it is. Only has Holden LS1 6-litre yet, so it doesn't have it. But I'm sure that's an old S&S frame.
Little Jimco 2000.
It is too.
Always something close to my heart, seeing a 2000 series Jimco.
Yep, Richard Hackon.
Especially seeing one on a track.
One that drives.
Self-burn.
Yes. Richard Hackon, been racing for a little while. Rain got Shane Hartnett in the passenger seat. Next up, we should have Steve Orr, which we do. That's one of those little blue Jimcos. Honda K24 in that at 1051. Do I need to say it again? Class 10 is just a brilliant class to come racing, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get amongst it, Class 10 is where it's at the moment. 1052, Daniel McDonald through now. That looks like a little Banning. Chev with an Ecotech, got the 2.4 litre 4-cylinder in it. Plenty of options of motors in these 10s. And then the 1020, is that the 26 should be through next, which is Braden Misford. And that is a Southern Cross coming through. So you can see there is a little bit of dust around that just affects you enough to make it interesting. That looks like a Jimco. That's the 42, I'm sure of it. So that's Brad Belcher with Russell Newman. Have a look at this Jimco. Monster.
Yeah, I tell you what, they are moving there. Now, that's another North Queensland local. I believe it had a Nortran sticker on it as well. So this is what you'll start to see, some of the faster cars making their way through the field.
Well, this would nearly be his first race, wouldn't it, Josh? We haven't seen that car out before. So it's a first.
I believe he's done some state rounds.
State stuff, but this is a first national. I know this isn't a national, but we just call it a national caliber race. So, yeah, very cool to see that. Now, this is this blue brand new Rush truck. Has no stickers on it. So, 466, Rob Wearing. Lachlan Wearing in the passenger seat, got the LS2 6-litre in it.
Now, it looks like we've got a bit of a race on here. We've got two cars very close in each other's dust here. I think we're about to see a pass right in front of the Spectre. Oh, there we go. They've pulled over already.
So Ivan Robertson is there. Oh, and that's
Killed him.
Simon Knight. No.
Oh, that's
it's
the
not.
Aussie 7,
It's
yes.
the Aussie 7. Now, ladies and gentlemen, straight up, keep a good eye on the Aussie 7. I'll be brutally honest, they put him way too far up the order. He was in 4th outright at Gundawindi. That car is not slow. He is going to be doing some menacing on this track here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, very experienced.
I like it.
Yes.
I'm just saying that he is
And definitely
fast.
come in, as you said, in form, on a good run.
Yep.
Very fast at Gundawindi.
Very
which
fast.
is no easy track to be fast at.
It's rough. It's crazy. So cool to see Simon Knight and Joe Brown. Luke Hendry in the passenger seat as well. Now, this is that Racer Engineering. James Sant, Lizzie Murrell. Racer Engineering got the Danzio 7-litre. The first time we saw this was Gundy as well.
Yes.
I think it's been around, but it's the first time Josh and I had seen it. And it's a, let's say, use the word older. There's no such thing as an old racer, but this is one of their older carbon style one. You can tell from the front end. Here's a Jimco. Look at this. That's that Rowan Merchant.
Yep, 29 twin turbo VQ35. I believe
Sorry,
that's
Rowan Williams. I said Merchant. Definitely not Merchant. Rowan Williams.
yes. Twin turbo.
People
VQ.
are going to start learning that I just make up words up here.
Shabob.
Rowan Williams, though, great run there. And Daniel Chillot in the passenger seat, the Total Building and Construction Jimco.
The little
and then,
Razorback.
yeah, and that's
Not
Chandler.
little. Sorry.
That's the DAC Mining boys. They've got a couple of cars out here. Very cool to see that. Drew Callender with Ashley Cameron and Abby Callender in the passenger seat, DAC Mining Services, Oakdale Pastoral Company, Cam Fabrication, Mr. Trans, Mick Marson getting in the sponsorship game.
Yes.
I love it. Oh, have a listen. That sounds really good too. The 71, they had a good run at Gundy as well. Matt Lawless. No, maybe it was the last race we were at. The Lawless car did really well. Those guys, you know, they're getting faster and faster in that Aussie spec Jimco. It's a nicely turned out V8 car. Super reliable. Super, just does mile after mile, that car. It's a beautiful bit of gear. As we get a great shot panning through. Now, I'm just having a look. Is that the Calendar car?
Oh, no, that's the Diablo, isn't it?
Oh, it is too. Wow, the Penholds out here. Man, the Don River just keeps on giving, doesn't it? So that will be... Oh, and there's Tony Falaba as well. See, this list is... It was Ryan Jones, Josh. Oh, no, that was a Tatum.
Oh, it is the Tatum.
We keep talking about
yes,
this, don't we?
Yes, but the colour scheme is very
Get you.
similar, yes.
Royden Bailey on a charge there.
Now, how good are those element cars?
Man, Lachlan Bailey in the passenger seat. Keep a sharp eye on these elements this weekend. I know they're not as sneaky because they won last year, but I tell you what, you will be impressed on how these Aussie-built cars run through the rough. 427 of Paul Newman.
True, JC.
Mate, how good is it?
Yeah, great to see the Hillbilly boys back out here and competing again. They've been off for a little while. It also now looks like Stephen Kildee as well in his new built trophy truck in his Class 4.
Oh,
Is
now
that a little bit of smoke?
I was going to say, I hate to say it, guys, but that's a bit smoky to start off with. Definitely. I can smell it.
Oh, yeah. Very fuely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Kildee looks like he's going to be dealing with issues early on. That's
Verdict?
Muir.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a geyser.
Brand
a
new
geezer.
wrap. A brand new wrap as well.
Absolutely.
As the Loose Cannon Motorsport.
Peter Treese. Woohoo! I don't know if you can tell, but that was loose. Whoa, that's Stewie Chapman on a charge as well. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the Don's all about.
Now we see Mick Marson.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Mick, that is so good. How good are these shots? Ladies and gentlemen, we love this stuff. We've actually gone silent because we're just watching the race cars ourselves. How beautiful is this down through the river? These guys on an absolute hunting mission. This is now Clayton Chapman, fresh off a win at Gundawik. Damn, bro, how fast is that Razorback now?
That 2JZ is definitely making some serious horsepower.
How much horsepower does it have, Josh?
All of it.
Has every little bit of it. My goodness, that's fast. A little bit of a kick there, mate. I reckon he's going to have to work on this this rough stuff a little bit. It's one thing that, unfortunately, when you have a super fast car, you can get yourself into trouble. You can get yourself out of trouble as well. But that little kick there, those guys, obviously, getting used to this track. It is great to see them up here. Now,
Talbot.
I was going to say, someone that doesn't have to get used to this track at all is Talbot Cox.
Very smart.
I was going to say, that looks like a smart drive to me.
Yeah, just checked up a little bit there, but did you see the way he just perfectly doubled those little whoops there? It was...
Kent Battle.
Yes.
Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is our North Queensland favourite. Oh, no, we got a few. Oh, Battle. Hey, those little humps down in the bottom there are a little bit unnerving.
Yes.
Because it compresses coming down into the gully. It's unsettled a few of the guys that we didn't think it'd unsettle.
I also think
Must
a bit
admit,
uneven.
they're all on Foxes, so that's probably... Yeah, I said it.
Also, I think they're a little bit uneven. I don't think they're perfectly square.
Yes,
The
absolutely.
way it seems to kick the cars a little bit.
But it has unnerved a few of our faster cars. Not that any of them got off the gas, but you can see that it just unsettles the car. Going to be interesting. And that is a different line to what they've all been running. You know, the years before we've been a bit further over, and that makes a bit of a difference as well.
So this should be Havey.
It is indeed Havey. So this is the fastest man from last year, ladies and gentlemen. Havey will be last off the line, the 56 of Aaron. Got Liz Havey. Hey, cuz, you know who isn't unsettled?
Aaron Havey.
Aaron Havey. This is just another day in the office for Aaron and Liz, where you guys got to see that firsthand just like we did. Oi, how good is this race, Joshua Curran? This is the best.
Yeah, it's just one of those races that, like you said, it just throws up so many different opportunities, so many different potential outcomes right from the start. Like you said, we've got the fast cars working their way through the back. We've got repeat winners. We've got return winners. We've got guys coming in hot like Clayton Chapman in winning form. Like you said, Simon Knight, the Aussie 7, coming in hot from his fast run at Gundawindi.
Yeah, well, Mick Marson, Talbot Cox, they're all Gundawindi, like podium, top fivers. Yeah, so we're really talking about guys that are fresh off, good races. They're comfortable in seat. Mick and Talbot have just done like 500 miles in the desert in a trophy truck.
Yes.
You know, like these guys, it's got to the point that you're not racing once a year anymore. A lot of these guys are racing multiple times a year, lots and lots of times, more than multiple times a year, and in a vast array of different terrain and country, and it's starting to become very competitive and very professional at the front.
Absolutely, very fast, very professional. I think these are two very good terms that you've used right there.
We playing repeater right now? Oakley dokley Oakley.
Well, you heard the man.
Anyway, moral of the story is that this is amazing. We've got a good view here. We're going to have a quick chat. So, just talking real quickly through the Don River Dash sponsors. Sorry, we're just getting a little bit of direction. They're saying, oi, guys, come on, mate, come on. But we got our platinum sponsors, Comiskey Mining Services, Whitsunday Regional Council. Got Abbott Point Operations, RGM, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Pat McDonald Earth Moving. So, big shout out to all those guys. As we've got the HBR car, the 665. Oh, there's Josh Marks. We're going to get that right over the course of the weekend. But Josh Marks having a good run there. Again, the Winch Challenge truck turned off-road racing Class 8. I think it's more Class 8 than it is Winch truck these days, a lot of these. But that's very cool to have them come through. As well as have a look at this drone shot footage, Josh, that we've got. So that's down the far end at the moment. Beautiful footage there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is beautiful footage. We're just going to pull up a little bit of a seat so we can see. The boys here have set up a little TV for us so that we can see what goes on the remote camera.
Yeah, that's Royden Bailey going through there. A little bit of a water splash. That's something that Don's known for, Josh, is the water like lying around. It actually seeps out of the river and in through the sand. But again, we've got all our fast guys. Again, Royden Bailey, one of our very fast ultimate competitors in our unlimited cars. Got a little bit of a gap opened up there. Oh.
Yeah, geez, our first two competitors are relatively fast as we see another one of our side-by-side. So Mark's out in front. I think he's going to round up that little side-by-side relatively quickly as we see the 671. make its way through. I'll tell you what a great little section that we have in front of us with this double-double. And then also...
Yeah, Josh, that was Craig Baker making his way through there. And then we've got another one of our Class 8 cars. So that would actually be Matthew Dix.
Already got a front guard flapping off. That's the 828 making their way through that BMS-sponsored rig. The big GQ, it's a winch truck as well. We've seen it at a few different events around. Saw it at Sione Park just recently competing as well.
Absolutely. Oh, again, have a look at this footage, Josh, running down towards town, and you can see all the action. Again, you can see the train bridge as well as the Bruce Highway bridge there, and see some of that action as they make their way. So they're heading away, and then coming back towards us is towards this start-finish line jump that we can see there. Again, one of our side-by-sides. So,
Polaris?
Josh, yeah, one of our early Polarises too. So this would be one of our limited sixes, so it'll have a double six on the roof.
You're right, it's the 6671.
Yep, perfect. So that's Brad Hancock. Now, Josh, it's important to note, so Matthew Dix has already passed about 10 cars on track. So those guys, the same with Josh Marks, he would have done, well, essentially the same. To put himself on first in road, he actually started out at 10th. Well, we can hear in our ears the V8, so that's Mick Marson. I can tell you that's a Ford right there. So that's down at our remote pits. Again, have a look at the spectator area. Boys, this is absolutely champ stuff. Beautiful run down there from the Can-Am of the 667. That's Nick Hilo, Samantha King in the passenger seat out of Queensland in the Maverick X3. Again, looking out towards the mountain ranges of the Whitsunday Regional Council. We got that remote pit as well down the far end, as now the first of our side-by-sides makes its way down. Hey, isn't it interesting? The side-by-side in that tight stuff, Josh, actually opened up a little gap on the Class 8 car, or whether there was like a quick stop for something, because it looked like Josh Marks was hunting him down hard.
Absolutely. Coming across the finish line jump, he was right behind him.
And here's the first of our one cars. That's the land entry. So that's the 180. Started out of 9th there, Josh. Kent Battle on screen now, having a stonking run. Again, that remote pit down there. You can see the water sitting around. So on the charge, trying to chase down Mick Marson. So again, this view is coming down towards the start-finish line. That's our timing mark. You see them come under the all automated. Again, I hope you're following along with the race timing and all the other stuff that's going on.
That's also Swinglehurst Motorsports making their way through as well. So that's Kate, one of our great female competitors. Tom in the passenger seat navigating as well.
There you go. That's a good thing. A family that races together, eh? As they say.
Absolutely.
Now, Josh, I'm just clicking through again. Offroadracing.com.au has all the information. Anything that I can see, you can see at home. So,
isn't that amazing? It's almost mind-boggling. As we see the 697 make their way through. Now, Taylor, that is one of those, the 689 as well. Is that one of the new Polarises?
Yeah, newer Pro Car
yes.
Polarises. Yeah, say that number again, mate.
697.
Yep, so it's a Polaris RZR XP Pro.
Yes.
One of the newer ones with the Turbo 925. It's Ross March. Wow, that's McDonald. He's having a cracking run there. So Pat McDonald not only moves some dirt around on the weekend, he's out there moving dirt around on the weekend.
So that's job security, mate. He's ripping up the track now, so he's got to come and fix it later on in the week.
Absolutely. The 303. So, Josh, I take it back. That is Pablo.
Yes.
So Pablo's out there, and I think that Jake Strachman hasn't made it out on the course. So the 333. So obviously the 303 and the 333. We apologise at home, ladies and gentlemen. But
so what you're saying is Pablo's on the run.
Pablo's on the run right now.
We got one of our great...
Oi, how many times have you heard that joke?
He's going to hear it a lot more this weekend, mate.
All his friends are like, what a knob. No, 303, but it's cool to see the Mad Bro Pitbull out there with the Suzuki Hayabusa motor. Again, have a look at this. The 6175, the Sport Polaris. That's a great run through there. 6195 now through as well. They're really starting to move. The 6195 has come a long way up. That's James Mogford with Perry Hunn in the passenger seat. Josh, they've come out at 43rd. So to be where they are right now is absolutely nuts. Again, look at these shots that we're getting out of the drone. Having a look at this beautiful river run. A pass right on the finish line, just as we talked about, Josh.
Never fail. Always happens. Always happens. That's one of the great things.
The 627.
Yes.
So that's Justin Ryder in the Can-Am. He's sponsored by My Ride Motorcycles. The 690 actually come in for a pit run.
And the 146, so that's the Remus Rover crew. Now, they do an awesome job with returned servicemen, veterans and stuff like that, helping them re-assimilate back into normal life by giving them a bit of a rush for getting to experience that adrenaline rush that they feel.
Absolutely, Josh, and they've got a number of cars that they race. They've got a Pajero, they've got a Land Rover, they've got a couple, but they're out here racing a Razorback this weekend in the Class 1, so Toyota 2G RFE V6 in that. Look at that, nicely turned out cage on that little 668. Gives it a real pro look. Tyre hanging off the back. There's that little Can-Am with a body on it. Lots of cool cars. Little single-seater there popping up on our live stream screen. Again, there is just cars absolutely racing everywhere. Whoa, the 614 getting a little buck there, but no worries for the 614 of Dan Dunn making their way through. Again, Josh, when I mentioned Dale McDonald, when he went past earlier, he came out of 41st place, so absolutely stoiking. Here's Stuart Zalotsky. If we get that wrong all weekend, write us another note. That's all I'll tell you.
Actually, I might still have it on my phone. Let me check.
I'm sure it's Zalotsky.
It's very Russian.
Beautifully turned out range of the 585. That's Michael Shipton. Ford SBH Ranger. Dust starting to blow along the river now, Josh. Instead of across, we had a little wind change. Actually, if anything, the wind has settled down a little bit. Another one of these Pro XP cars, the 694. I think I was close.
You were very close. Very close, Dan. You're doing well.
I'm liking it. I know it's not Zelensky, I can tell you that. That's the one thing I do know, because we didn't get in trouble, but we were butchering it at Gundy.
So it looks like we got the 477 coming down as well.
Yes, absolutely. The 477. Evanly. Jamie Henderson and Evan. Sorry, it's Ever Willing Cranes. The 6150 also now running past us. Oh, no. Hey, we've got a shot here, Josh, of 99. Unfortunately, they're looking mechanically at that. So that's that DAC Razorback Pro or Unlimited car. So they're working on it. Doesn't seem to be... They've got both driver out. Oh, no, that might be a right-hand drive car, not a left-hand drive. So the Navi's having a bit of a look. Do you know what's even tough about that, Josh? That's a hard position to get started again in, isn't it?
Yes.
He's going to drop off to the back. No doubt that Pro car will get going like that 99, that Unlimited car.
Does look like they've come to a sudden stop there as well.
Does.
The way those front tyres are buried. So maybe a steering issue?
Well, he's looking at the back of the car,
true,
though.
True.
Richard Tassin, you're right. There could
Got
be a
steering pump at the back.
pump
mate.
or
Stay with me.
he's jumping back in it. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're following along. If you're following the 99 DAC car, that is Calendar. We're just going to see whether they get cranking again.
As we see the 169 at Colborne come past the start-finish line. For those following along at home as well, the 169, Chris Colborne, is across the start-finish line. That's his first lap for the day underway. Now, one of the things, DC, also the 303 has pulled up just here across from the start-finish line as well. Looks like they're getting out as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, straight across from us. Again, as we got this great shot of the spectator area. Mickey Thompson tyres. Oh, look. 80 Powers there as well. Along with like all the food vendors and all the other great stuff that's going on down there. So big shout out to everyone that's out here and enjoying the breeze and the food and the festivities and all the action that's happening along down here. Now, one of these X3s, beautiful run here from the 6108. So the 6108.
Now, also looks like another side-by-side pulled up just over here as well. My eyes are not quite good enough to read the numbers.
Josh, there's a bit of a three-way race over the other side with a pass over the far side. So Michael Dolan, the first guy through in that unlimited style car. So we're now on the big dogs. The Mr. Diggett has come through. Michael Dolan. Now we're keeping an eye out because there are a couple of the cars that we want to keep a good eye on. Simon Knight, I'm tipping him. Keep a good eye on the Aussie 7. It's going to be hauling. This
Honey
is
Badger.
Honey Badger, the Ursic car. So where does that put them?
Quite far up, Daniel. They're doing very well. That little
Yes,
Class 1 Honey Badger.
Yes, absolutely. I was just looking through the numbers because so Mr. Diggett's passed him, the 104. So Red, that's his nickname, David.
Now also looks like the 422 coming in as well.
So that's Steve Von Peen. Should be very happy with that. Now, the 127, I just saw the colour scheme and thought the 99 must be going again, but it's not. That's the other car.
As the Jimco.
Oh, the 42 on the go. Wow, they're having a good crack there in the 42, mate.
Absolutely. Great to see that Jimco out and about, getting it done.
So Brad Belcher. Now, again, we should be looking for the Aussie 7. I hope that we haven't jinxed him there. But he, in my opinion, he should be right on the go here. Simon Knight and Joe Brown. The 10.05 coming through now. That's that little Lothringer. Richard Tassin going up the river the other way. So again, there is action both ways in the river here. .10.26, 10.52. Yeah, little Banning car, Daniel McDonald. The 160 of Angel is through. The 682 is going, completed one lap now. So the 682 is through, past our start-finish line.
I tell you what, Dan, it is action everywhere.
I was going to say,
We've got the live feed going. We've got cars doing jumps in front of us. We've got cars broken down. Look at this, a battle on the live feed as well as they come into the finish line area. I'll see if I can see it.
This is one of our all cars. I know that coming down past the line, so it'll be one of our, I'm guessing, a Class 10 car.
Yes.
Racing the 666, 1051. Now, I should clarify, that's a little beamy phone. Class 10 car, so it is an old. I think let's have a look. 1051, Stephen Orr.
That's the 1015.
The 1015, yes, that's right.
As we see the
the
68
sorry.
as well.
There's two all cars out there. They're both 10. One is 1051. One is 1015.
Jeez, what are they doing to us?
They did it at Gundy too.
What are they doing to us? That's the Aussie 7.
That's the JK Automotive Racer Engineering car. So that's as Mr. Digger goes the other way. So that'd be his big. Wow. Pro. The 435 is getting
Getting after
after it.
it.
That's the S&S mid-engine chassis. And let's take it. It's an older car, but
Yes.
SS, they know what their S&S frames, they know what they're doing down there.
Yes.
And I tell you what, he actually was talking to me the other day, Josh, here's a little side note. He goes, it might almost be time to do another truck, because he's been building some cool pro buggies.
Yes.
He has some very fast, unlimited buggy stuff.
Yes.
And he said, it might be time to revisit the truck thing. So that'll be pretty cool.
He's based out of South Australia.
Yeah, builds hot rods, builds all sorts of stuff. So very cool. Richard Hakoon.
So Rowan
Williams. I was about to do the same thing. Rowan Williams.
And also the 14.
Whoa. Yeah. Royden Bailey on a charge. Have a look at this race over the back here. Steve Von Peen about to get wrapped up by the other North Queen. Oh, no, he's not. Hey, that's why you buy a trophy truck. You don't worry about those dips and bumps. He held her on there and he blocked that pass on the 42. This is the Carbon Racer.
Yes.
The all black one. 1144. So, ladies and gentlemen, so you understand the 11, so this unlimited thing, he's running a 7-litre motor. So he's actually got a bigger motor than all the cars that are just running the double digits. Here's Clayton Chapman. Oh, he is on the go. Oh my. Oh my. And a Tatum running right behind the 1111.
Now the car that we're missing, Mick Marson. No.
No, he'll be coming.
He's coming behind. That's right, yes.
Yep. You'll be. Yep. Yeah, we'll be keeping a good eye out for Mick Marson.
This could be it. Yes.
This has got to be it. Holy moly.
Great line.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you just saw what Josh and I saw, but Mick was at least 2 metres out in the digglies on the gas with shooting flames on the right-hand side. So I think he is on a mission. That boy is going to get it done. Wow. Mick absolutely charging. Tony Falaba having a good crack here. Stewie. Oh, in the single seat. The little Shenny getting a little loose there, Stuart. Getting a little loose there, Stewie. As Talbot Cox too. Mr. Two-Time. Now, where are the element cars of Kent Battle and Aaron Havey? We're keeping a good eye out here. Oh my goodness, Kent Battle is in the house. Oh, flashing lights going. We're on a mission, ladies and gentlemen. Oh,
so Kent Battle on the sneaky Mick Marson line as well.
Kent Battle out in the digglies making a pass happen. Oh my, ladies and gentlemen, we have done one lap here. We still haven't got the reigning, the defending, the champion in the house.
Now, DC, I'll ask you a little question here. You notice we had a few cars come through all together, and then Aaron was a long way back. Do you think he...
Strategic?
Because
the timing doesn't start until you drop in the river.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, mate. Newman coming through in the 427. That's the 2J-powered Fusion flat pack truck. Boy, Royden Bailey is getting after it, man. They're going to have to watch him, eh? He is moving.
Absolutely.
This is where this race gets crazy, because Royden Bailey is actually in a good position because of where he started. He can pass cars easier. There's no such thing as an easy pass, but because his close speed is so fast. Clayton Chapman, though, I mean, he's chasing Royden, isn't he?
Yes.
Nice, neat run from Aaron. This is where this gets tricky with these turbo cars. We were literally talking about with Aaron last night. I said the funny thing is that the V8 cars make a ton of noise. There's a ton of tyre smoke. There's a ton of, flames and all these other things that are going on with these super fast 7 litres and stuff now. Like that.
Yes.
How good does that thing sound? Much tidier now, hey. Oh, just as I say that. Just as I say that.
The old commentator's curse.
No, Mick Marson on an absolute stonker there. Oh, now, Josh, did I miss it? Who's pulled up in the river? That's not the SS frame, is it?
Oh, no, I missed it as well. Sorry, yeah.
There's a truck pulled up in the river here. Peter Treese, the 431 going through. I'd really love to see those guys get a finish, man.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see that Jimco. It's been a little bit of a cursed car, that thing. It's had some rough runs, but Falaba through now with Stewie Chapman right on his tail.
Talbot Cox.
Damn, that thing's dialed, eh? These North Queensland boys are no joke. See the camber on the front of this Midi? The 73. I think that's, she got, I'm thinking that's got a very hurt housing.
Oh, the 99 back up and running.
99's going. Nortrans, have a look at this.
Yeah, those Element cars are working to perfection.
Okay, I'll say it. Foxes might not be too bad. Those suckers might work really well. Oh, my goodness.
Jeez, imagine a set of Kings on Kent's car.
How fast would that thing be?
Unbelievable.
He'd almost win if he did that. Hey, listen, we love Kent Battle. He's a good dude. And, he's running them big Fox shocks, and he has got them dialed in. All the Havey cars, the Element cars are very tuned. I will almost go as far to say they are one of the, between them and the racers, they are the best in the rough cars getting around at the moment.
Absolutely.
Which is funny because, take this how you want. A couple of years ago, you probably weren't so confident about it, but those guys have just worked and nailed them, and, man, their suspension setup is second to none.
Absolutely. And their geometry.
One of our Polaris is coming in, and to the crowd, too, getting plenty of cheers. Nice little run there. They're coming into the pits. Human going down the river the other way. So that was the trophy truck of Paul Human on screen there for a second. Amazing to see some of this action. And isn't it funny how it comes in ebbs and flows? All of a sudden the river's, other than a little tiny bit of dust, it's almost quiet in the river. But I tell you what, it's going to get very exciting here in a second. We're going to have another charge through. Havey will be going down the river to the west. Have a look at that. The sand flying. That is a twin turbo V6 powered Element out of South Australia. Aaron Havey driving, actually builds these cars with a team. Beautiful run there. You can see it pop the front. Working very nicely. Absolutely no dramas. And then you hear that torque. He was actually showing us at the showgrounds as the Muir. Guys, a trophy truck 448. That's a bit down the list, unfortunately, for them from where they started. So they will be hoping to get up in pace, I would think. Unfortunately, they probably worked on that. Now, that's down the river of that shot there of Steve Von Peen. Steve came through earlier. One of our fantastic sponsors in Refrigerated Technologies. Steve's been up in the commentary tower with us before. Now that's right in front of the commentary box. Peter Treese going down in that Loose Cannon Motorsport Jimco trophy truck. Again, would love to see those guys get a fantastic finish. Great team. Run Fink like 30 years. That's crazy to have 30 Fink starts. Now this is the DAC car again. I would say that they are very much limping. Is there a problem there? The 99, that's definitely not on pace for them. Again, beautiful couple of minutes of just chill in the river. Got a few pro cars coming, like a few unlimited cars coming each way. Again, big shout out to everyone that's involved in this race and everyone that's been up and down the river this weekend having a bit of a look. Oh, now this is in the pits, guys, the 303. They're working on that. So again, that's Pablo Velez and Laura Sellier out of Queensland. GFM Machinery High, Hectic Off-Road. This is the Hectic crew. Again, it is a beautiful view there at the Don River Dash. The hills in the background, the river, the breeze, absolutely beautiful here this weekend. Section 1, the cars underway, Josh.
Actually good conditions for racing too, with the slightly overcast and windy conditions. Not super hot, not super humid at this point in time.
Now, mate, the other thing that's going on is not too long until the Teagle Excavations ARB Pines Enduro, the final round of the ARB Australian Championship, run under AASA. How exciting, Josh, that's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yes.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out and how that race, it's going to be the final for the championship. It was a big shake-up of points at Gundawindi, Josh.
Yes.
So...
yeah, that's right, with Greg Gartner having a DNF and then Brent Martin having a few dramas as well.
Yep, the brown car as well. So a few of the guys that were right up the list, unfortunately not right up the list anymore, so... it's going to be interesting. It gives Jamie Knight some points. You know,
yes.
There's a few guys that could sneak through some Class 1 cars.
Mick and Talbot would have collected a lot of points.
Yeah, exactly.
Also Clayton, but I think they're done for the year.
Whoa, Muir with a big send down there. Now, who have we got off to the side? Is that the bus down there? Oh, just a quick flick of the light. Oh, and there's the Pro Truck, Josh, too, sitting on the side of the river. Ivan Robinson in the Mickey Thompson Mickelfab truck. So that's on the way down the river.
You're right, that's the SS race frames.
Can you say that again, please, Josh?
You're right.
You're right.
Yes,
You're right, yes.
I knew where we were going.
It doesn't happen often, but the SS race frames
mid-engine
V8 truck.
So that's one of the things you're seeing on the drone shot right now as well. There is actually a pit section here where the competitors can work on the cars.
That is not looking good either for that car. There's a lot of smoke.
But yeah, one of the great things, you'll actually see a bit more action in the pits. In theory with the cars shouldn't come in at all, but during the bike race you will see the bikes come into the pits. They need to refuel. They don't quite have the distance, the amount of fuel to be able to run a full 150 kilometres in this deep sand is probably the best way to do it. This is probably one of the more grueling races for an off-road racer on a motorbike. It's 24/7 sand.
Oh, Falaba. We can hear that through our headphones. He is just on the gas there in that little Shenny. Australian Championship winning Shenny, that one.
Yes.
But yes, having a good crack down there. So as you can start to see from this fantastic footage that we have, there is a few cars littered around the course, Josh. There's a few vehicles that are struggling in the sand. There's that Pro Truck.
I tell you, yeah, it's something that not a lot of these competitors have probably competed. Yes, there's a sand section at Gundawindi. There's a few things like that, but to be racing for 150 or 300 kilometres for the total of the weekend in this thick, heavy sand, it's definitely
the
one of
river
the
sand.
Yes,
yep.
You see a lot of the good guys. What they do is they keep their momentum up, long sweeping corners. Like we said, we saw Mick and both Kent out, experienced Don River racers. They were out taking that nice, wide, smooth line, keeping plenty of momentum through the sand, not making short, sharp steering changes.
Yep, absolutely, mate. It is very interesting to see. And again, we do have a number of experienced competitors now, don't we? Guys that have done this a couple of years, many years in a row. I think that's one of the things that really changes now. That a lot of guys have got some good strategies, some good theory. As the Gold Brumby splashes through the water.
The Hoonigan. The internet sensation. The Gold Brumby has taken off.
Slotkoski. It is pretty impressive. If you guys have got your Instagram accounts and doing all that thing, first thing, share share the live feed. Let's get it out there. Let's get off-road racing to the masses. And then after that, have a look. I think it's Gold Brumby on Instagram, or The Gold Brumby, or...
Yes.
Anyway, I reckon if you Google it, you'll find it. And it has some awesome videos on there. The one from Chappie's property that did make it to the Hoonigans was absolutely nuts. That run through those big, I don't know whether they're called whoops or...
Yeah, Gold_Brumby.
There you go. You'll find it. Have a look at their Instagram. It's an absolute hoot. They do a lot of fun stuff on there. As many of these teams do. Follow Nordtrans. You know, follow all of these guys that are out here racing, having a good time. Again, one of our side-by-sides running through that sand section. Beautiful view there. Whitsundays Regional Council. Again, we've talked about it, absolutely turning it on here this weekend. Rolling out the red carpet for all our races as the 665, the HBR Can-Am makes its way back through. So I'm thinking that's one of the first coming around for a second lap. Again, this is the remote checkpoint down there, the 431. So they're down there near the turnaround section. Made their way down. Peter Treese in the loose cannon trophy truck, the big Jimco. Very cranky motor in that. Now have a look. This will be Josh Marks coming back down. I think I saw the school bus parked on the side of the road back there, unfortunately. I don't want to say too much in case I'm wrong, but the 863, again, Josh Marks having an absolutely cracking run here. Absolutely no dramas there. Those guys have got some good experience. But again, the 828 of Matthew Dix, I'm pretty sure that I saw that parked, unfortunately. I know they were having some overheating issues in the river before. I missed those cars on the screen there splashing through the water. Kind of looked like an Element. Not sure though. Now again, if you're sitting at home and you're in the cold weather down south or something, big shout out to Dan Hardman if you're having a listen. But you guys need to get up here. You need to get that ARB team up here. Need to get them. There's beautiful places to stay. Not too long, only 2 weeks after Gundawindi, you'd almost have to turn the truck north, wouldn't you? Come on up, enjoy this beautiful warm weather. Go out on a boat, go for a fish, go for a fly around the Whitsundays. Sure, if you talk to Kent Battle, he can hook you up. Tropic Petroleum, again, one of our fantastic sponsors. Talbot Cox. Now the big 73, the Midi, still running, so he's out there having a crack. Good to see, again, those crossover guys. The Winch Challenge competitors that have now got under this long course style off-road race. You're going to see more and more of that as the years come by. The 671 passes right in front of the commentary booth now. Nice run there. The 607 in the Hunt 2, that's a Polaris XP, one of the pros. And again, the 619 right behind them. And it won't be too far, up and over. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dead Set Live. You're seeing Pat McDonald right in front of us put in a hard charge. That's the McDonald Earth Moving car. Obviously sponsored by Liberty. And again, he is having a good crack. He is a smooth operator, you might say. As we look down towards the spectator area. Again, if you are in this spectator area, don't forget that you can go down and have a look at a few of the others. You can't just wander down into the river, but there is a few spots where you can have a look down near Checkpoint 2 and a few other things like that. The HBR car. Having a nice clean run down there. Won't be too long until I think that we start seeing Royden Bailey and a few of our trophy trucks starting to make their way back through. The 674. Man, that thing sounds cranky. Just got a completely different exhaust note. Again, another one of our Pro XP cars. Oh, a little bit of a twitch there, but no drama. He got it bundled up. Again, you see all our fantastic sponsors banners. Again, quick shout out. Again, the Teagles Pines Enduro. Going to be doing a live stream as well at that event. Entries are still open until 9 p.m. this Friday. So again, the Teagle Excavations ARB Pines Enduro 400. It is going to be the finisher of the ARB Australian Off-Road Championship. It is a full championship. It is exciting. Those guys have been doing great things. They've had the big screen, the live streams, and you can watch it at home. Unfortunately, I can't get down there, so you know I'll be watching it on my iPad and checking out all the action over the weekend down there. Josh, it is fantastic what the ARB Australian Championship and really these races as a whole are doing to just step up this live stream. You know, the fact that we've got these amazing footage directly, again, I was just saying, Josh, they are watching what we're watching. When that side-by-side kicks out on the... I'm seeing it on the screen. It's amazing.
There's no delay here. There's no delay. Genuine reactions.
No, it's absolutely awesome that this is a reality now with old...
What a beautiful view. Like, that's just... If that was a picture frame...
That's life in the Whitsundays.
Yep. Imagine not living in Queensland.
You'd be robbed, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd be robbed.
Your football team sucks.
Oh, wowzers.
Like...
Now, listen, Josh, I was just saying it's about to get pretty fast here in a second, I would think, because we've had our first lot of second lap side-by-sides through, and they're having a good charge. But I don't think it's going to be too long until we see the likes of Royden Bailey. Look at Pat McDonald going down. He's picking them off. Pat McDonald is going to be one of your ones to watch. If you're putting a sneaky 50 on it, Josh, I'd be putting 50 on that for one of our side-by-sides. He'll be standing right up the top. Again, amazing. Like, you think that it's all just open river. Have a look at this. This is that shot between the trees. The guys run up and down through there in Bowen and the top of the Whitsundays. That looks like the Jimco of Richard Hakoon. And the 689S, 689 just right out in front of us. Again, that's the side-by-side Sport. So that's that Tatum, the 7-litre Tatum that we can hear through the stream now. Gee, see, isn't it funny? When it happens fast, doesn't it? No action for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden 5 cars come popping out of the trees. Yeah, so again, funny how it happens, Josh. We were just talking about how they all pump through together all of a sudden, and I think that coming down this start-finish line run here, it's going to get very quick for a moment. So very exciting to see that at the Don River Dash, something that happens. And I guess the great thing about this is even for us, Josh, sitting here today, we're watching the live feed on YouTube as well.
Well, we get to see section of the track that we haven't
seen.
Yes.
Exactly. We know a little bit more than what's going on. Talking about that, here's Mr. Diggett coming charging down. The 455 through for its second lap. But it's the 42, the big Jimco, right on his tail.
Yeah, those boys putting in a good lap there. I tell you, that 42 Jimco, I'm not sure if we can get access to lap times at this point in time, but he is on a bit of a stonker there.
Mate, they're going to have to watch him because, so I know where you're going with this because that's what I just scrolled through. He came out of 76 with Michael Dolan, who I would almost say is the fastest guy on track at the moment, coming out of 68. Like,
yes.
He's picked up like
a lot of places.
Nearly 20 positions.
Now, it looks like a bit of smoke coming out of the 477 as well there. Whether it's just a bit of fuel out of that wild hybrid exhaust that's poking up out of the side.
Well, that's what I was going to say, and it's only on one side. I'm not sure what happens there, but yeah, we'll check that out, but you're dead right. So that is the 477 entry, the trophy truck.
So we also see the 180 and the 585, so some of our door slammers, those Class 5s still getting around there. Once again, they're full chassis, full steel body, cars opening and closing doors.
Actually, now that you say that, do you know who, poor old Human, Tyler Human, I haven't seen him come back from his first lap out there in the old Luxie. I think it's a Lux, isn't it?
Yes.
Hilux, yeah.
Yes.
And, but yeah, that Class 5's going really well. The all-white Ranger. Richard Tassin. 691 on a good charge there too. He runs a good pace all the time. He's been around for a long time now. Who is this, Josh? Is this one of our... No, this is Ian Baker. That's a great... No, it's Chris Colburn.
Yes.
I was trying to pick the lights with the hump on the front, but that's a little Jimco. Great drive there from Chris Colburn. He'd have to be happy with that. It's a great position for him to be in a Class 1 little... Whoa! And a truck out wide. This will be the Aussie 7 for sure. It's got to be Simon Knight.
Yeah, absolutely. That Henry Performance built 7-litre in the Rush truck.
Josh, that's a fantastic point that you make. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not need a Yankee motor to run at the front anymore. These boys in Australia have got their development. That is an all-Australian car. No, Josh. No. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this thing's on fire.
It's the 15.
Hey, there's a fire going on down here.
We got a fire, 15. If you can hear us, fire extinguishers. It's back up.
No, it looks like it's all right.
Just be ready. Just be ready when he pulls up.
When it pulled up, it was leaking a heap of fire out the back.
Just be ready, guys.
No, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's okay. It's definitely not on fire now, which is a good thing. But there was a second there that thing was really on fire.
Hey, I got to give a mad shout out to our production crew here. Huddy heard through the headphones exactly what we were saying. He dropped and ran straight over there with a couple of fire extinguishers ready to go.
What a man. What a man. So love that. That's under control, ladies and gentlemen. No issues with that 2J. Well, I'd say they've got issues, but they haven't got those issues. So the 127
and the 694. And we also see the 6168 as well.
Yes, absolutely. Nice little low slung roof on that. Nice clean run.
Now this will be the 68, I believe.
Yeah. Good run there. Those guys are having a good crack.
So that's a Southern Cross?
Oh, you put me on the spot. Yes, I believe so.
I believe it is, yes. It looks very Jimco-ish.
Yes, that's the trick, isn't it?
Yes, like one of the, like the 70, is it the 73, the mining services one?
Absolutely, it got us a lot of times.
Yes. As we see, it looks like Mick Marson.
Oh, and see, it's wow, Mick, get after it. Boy, he's out in the sticks just because he can't take that corner at the speed he's going.
That's what we're talking about, that experienced Don River racer, all about carrying momentum. As it looks like Talbot on a mission as well. The two racers. He's been out through the digglies. There's some sticks in the front of him. And they've gotten around the 29 of Rowan Williams.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, good drive there. I don't know what's going on, but that Williams entry, he was a bit off boost there, wasn't it? I wonder if they've got to limp it a little bit.
Yes.
Here's the Ursig car. Now, let's clarify that. That's not an Ursig driving it. It's red.
Yes.
But it's a very unique, it's a beautifully turned out car. Those guys have done a great job. And Ursig, guys that have been developing cars for a long time now.
The ECE on the side, Ursig Custom Engineering. Turns out beautiful exhausts. As the 471 makes its way through as well. That's Ivan Robertson.
Yeah, the Mickey Thompson entry.
As also the Tatum, the 1111.
Correct. And Stuart Chapman through as well. Now listen, who I'm hanging out, I'm a bit nervous for now, Josh, is I was expecting Royden Bailey. Have I got that wrong? I thought he was part of this front pack with Talbot and Mick.
Yes, he was. He had gotten around Ivan Robinson.
So, Tony Falaba having a great run there as well. Yeah, they're really starting to get into this battle pack, aren't they, Josh? It's starting to get very, very good quick here.
Well, as you said, the fast guys tend to find each other. And as you said, I tell you, they're in a big group as well. Now, the one thing we talked about that there wouldn't be much of is dust, but with about the 8 or 10 fast cars coming through in the space of about 60 seconds, as we see Aaron Havey.
Great run there. This is where experience turns it on, isn't it, Josh? They've just made good moves here.
Now, talking of element cars, the other one, Ken Battle.
He's not here.
Yes.
Agreed. And he was a little bit in front of Havey, so
Yes.
I'm interested that, and he looked like he's on a mission, whether he's had some sort of mechanical drama or, again, this river really tests absolutely everything about the cars. Trying to have a look at the screen and see what's in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing the best we can. There's the DAC car going down the other way. Oh, a bit of a kick there, but no big dramas. Again, Josh, I got back to that. I looked it up. That's a Mark 6 Southern Cross.
Now, what car is that pulled up over there, Dan?
Are you throwing me under the...
I am. I'm trying to read the number.
If you can't see it, I can't see it.
Hey, he's off. He's
Yes,
dropped the
very
clutch.
good.
I tell you what, there is something about Mick and Talbot. These two tend to just find each other on a race course regularly.
And it's interesting, hey, take this how you want it. I don't know whether it's just my eyes, but my old speed chrometer, intense-tometer, says that Mick has gotten to a point where he's trying to look after it, and Talbot can see Mick and he's actually charging, because Mick was really charging before.
Yes. I think that's the 160?
Yeah,
yes.
Angel? Might be. Bit hard to tell. 10-15 of all coming down past under the main start-finish straight. There's the pass there. Actually, great footage there. Again, just off the main straight. Ivan Robinson running down there as well in the big truck. Okay, so this is Royden Bailey here. No, this is the 71. That Aussie Special Jimco, the V8. The 647 running through as well. Again, there's Stuart Chapman battling the dust. He's got a Tatum right on his tail as well. So a couple of big ultimate cars there coming through. Richard Hakoon and Peter Treese as well. Oh, have a listen to that. I believe they've changed it. It was a Toyota-powered V8 NASCAR thing. I believe it's got a Chev in it now. Oh, wow, that got tight. Ladies and gentlemen, how good is that drone shot? My goodness, we got the pass there. Aaron Havey making moves over the back. That looked very close there for a second. My goodness, that shows you some of the action that's happening out on course. But again, I reckon this is Jason Keane coming down in that race, a single seat. But the exciting bit there is that we have lost a couple of the element cars. Where is Royden Bailey? Where is Kent Battle? Getting that little single-seater Class 10 car. Again, beautiful shots looking down towards the river. Beautiful view.
Yeah, it is a beautiful view here, that's for sure. So an awesome event that we got going on here. It's one of those fantastic events that we got going on.
One of our side-by-side Pro XP cars coming past through. Wow. Again, we said there wouldn't be that much dust at this race because of the breeze. Look at that. That's dusty. That's a bit of a stinker.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like a bit of smoke coming out of the back of this rig as well. Doesn't look like it's super happy. This is the Raptor-bodied Can-Am.
Yeah, it's very cool. Can-Am hidden underneath that fiberglass body. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I thought that was you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with none other than Russ Cullen. You've made the flight over. Surely you didn't drive.
No, I didn't drive. I'm 6,000 odd kilometres from home at the moment, and I must say I'm really enjoying what you guys are putting on here in North Queensland. It's a fantastic race. Got a sort of a semi-invite from Michael Marson in Vegas one year, so great event, well covered. I've got to compliment you guys on what you're doing with the coverage. It's fantastic. You mentioned dust. You didn't think there was going to be a lot of dust, but horsepower makes dust. So
and so we were thinking it was going to blow off the breeze a little bit more. So we thought, but hey, sometimes the wind changes here on the coast. Now you're enjoying the beautiful weather here in the Whitsundays,
mate. The weather. Look, this is like racing in heaven. The weather's been fantastic. The beaches are wonderful. The accommodation and bars and that are...
Yeah, the weather is beautiful. The combination of the ocean being right here, the beautiful weather. It is a little bit windy and overcast today, unfortunately, but did you get here a little bit early and experience what the Whitsundays has to offer?
Yeah, I got here Wednesday and I have enjoyed myself, I must say. The wind's great for the races, though, and the temperature is ideal. Like, great racing conditions. And how gifted are you guys over here? Like, you had Gundy just recently.
Yep.
Now you've got this, and if you want to show off your tan, you head down south to the Pines and enjoy that race as well. It's just amazing. You've got it all going on over here, and again, great coverage. I was just daydreaming down the bottom of the pit there, enjoying the live feed, and got a call from Huddy to come up and have a look around. So,
well, the flip side about that is, guys, you guys are doing huge things over there at Kalgoorlie too. Like, the footage last year was absolutely breathtaking. Josh and I, you're giving us compliments, we're giving you guys compliments too, because, like, I think the live stream thing has really just changed the game. The way, it used to be a big, and I mean, it is a big thing. It's a big production, a big team, big everything like that. But it's one of those things that I think now that with the off-road racing thing, it brings it to the masses, doesn't it? It gives you the ability that if you can't fly to Kalgoorlie, you've got a job. I mean, obviously the best way to see off-road racing is get the dust and the fuel in your nose. You get to see all the excitement. You get to be at the showgrounds, but sometimes that's not an option. That live feed brings the dust and racing into your couch, doesn't it? Like, you can sit on the couch and enjoy it.
Yeah, look, the live feed from my point of view is a great way of rewarding the hard efforts that go into putting these races on. They're not like a V8 supercar round or a circuit race where you pitch up at one venue, and often in the past off-road racing's been hide and seek. The family see you at the start line and then you race off for 300 kilometres and they don't see you till the end of the day. So the beauty of the live feed and the live stream and the technology that goes with it and the magnificent production that the likes of you guys put on is it allows the families to see what's going on and enjoy the atmosphere of racing as well. Even back at the camp, the cars disappear and the ladies and gentlemen can watch on. It's terrific. And it's like you alluded to, it's bringing our sport to the lounge room and to the office chair, so people can watch a bit of the live feed during their break or watch it at home if they can't make the trip to a magnificent location like Bowen. But I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, back home in WA, this is a great race and it's so well organised. The spectator viewing is second to none, and if you've got a hankering for off-road, book a ticket for next year, book your accommodation, you won't be disappointed at all. In actual fact, there has been a couple of races make the journey over here, and you were mentioning who's your Smoky for the podium or in the bikes. Keep an eye out for a guy named Jackson McGrath.
Righto,
cool. I like
slightly built guy, building up his experience. Yep. He's very fit.
Yep, brilliant.
That's the 99 car, Whistle's bike.
Yeah, which is good because the DAC... Sorry, we want to hear but you're right, the DAC car was on the side of the track. Yes. He was at half pace, now he's at full pace. That's good to see.
Yeah, that sounds like he's back on song.
Yeah. But yeah, we love the Smokies in the bikes because I think there's a few of them here that people probably don't realise. Like we were talking about Nathan Trigg, like even though people should know who he is, I mean, he hasn't been on that Fink podium, he hasn't been on, but he's right there. And often the guys that don't stand on the top box, they don't get a lot of recognition, but they're very, like, if you can top 20 a motorbike at Fink or Hadar or Kalgoorlie Desert Race, like, you're not playing around. You're superhuman. Like, you're a Grabo, you're a, you know, these guys. So, you know, to have that level of competition here this weekend, you know, we used to, and I'm not, obviously it's awesome when Toby turned up, but, you know, there was like sort of Toby and, you know, like a small handful. Now there's like, honestly, 20 blokes that could take this race home. We've got Callum Norton here. We've got Liam Walsh. We've got, you know, there's a lot of guys here that are going to have a good crack, hey?
Yeah, and over the years, what you'll find is that top 20 that can win this race on a bike, that'll just get bigger and bigger. You'll end up with 50.
100%.
You know, 2 years' time, there'll be 50 guys there. You go, man, I can't pick anyone in that 50, you know.
Absolutely.
Well, what we're looking forward to, what we think is going to happen here as well with the Don is what's happened in Alice Springs. You have those fast locals, people that are just come here, they pre-run the track, they get out, they race the sand on the weekend. That's what they do. They learn to ride this track. And I think we're going to see that up here in Bowen. We're going to see a bunch of fast North Queensland locals start to appear in the next generation of races that are racing here on motorbikes.
Absolutely. The other side of that, Russ, is like, this is just the 5th year. This is the 5th running. Isn't it crazy to think
That's just
that 5 years
awesome.
ago there wasn't a race, and now we're talking about the first one, and Billy came up, and you know, a few other guys got behind it, and now, you know, Comiskey's here, and you know, we've had the likes of Toby Price, and again now we've got all these guys that we were talking about as top level motorbikes and car races. Like Aaron Havey travels up. I know we were talking about Greg Gartner, Gigi. He, like, unfortunately just hasn't fitted in yet, but this is one that he's got on his radar. He wants to do. You know, like imagine Greg Gartner running through. Imagine maybe the OBR boys coming over and having a run in the desert. They'd just be, hey, we got some cheers from the crowd here. Huddy reckons he just wants to be in the navigator seat. That's all
He's sick of listening to us.
I don't think he'd be sick of listening to you guys. You're doing a pretty good job.
Nah, it's a good time. But listen, we have a lot of fun up here, and it's always awesome. Mate, stay around, or we'll talk about some race cars and have some good times. But again, this beautiful view down here of, you know, the Don. Again, spectate area-wise, you got your ice creams, and if that doesn't suit the thing you're talking about, like, you know, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump back into town if you need to go and get Woolies, or, you know, you just need a break for half an hour with the kids.
Mickey D's?
You can get Mickey D's. You really are on this. Are you sponsored? Is that what's happening?
There's KFC later tonight.
Oh, deep hole. No, he loves it, but yeah, it's so good. I was going to say, he's
this is a setup.
He's riveted to the live feed.
Is he live feeding? And he's like,
is.
hey, what a good time. So, yeah, again, there's that DAC car.
Is he shot it right?
Yeah, so the calendar car, nice little jump there. She's shooting a few flames on DXL, isn't it? Like, a lot of the V8 cars now. Oh, here's the little Subaru Brumby too.
He's just slowing down to give everyone else a chance. No, it looks like Slotsinski has succumbed to a few little dramas there. I tell you what, if it's breaking the Brumby, you know how hard this race is on cars.
Definitely. There's this. Oh yeah,
side by side.
One of our side by side cars running through here. So the 668 making its way past.
Very notable how quick the side by sides are over here on the eastern seaboard. We did Love Day a few weeks ago, and the side by sides get along quite nicely there.
James Cook, that man is on a mission at the moment.
Yeah.
Taking a national overall, but then also, like, yes, the Charters Towers track did suit a side by side, but then also Fink represented hard for the side by sides. I mean, he qualified in front of a lot of.
Well, he was inside the top 20 at Fink Prologue in a side by side.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
That's mind blowing, isn't it? So. Absolutely crazy. Hey, that was Brett Glazebrook that came past before in the 668 as well, with Ryan Southern in the passenger seat of that Can-Am Maverick X3. And yeah, like you said, Russ, we've been around long enough that I was a bit of a hater to start off with. I was like, oh man, just rolling roadblocks. But they're definitely competitive in race cars now. They've come a long way in a short period of time. There's another group that, again, you give me an XP900 from a couple of years ago, they were back-breaking hard work back when Cody Crocker first started racing them, I think. But nowadays, these things, they move and they get the whole race on the belt. They've got all the stuff that they need now to make them very competitive. So
it's amazing the different culture from east to west. We really welcomed the side-by-sides back home because our numbers were real poor. So we'd have like 14 14 decent cars and then a gaggle of sort of another dozen. So
Yep.
field of 26, 30. But when the side-by-sides came along, those fields went from 30 to 50 and
Filled up.
60 and
I think it's
so we welcome them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic step from motorbikes too. I feel that the bike guys then relate to the side-by-side step, can do it, can achieve it, and then they go to buggy, truck, whatever that may be. That seems to be a common stepping ground. We see it with the four-wheel drive stuff too. Being a four-wheel drive racer yourself,
Yep.
you sort of come out of the four-wheel drive stuff, step into the off-road racing, and then go, oh, I need to get myself a trophy truck or a buggy or whatever that is. Talk about that. Here's one of these rush trucks coming through. That's that new 446.
466.
It's 466, and I do believe it was a brand new build.
Unfortunately, not sounding super happy there, but that's always going to be the way when you're, debuting your vehicle. Can't expect it to be perfect straight out of the box, although a lot of these modern cars are. So that's Rob Waring in a rush truck with a 6-litre Chev as well.
I reckon that 699 will be on the doorstep of the rush truck in a minute. The rush truck sounded like she was a little bit hot.
Yes, yeah.
Motor wasn't overly happy. I would dare say some of the tuners have had their work cut out in the weeks leading up to this race, taking a bit of timing out of these big V8s and pouring a bit more fuel in to try and arrest the temperatures.
I was going to say, I think even in where they had a lot, like the siding lap, I think they might have worked out that they had a few temperature issues and things that they were about to learn. So I think that's going to be an interesting game there. And again, to see them make it through the full 3 laps and then 3 again tomorrow too. Again, the other thing interesting, Russ, reverse grid, that always mixes it up a little bit here, doesn't it?
Oh, that's magnificent though. Like that, everyone sort of complains back home about reverse grid. And for many reasons, we have very narrow tracks back home in WA, but what a magnificent river to have a reverse grid race in.
Great opportunity, isn't it? Yep.
Like in places it's 500 metres wide and some,
Yep.
So yeah, what a great thing. And it's great for the spectacle of the race because the cars are like frequent. They
Yes.
come by the spectator vantage points often.
And there's passing involved in front of the spectator area. No, I totally agree, mate. Absolutely brilliant. And then the big key there also is that, we've had some interesting racing. We saw Kent Battle and Royce Bailey and those guys come through the hook. I was going to say, in our ears,
Aussie 7.
Aussie 7, and, he's down the far end, coming on his way back through. We should see him soon. But, we saw those passes right in front of the spectator mound before. And that's the thing that, being on the seat, being on the bleachers out there just makes it a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I don't think Mick and Talbot, the team that organised this event, made the decision to do the reverse grid lightly. I think they knew what style of race they had on their hands and how they could add a little different element to it.
Now, boys, just while I was we were chatting away there, did you happen to see what happened with Clayton Chapman? Did they go back out or they put it away for the weekend?
I actually missed it as well.
But that car,
I think Chapo got whatever
Sorted?
was busted up, sorted out,
Yep.
and off he went.
because I think what we saw here at the start there was a little oil fire because it looked like it had pumped some oil out of it, looked like a catch can or something like that. So hopefully they sorted that out and got it under control.
And what a watershed moment for Clayton Chapman.
Yep.
I actually caught up with him, I think it was Thursday afternoon, as people were gathering around the Speedway area. And I did say to him, at long last, you've stopped listening to your old man when it comes to driving.
Yes.
And you got yourself a win at Gundy.
Yes.
And Clayton Chapman certainly didn't get his driving skill from Dad. So how you going there, Rob, if you're listening?
Yeah, I was going to say, Rob. Actually, Rob drove the Razorback here, was it 2 years ago or 1 year ago? And he had a couple of good passes. He looked like he'd found a bit of heavy right foot. He was pretty aggressive there. And he actually but was in the same track as Stewart in the single car. So when there's two chappy cars together, there's a bit of family rivalry, isn't there? So it's a great time there. They had a good run. And it was definitely fun to see. But again...
You mentioned Rob, and he did really well a couple of years back here. Was quite quick.
Yes.
According to Rob, that was cramp.
Oh, really? There you go.
Bit of old man's calf injury cramp.
Gotcha.
Couldn't get his foot off the gas. So
it was too fast and too rough. No, they're known for their nice drive, and they turn out those cars beautifully, and it's a great family of races, isn't it? Good,
terrific family of races. Back in the day, we used to race against, I was going to say I used to race against Clayton, but Clayton used to lead us a merry dance in his Pajero,
Followed around behind?
Yeah, we used to escort him around.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolute hoot. Yeah, and it's good to see the progression of that family too, you know, that
absolutely.
going through, you know, starting in the 7s, going to the 8s, you know, then building a bits and pieces. That Wearing truck is very sad, isn't it? I don't know, you have to think about whether you're going to go for another 30k lap with that.
Yeah. They're probably hunting down a finish there in the blue Rush truck. Sounds very ugly, that engine.
So just while we're getting ready to wrap up for the last event here, for the last lap, we've got Dale, the local member for the Whitsunday Regional Council. How are you?
I'm good, and what a fantastic day it is for this event.
Yeah, awesome. So you guys obviously one of the naming rights sponsors of this event.
Oh, look, it just continues to grow, and certainly it's something that QTC needs to get behind and really promote, because it just continues to grow, and it's almost outgrown already.
Yes.
What the expectations were,
yeah, absolutely.
And we just need to go with it and keep developing it and make sure that we cater for it, because if you have a look at the numbers last night at the showgrounds, and
massive
spectators today all along the banks of the river here.
It's beautiful. If you didn't know, Russ is actually from Western Australia, so he's come all the way from Western Australia to come over and witness the event that you guys are putting on. So fantastic. So how did they approach the original idea with you to get on board with this event?
Oh, look, they came to me, and of course a couple of local fellas, Talbot Cox and Marzo, came and saw us and said, look, we've got an idea. We want to have a race in the Don River, the bed of the Don River at Bowen. And I went, I don't know about that, guys. But, yeah, look, and it just from there it grew, and they put the first event on, and everyone went, wow, how good is this? Because people could line the banks all the way along the course.
Yes.
Great for spectators. And then it's just exploded. It's just continued to grow and grow and grow, and now it's got those growing pains, and we need to take that next step forward and really start looking at professional management. And
yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, incredible. So this is obviously, it's an event that brings a lot of money and a lot of people to your community. We're talking to people, and they said that they've come to visit for a week or even 2 weeks. They've come for a week before the race, and then they'll do the race, and then they'll continue around the area and check it out. So that's a fantastic thing for your community as well.
Oh, look, massive injection into the local economy. I went to Woolworths yesterday. The shelves were empty.
Yes.
Like, they've just gone in there and cleaned the place out, and really all your coffee shops, your restaurants, it just flows right through the community, and such a good event for this area.
So is it something that the local community has noticed and they get behind and they support as well?
Increasingly so, and that's important as we continue to develop this event, that we bring the community along on that ride.
Yes.
That we involve the community, that we cater for the spectators. That we've got the racing event as such, but let's now look at what we can do for the spectators and how we bring the community along on that ride.
Fantastic. No, that's great, and I think that's where you see races really grow and have strength and really gain a lot of support, is when they have a lot of community support. So we thank you very much. We're going to get back to calling the race,
but great to be here.
Thank you very much for coming up and have a chat. And make sure you come and say hi again throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
We'll have a bit more of a chat.
Absolutely, look forward to it.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you. So we also see in that time, we've seen some of our leaders come through. Looks like we got the 11.75. He's come through at such pace that he's actually overshot the pit entry. So that's Jamie Knight, the 11.75. Now, while we were talking to the local member, we also saw the 42 come in as well as the 4.55 of Mr. Diggett. So those guys on a good run. Looks like the Bailey Motorsports rig as well, the 52. So we might have missed him on his second lap, as we keep a bit of an eye out. But we're starting to see some of our top competitors. Michael Marson makes his way in as well, so hard on the brakes. Makes his way into the pit, so that's a great run for Mick as well. Now, Mick, was you happy about that? Able to keep Talbot behind him? I know they always have a pretty close race, but looks like Mick able to get in front of Talbot. So we'll keep a bit of an eye out, as I see. Looks like the 16 of Talbot Cox as well making his way in. So like we said, there's usually a little bit of a break, and now we get the racing in thick and fast. So that's the 16 Talbot, a two-time winner here. You can see, like you said, obviously being out making passes in the scrub there. A little bit of
camouflage on the front of the car there.
Yeah. And we also see some of our side-by-sides. That's the Hall Brothers Racing, the 665 on a flat tyre there as well. So obviously deciding not to pull over. Or maybe that's their second flat, as there's no spare on that car. maybe deciding not to run a spare as well with the hot pits here.
Yeah, maybe running light, making the opportunity of being able to pit halfway.
Yes, yep. So that is something that's intriguing about this as well. It has live pits around as well, so you can pull up and do a pit stop. As you see, looks like one of the vehicles fueling up as well.
So what an amazing town Bowen is.
Yes.
As the Shire president, was it?
Yeah, local member
of Parliament even out here. But rural Australia is built on diversity, and they've got themselves a very diverse scope of entertainment here. They've got fishing, agriculture, and now they've got the Don River Dash.
Oh, the quality,
tourism.
yeah, absolutely. Like we're saying, we know many people that have come up here and they were spending a couple of weeks up here. As another one of our side-by-sides makes his way in, so he's completed his 3 laps. That looks like the Marsh car. That is the 6141. And also McDonald as well, so one of our major sponsors, the 608 as well. He's on an absolute tear. He's had a cracking lap there.
So isn't it great to see some of these side-by-sides pitching up in the top 10 sort of rankings?
Yes.
Swinglehurst Motorsport car there.
Great family of off-road race. I think Kate behind the wheel and Tom also navigating.
I do believe they raced Love Day, if I got that right.
Yes.
Yeah, so they've been quite busy.
They were also at Gundy. Unfortunately, Tom hurt the motor in the Jimco's. The Henderson, the 477.
Geez, that thing sounded nice on song down the river.
Yeah, with that unique single exhaust as well,
Yeah.
rather than the usual boat style of motor setup as well. So good to see. Now I tell you what, they've had a good run. Unfortunately, great to see them getting across the finish line. Unfortunately, Dan and I were saying that that the last couple of races we've been to, they haven't had much luck, usually engine issues. So great to see the Henderson car. They were in and out of the pits regularly at Gundawindi, so great to see them. As it looks like we've got, this might be the Turbo Jimco of Rowan Williams, I think. And close behind, Aaron Havey. So, Havey's put on a big charge there. No, that's the...
It's the calendar car.
Calendar car, yes.
That was having trouble, I believe.
And we also see Chris Colborne, the 169, that little Jimco, make his way in. And Barnett in the 68 in the... not a Jimco. I always go to call it a Jimco, but it is a Southern Cross. Stewie Chapman in as well, so that's a great run for Stewie. And we also see Ivan Robertson in.
Beautiful Mickey Thompson livery on that Ivan Robertson truck. Stand on the gas. He's been doing that all morning. One
of those great Mickelfab trucks as well. Aussie produced, Aussie built. Which is just awesome to see. Also looks like the first of our Class 5 cars in as well. That's awesome. So the door slammers, like we said, they might look a bit like a trophy truck, but they got to have opening and closing doors, a full chassis. Now they are able to do a fair bit with their suspension links and stuff like that. As the one. Oh, a clutch car. You don't see that very often. As the 667 and the 138 of Tony Falaba make their way in as well. But yeah, that 1111, the Tatum, the 7-litre powered Tatum, still running a clutch. Very interesting. So just for those in the off-road and pro and buggies and stuff like that, not very many run a clutch anymore. Usually run a torque converter in that Albans or Fortin or Hollinger gearbox, whatever you're running. So just all caught us a little off guard there.
Yeah, the torque converter's definitely saved a few gearboxes over the journey.
Absolutely.
So for those of you looking on at home, what Josh is alluding to is a clutch car is very aggressive on its drivetrain, whereas a lot of people have moved to torque converters to use that big torque converter as a lackey band to protect the gearbox. So interesting to see a 7-litre with a clutch behind it.
Yes.
Must have a lot of faith in his ability to pick gears. Must treat the gear stick like a wine glass.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be very good on that accelerator throttle over the some of those little stuttery chomps. The first year we raced it at Fink, the Jimco was a clutch car. And the difference, the next year we put a torque converter, and the difference was night and day as to how it felt in the car. It was phenomenal, yeah.
A lot less spine-tickling
Yes,
shock loads?
yes, a lot less stress.
Yeah.
On the driver, obviously, yeah.
It's amazing when those back wheels hook up
Yes.
and you got power down, the sensation in the car, how it's like, oh, glad nothing went bang then.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You did kind of feel like everything. So it looks like they're just arranging our cars a little bit for our positions. So it looks like, I'm going to say Talbot is our fastest on road. This is all just me guessing by the way they're lining them up.
And certainly provisional,
Yes.
so no official times yet or official results for the day. So if you're watching on and you think your man should be in the top spot, don't get bent out of shape because it's only provisional.
Yes.
But it does look like Talbot's got the chocolates.
Gee, but
Geez, look at that, mate. There's half a dozen athletes there. Just they couldn't blow out a candle, Josh.
as we also see the 674.
674 with a flat tyre on the back there, Josh. So
Yes.
there must be a bit of debris in the river. Maybe they didn't get a big river in the wet season and there's a lot of sticks and stuff still in the river.
Also looks like a bit of a bed. Oh no, that's how the factory arms look.
Yep. Bit of clearance.
Yeah,
Bit up the clearance.
There you go. You learn something new every day.
We're always learning, mate.
But yeah, good to see Bailey. The Bailey Motorsports was one of the cars that we thought we'd missed, but clearly not. Obviously had managed to make their way around for that third lap. Gee, isn't it a great looking car too?
It's a beautifully prepared car, and it certainly was a lot of people verbalised that Royden Bailey would do well here in the 52. So he started his campaign very well on day one.
Yeah, good spot to be in if you're in these top three. But I tell you what, Talbot looking to he's set himself up to be a 3-time winner.
Yeah, well, 2 times Talbot Cox, 2 times a charm, and he'll be going for his third top spot here this weekend. And nice to see the 32 car of Michael Marson up there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mick, we always say it is probably one of the most genuine, nice guys of off-road that you will ever get the opportunity to meet. He's an absolutely loving man. Loving. Geez, that sounds like I know him intimately. He's an absolutely absolutely lovely man. I mean, he'd give you the shirt off his back if it meant that it would help you get into off-road racing. As we see the Honey Badger come through as well.
Is that none other than Luke Ersic?
So it's an Ersic-built car, but not Luke Ersic driving it. Yes,
Okay, yeah,
yes,
right.
Yeah. So there's actually a couple getting around now. So he's built a couple. So that Ersic Custom Engineering does a lot of great work as well. Not just building cars, but if you've got an Element or a Jimco and you want some exhaust work done, he's the man to do it as well. As we see the big Jimco, the 431, make its way in. I'll tell you what, big car with that NASCAR V8 in there, and also the 71, the Jimco, the Total Mind Solutions. Yes,
A bit of heat sink on the Jimco there. If you're listening on in the pits, our pit officials, just keep an eye on that Jimco. Bit of heat sink. I'm sure our well-skilled officials will keep an eye on that.
and also the 682, the Sun City Power Sports sponsored Can-Am, looking unreal. Looks like the boys having a good one. But I tell you what a beautiful place to be racing right now. Like we said, we're only halfway through today's action. You know, we've still got the bikes to come now. The bikes are always entertaining as well. I think there's approximately 300 bikes that they're going to have racing a bit later on. It's going to be plenty of action, thick and fast, like you said. Now, sorry, what was your man's name from Western Australia that we need to
Jackson McGrath.
Jackson McGrath. So we need to keep an eye on.
I think he's on bike 13. I'm not too sure.
Yes.
I think he runs plate 13 at the Gas Dash back home, and he's done very well at that race. There's not a lot of river sand in the Gas Dash anymore. It used to have like a 185k river section.
Yes, now I do recall some very famous footage of Brian Robinson and Trav Robinson racing each other down that river. That's some incredible YouTube footage.
Yeah, look, the footage from this event is going to rival the Gas Dash footage, but those images of the late Brian Robinson,
yes,
following his son down the river, magnificent.
Yep.
I think a Porter and a Jimco at the time, back in the day.
Yes. We see a little Polaris make his way. Now the boys having to brake a bit late there, carried a bit of momentum over the jump, but that's it. Good result there is the 6:07 across there. Simon Evans Motorsport sticker on it, so maybe Simon Evans has prepared that car. She's a bit windy up here, as you can probably hear through the live feed, but we keep a bit of an eye. Now this is one of the great things about this race. They've still got plenty of time. I think it's only 10:30 right now, but there's still plenty of time for these guys to finish their section. And that's one of the great things, I think, with this. You'd almost call them gentleman racing hours, and the fact that we do 3 laps in one hit as well. I think it's one of those awesome things.
Great shots of the crowd there on screen. All the pit area, the pit tents, all the pop-ups going up. The Orr car. Is that Darren Orr, 10:15?
Yes.
Nice, very gentlemanly racer there, Darren Orr. Organised some tyres for us. Got some new tyres for us down to Hillston, so we thank him for that. Saved us wads of cash in freight. The Hancock 6671 just going past the booth, along with 6108. The BMR sponsored 6108.
And also the Hakon, the 86 as well, another Jimco. Cranky sounding little Jimco there.
And we welcome back Daniel.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry. I actually got a bit sidetracked a couple of times there. But, you know, hey, just a man doing his duty. A couple of the boys needed zip ties.
Oh, what a guy.
I know a good electrician that has some zip ties in the ute, so thank you to Curra Mine. It's their work gear. But yeah, the boys have got some zip ties tied up out there, and they're sorting out limit straps. Broken limit straps. Josh, we know all about that junk. Went through a stage there, we couldn't keep limit straps in our car.
Well, one was because Bernie Gwynn went straight through it.
Bernie Gwynn, that's right.
So that's on those top cars. They're having trouble with limit straps, are they?
Oh, they must. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was one of them. So
yeah, wow. That's for what looks like a pretty flat racetrack in front of us. Obviously, it's testing the limits of the suspension.
Absolutely.
Testing the limits
of the suspension.
Hey. I like it. Now, Dan, we were just saying, obviously, we missed Bailey.
Royden Bailey came in. Yep.
But he's obviously come in, so we missed him on his second lap on the way through.
Absolutely. Now, I'm sorry because, again, I got sidetracked, but we unfortunately have not seen Ken Battle.
No,
I don't think we've seen the element, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is a bit of unfortunate, but wow, what a cracking run.
So it looks like Daniel is moving down towards the pit area to do a few interviews, so we'll be crossing to him shortly. Get some incisive developments out of the pits and some war stories, which is always nice.
Yeah, we've been able to have a pretty good track of what's been happening with the live stream, but it's going to be one of those things where it's definitely going to hear some of the war stories from some of the sections of track that we weren't able to see. Now it looks like we also see the 15 make their way in, so that's great that they were able to get it fixed and back up and running. Obviously, whatever little leak or fuel or whatever issue they were having, they were able to rectify that. So that's great news for the Chapmans to at least get a finish and kind of keep that momentum. It'd be interesting to look at the lap times and see where their lap times ended up yesterday.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a breather fire. And if you cast your eyes over to the Chapman car there, Josh, as he backs up, he might come into view. He's got a massive egg in his sidewall.
Oh, I think I can see it, yes.
Like a massive egg.
Yes.
Like, well, what would we be, 60, 70 metres from the car?
Yeah, we can quite easily spot it. So that is pretty crazy, that's for sure. So
and the 6168 comes in with a flat tyre, so there must be a lot of debris in the river, or either that, or they're getting those square edge bumps are starting to develop and they're rim pinching the tyres.
The other one, maybe the sand. They're experimenting with a slightly lower tyre pressure. Maybe one of the things as well, and they're pulling a tyre off the bead a little bit. I suppose most of them have beadlocks, but maybe on that inside bead if they're not running internals or not running an inside beadlock as well. So could be plenty of things. But like you said, that egg in the side of Clayton Chapman, that's a testament to the Mickey Thompson tyres there that they're able to finish the race with an egg that size.
Yeah, so that's got a lot of air underneath the outside rubber where it shouldn't be.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think Clayton just walking around having a look at it right now. But yeah, we keep a bit of an eye on our cars coming into the pits. Now I think this might be the other Orr car. This might be the 1051. Now, gee, is it leaning heavy to the back right?
This could be another flat tyre, mate.
Another flat, yeah. So this is the 1051 on and gee, interestingly enough,
and he's running a legitimate race tyre on that in a Tenza, and he looks like he's had a flat as well. So not often you'll see that.
Well, now one of the interesting things is most of the flats have been right rears as well.
Yes, right rears.
Now, Chappies has proven us wrong by being a left rear.
Rear egg.
But most of the flats that have come in have been right rear flats. So one of the interesting things, whether there's a certain maybe there's a nice bermed out corner that maybe has a sharp rock or something in there that's catching them, a tree root being exposed, but definitely seems to be something about that right rear. Hey, great to see our Class 8 cars making it as well, the 807.
Is that the first of our 8s?
I believe so. So a little bit of a camber on that front diff housing that I don't think was there at the start of the weekend. So obviously hit a few rough edges out there as well. But a great learning curve for these guys. I have witnessed that Bandera, the 807, quite regularly at winch challenge events. Now making the crossover to off-road racing. So fantastic that these rules and regulations are sort of aligning between all these different events where people can build some crossover cars.
Yeah, magnificent that they can move that Ultra 4 winch challenge type truck into off-road racing.
Yep, we saw the DevMac Ultra 4 here as well. We saw a lot of LS.
We've got interviews ready to go.
We're going to cross to an interview, are we?
Yes, we're going to cross down to Dan Curran.
Righto, I'm here with none other than two-time Talbot Cox. Mate, how was that this morning?
Fantastic. Went out there, did our 3 laps, and just where the field is 90 plus cars or something. And obviously the first skid format, you're starting from the rear. You've got a bit of work to do to try and get through the pack, so it's good. Makes you work to get through the cars like that. But we sort of picked through and had some good runs here and there, and yeah, it was good.
Mate, now is there anything that you see this year that has changed compared to the last years that you've been involved? Obviously, you've raced every single one of them. You've seen all the track changes. You've seen all the action. You've seen everything. You've seen every kilometre of it.
Look, it's the same every year. Every year, when people go out there, they go, the sand's softer this year and everything. So for the last 5 years we've been racing this, every year the sand's got softer. So in 5 years' time, it'll be quicksand if we keep going at this rate. So it's the same. The sand's the same. It's just heavy going. It's a normal thing. But yeah, the track chops up. It's got different lines. You got to keep changing your tactics all the time. Some corners that you sort of can hammer into them, just get these big G-out ruts in them, and then you got to go something a bit different. So.
No, that's awesome, mate. And I mean, it's got to be exciting. It's the 5th year. You know, you're day one in. The car's here. It's looking strong. It's sounding great. You've got to be ready for a nice... What's the plan of attack? Look over it, give her a quick wash, and then, what's the plan tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty much, just exactly what you said there. Just have a look, and then tomorrow, as you know, day one is only half of the racing. There's a long way to go. Anything can happen from here on. We've just got a couple of little things to fix. We had a little excursion through some trees and bushes and stuff, and in some dust, and I thought that might have been the end of our day, but yeah, we just tore off a limit strap and a CV boot by the look of it, but yeah, we'll fix that the Sabo and get back out there tomorrow.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations on the clean day one. Now, we know you got a lot of official duties to do. There's still motorbikes to go. We're only halfway.
And yeah, good luck to all the bike riders, because they'll need it out there.
Good luck.
extremely well in the ORC. He looks like he's wrapped that up. Like, you like to keep the car planted.
Yes.
A planted car is a car you can control, and it allows you to accelerate or brake, depending on what you need to do, or turn for that matter. So clean driving is often fast, but you picked it like a broken nose. He had a bit of an excursion, and he admitted that, so come in with a bit of shrubbery on the front of the car there, so he's obviously looking for a fast line.
So that's one of the great things. So we're now going to pass down to Steve Walton and Dan Curran from car 169.
Righto, I'm here with none other than Steve Walton, a.k.a. Frenchie, the man, the myth, the legend behind UTV Surgery. Mate, you're navigating in 619 this weekend. Now, you've been doing this race for a little while as well. The 5 years, you've been at almost all of them, haven't you?
I missed the two first one, but I've been doing the last 3 yeah. So it's an awesome race. Just going for a swim after the race. I love that part of it, and it's very challenging. It's a really cool race, like definitely a race to do. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Awesome, mate. Now, do you see that some of the things like, it's got to be rough and tumble out there in a side-by-side? I know they're getting faster and faster, but, that limited suspension, limited motor, against the ultimate cars that we've got now?
Well, we're a bit restricted for sure, but with some good suspension, you really can feel much, really. Like, you bottom out every now and then, but it doesn't hurt if it's set properly. I thought it was going to be a bit more hard. I did some work on suspension, and that's the first time I hopped in the car this year there, and it felt really good. Like, I don't feel beaten or anything. It's actually incredible. It's really good. So yeah.
Awesome, mate. And what about the splash down the far end? Is that a welcome change, the splashy water, or it's a bit of a pain?
We haven't gotten wet yet because we just skim on top of it. So if you keep the pace, you don't get drenched. So if you slow down, you dog into it, and then bang, you get the shower. But it was getting hot. I was kind of like, I wish we get wet a bit there just to cool down, but no, it feels good not to be drenched in water. So everyone's complaining, I'm soaking wet, and so no, that was pretty good.
Awesome, mate. Well, it's fantastic to have a chat to you. We're only halfway there. Another full day of racing tomorrow. Mate, I hope to see you at the finish line with a big smile.
Yeah, I can't wait for that too. Like, that would be a really good thing. We had a bit of a bad run today. We blow up a belt. We would have done a really good time, but blow up the belt. I've changed it quite quick, but tomorrow we're just going to have to send it and see what happens. So that's what we're doing. So, yeah.
Awesome. I like that, mate. Just send it.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to do.
Yeah, well, that is one of the great things that they're talking about there, going for a bit of a swim, a bit of a splash halfway down the track to cool off, and now some of these races they can go for a bit of a swim, a bit of a splash as well down at the ocean. The van park we're staying at's got a swimming pool. We're right on the beachfront. How good is life in Bowen? Off-road racing.
It's magnificent. It really is.
But, they're good to hear those boys out. Unfortunately, having a bit of a belt issue in the 619, but obviously one of the things when you race a side-by-side, you get pretty efficient at changing your belts as well, so they're able to do that pretty quickly. But so great that we're able to get down, talk to the competitors, find out what their race weekend has looked like so far.
Now, isn't it different to have that accent say send it?
Yes. Yeah.
You traditionally wouldn't hear send it.
Yeah, it sounds very, very lovely. So we're now going to cross down to car 455, the Mr. Diggett trophy truck.
Righto, I'm here with Michael and Chris out of the Mr. Diggett truck. Now, mate, you've had a couple of different iterations of race cars. You've come through from, rock crawling to Ultra 4 to now to racing a trophy truck and now to a new Brenthal truck. But you're a little bit limited on the horsepower, mate. Tell us a bit about the story about the power plant in yours and what's happening in the future.
Well, at the moment it's got a bog stock LS3 in it, so yeah, it hasn't been touched basically. It's sealed. It's one of the 6100 trucks out of the US, so completely stock. Turbo 400 with an underdrive on it. It just doesn't have the horsepower, so it's supposed to be 525 horsepower at the fly, but yeah, out here it'll pull about 85 to 90 mile an hour is all it will pull. But still impressive that we're out there. It's fast in the corners. It's incredible in the rough stuff. So the rougher this gets, the better it is for us. So it's great. It's awesome fun.
You guys had a great run through the pack, really. Like, you moved up very quickly, so you'd have to be happy with that. Again, the big truck working in the rough stuff is the key, isn't it?
Oh, of course it is. Yeah. The deeper it gets, the better it is for us. And yeah, the truck comes into its own when it's really rough. It's great. It's awesome. Love it. Awesome. Now, Chris, did he do everything right out there? Did you have to give him any tips?
No tips at all. He actually blitzed it. He did really, really well. Hit the corners with the speed he should have hit the corners. We hit a couple of corners a little bit too hard, but transmission was getting a bit warm, but we backed off a little bit there. But no, the car went brilliant. It really did well, and he steered it to the limit. So he did really well. Very proud of him.
Awesome. Now, mate, you're coming off a couple of good results. Like, Think was a great run for you guys. Again, considering all things with the limited motor and that, you by far and away the least horsepower out of that crew out there. So, and again, to come in here and be in a great position for racing tomorrow, it'd have to be a confidence booster. You feeling good?
Oh, mate, really, really good. Like, it proves a really well set up and a well-built truck can come a long way out here. So yes, horsepower is the key to staying up the front, but I'm super impressed with how well I've done in the truck in the very limited time I've been driving it. So yeah, really impressed.
Awesome, mate. Now listen, is there any plans? What's the game plan for tomorrow? What are you got to do? Get back to the showgrounds, give her a clean up, have a look over everything. Any niggles that you're thinking?
Possibly tyre pressures, maybe. I think it's pretty sandy out there. It's pretty hard on the gears. I think that's why the transmission's getting a bit warm. But overall, the car's running pretty well perfect. Yeah, it's running really, really well.
Awesome, boys. Listen, that's a great thing. I hope you guys have a fantastic day tomorrow, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow morning because, up the front, that's the plan.
Yeah, thanks very much, boys.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Awesome. That's Michael and Chris. Thank you very much.
Yeah, interesting that they were talking about even with that limited horsepower that seal that 6100 spec truck has over, a car that they've brought from the States, they were still having problems with the transmission getting a bit hot. Shows how deep and soft that sand is. Like Talbot said, it is hard going. The racing constantly in the sand. There's no break whatsoever. Every corner, you're trying to pull yourself up out of this sand as it tries to slow you down. But that's one of the challenges of racing the Don River Dash.
Yeah, very much a challenge, especially with an auto. You've got to have a torque converter that'll work harmoniously with the lack of power that motor has. Unfortunately, a slippery torque converter does make heat, so the old Turbo 400 often starts as a big bit of aluminium with oil inside it.
Yes.
At the end of the Don River Dash, it can end up being a big lump of oil with aluminium all through it. So
yes, absolutely. That's
maybe tyre pressures this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe even, like they said, they were going to have a little bit of a play with tyre pressures. That was something we were just talking about with the amount of right-hand rear flats we've seen. Maybe people pushing the limits a little bit with tyre pressures, to carry the speed versus being able to hit those corners hard and stuff like that. But that's, once again, being a complete sand race, it's one of those different elements that we get thrown here.
Interestingly enough, we haven't noticed a lot of guys come in and immediately check their tyre pressures, which kind of surprises me because I tell you what, it's the engine tune possibly to keep the engine cool, and naturally enough, all the cooling systems on the car, but tyre pressures are an infinite adjustment at a race like this. And
yeah, absolutely. So what you're saying is just because you've started with 26 at the start line, by the time you get here, it might be 40.
Even Shippo, Michael Shipton alluded to in the pits.
So I've got Big Mick down here for an interview.
We'll pick up with that story, but we're going to catch up with one of our event organisers, car number 32, Mick Marson.
Right, I'm here with none other than Michael Marson. Big man, even bigger right foot, brother. How was that?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Track's chopping up pretty quick. We had a couple of massive moments, and just happy to be in here clear. I am actually pleasantly surprised that I am second. That does surprise me a little bit because we didn't know we got held up a few spots, and we just seemed to get caught up in areas where you couldn't pass through some grassy knoll areas and stuff, and we had to wait and then punch out, and then got going again. And then one stage on the last lap, Talbot come up next to me. I saw the tropic on the front of the side of the car, and I said to Mick, Navy, I said, not today. We just put the foot down and we were out of there again. So, but well done to him, mate. He must have driven really well through some of that because, he had more carnage to pass than us. So.
Well, mate, it's interesting because you say about a few moments, it looked like it got pretty wild, even just first straight up into the river. This jump over here is a little bit unsettling, and the coming down. It's interesting that these new sections, because I know it's the same river, but it changes every year. I keep talking about this. Like, it got a bit unsettled right at the start, didn't it?
Oh, it did. That first jump up out of there, I sort of smashed it in the first and just gave it the boot, and it with motocrosses up the jumps. And that second one, I thought, it was way more pace, and I thought I'd just leave it in second. And she's hit on it, she's taken up, and she's come down on the front left, and we were sort of looking at the sand a bit. But, we got it, and she come back down and booted in it again, so it's good.
Well, one thing that I was going to say, up in the commentary box we were talking about, you North Queenslanders, I don't know if I assume you know this, whatever you guys have got in the water up here, it's going really well. Like the suspension stuff that you guys have gone, you've got to see it in the last 5 or 6 years, the development of particularly the 2 racer cars and a few of the other cars that are up here in North Queensland, even the 42, he's come out of almost nowhere. Kent Battle, unfortunately, not back in, I'd say motorish or something. He was going pretty quick. So, but the fact that these cars now, like you guys have got that little test track up at Burdekin, you guys you must be doing something right out there.
Oh, look, I know our buddies at Racer in America are watching us today, and these cars are fantastic, mate. The geometry on these things, and Murray Coote from Sunny Coast for the shock tune. This thing is next level. It is like a massive lounge chair, and a bit of horsepower in the back helps too, so it's good. JB, unbelievable engine, mate. JB Automotive, that thing is it makes me smile. I'll smile enough on the track, mate.
Well, we were smiling too, mate. Every time it come on the live stream, we instantly knew it was that Ford, that JB Ford. So, mate, congratulations. It's been a fantastic, but only halfway there. Is it just take her to the shed, give her a wash down?
Yeah, we'll sort of have a good look at it today, because after Gundy, because we went overseas and that, honestly, I checked a bit on the motor and we sort of kicked the tyres and sent it, so I better give it a bit of love tonight, the poor girl. So, I didn't feel nothing wrong. I didn't feel that we didn't do anything silly. So I think she should be right. We'll turn her around and go hard again.
Awesome, mate. Mick, hope to see you on the top step of the box here tomorrow. Let's see how we go.
That'd be cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, Joshy, a lot of the interviewers or interviewees have been alluding to they're going to have to give it a quick wipe over and kick the tyres and pack it away for tomorrow. You don't reckon those 3 cars will be getting checked within an inch of their life tonight?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, that is a testament, though, to those racer engineering cars and that prep work, that JB motor, that John Barbagallo motor that's in Mick's car. We were talking to him at Gundy about some organising some stuff for the Don River Dash. He said, look, boys, I'm about to catch a plane to Vegas. I'm going to go race Vegas to Reno, and then I'll fly home. So I'll touch base with you a couple of days before the Don River. So Mick only got back into town not that long ago. So a bit of a testament to that car that it can do, the 400. It didn't quite get the 600, the 500 at Gundy, but it got the 400 at Gundy. And then being able to put straight onto a trailer, brought home, and then here as well. So, but you're right. I think he did allude to it at the end. He said he is going to give that racer some love, and I tell you what, that racer does deserve a little bit of love. It made plenty of noise, plenty of horsepower, and put on a absolutely fantastic show today. So I tell you what, I'm already excited. I'm already looking forward to what tomorrow has to bring, especially with Talbot and Mick being so close there as well. It'll be interesting to look at the split times a little bit later on and see what the difference is there. But did you notice the little sneaky where he said, "I noticed the green tropic colour"?
Yeah.
He sunk the foot a little bit harder. A good friendly rivalry between 2 great mates there that have organised this. This is their, with the Muirs as well. This is a bit of their dream that they're not only watching come to life, but they're involved in their racing as well.
Yeah, and look, they have done a fantastic job in the 5 years that this race has been going, and we've said it ad nauseum. It's going to grow.
Oh, I don't think it's going to stop yet. And great to hear. We had the local member up here before saying, "Hey, as a community, we've got to get behind this. We've got to continue to help it grow. We've got to make sure that we're ready, that our community can handle this event, because they believe that it's going to go from strength to strength as well." As we see the 466 make their way in, so that's great.
So he's managed that engine really well. So hats off to the guys in that 466 truck. Is that a rush truck?
It is a rush truck.
Truck?
Yeah. So not an easy thing to do, like you said, to get around this deep, heavy sand when you've got a little bit of an engine misfire or a little bit too much heat or something like that. So they've done a great job of being able to get that car in.
Yeah, I really feel for those guys, because it looked like they were curtains. It was curtains for their campaign, and obviously they're quite intelligent, relaxed racers. They've composed themselves and brought in that truck that looked pretty badly wounded.
Yeah, got themselves a finish, which is one of those things. If you can't win a race, you ultimately want to finish it. You know, you want to get. I see Don River being one of those races where it's going to have the. It's a bit like Fink, where they, if you can't. When you go to Fink, if you can't win it, you want to finish. That's, you know what I mean? And I think Don River is going to become that race, and I'm excited to see what the next 5 years bring.
Yeah, look, I think Fink definitely, when I used to race Fink, all I wanted to do was finish because I was Neville nobody as far as being in the top 50. And the Gas Dash is one of those races back home where people just want to finish it.
Yep.
And they'll do anything within their power to do that. And much like you see at the Don River Dash, if you've got a spare part, you'll happily lend it to another competitor to get them home, which is always nice for the spirit of these enduro type races like this sort of thing, like an endurance race.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those great things. I think with the pits, with everyone being in the showgrounds as well, there's that interaction that you get at the race as well. Like, you don't have to pack your car up and everyone heads back to separate motels and everything like that. With the showgrounds having amenities, power, everything, powered campsites that you can use, I think it builds that camaraderie between the race group.
Josh, unfortunately, we see a lot of that where some of our races are actually becoming trailer emptying competitions. So you empty the trailer, you go to scrutineering, you put the car back in the trailer, off you go to your camp, you pull it out. And really, I don't think the racers enjoy that. They won't admit it, but some of these trailers, they're quite salubrious and they're quite well equipped, but who wants to be putting their car in and out of a trailer 3 or 4 times,
changing tyres, everything like that? Like, it's one of those. It's one of those things there where if you can come to a race weekend and spend more time relaxing with your family and your friends and your other competitors, that's a great thing. Now, speaking of great competitors, we're about to catch up with Clayton Chapman.
Righto, I am here with Clayton Chapman. Mate, we're just chatting about some of the wild rides that you had very fast early on in the 15. Let's start with coming off a win at the Gundy 500. That's what we're running with. So, that's got to be a fantastic feeling coming into this race, but then, spectacularly fast early on and then battling a few issues.
Yeah, mate. Coming off Gundy there just gave us a newfound confidence in the car and that we have never had for a few years. And coming to this race gave us a real good feel. We got up a bit early and checked out the track and come in with just a good attitude and that helps a lot. So first lap when the track was smooth, mate, we were just sending it and the thing was doing its thing and 2J was pushing us along well and we were flying. Don't know. And we had a good, bit of good luck on our side. Got the passes at the right points and we got around traffic and everybody out there played the game and led us through real easy. So I'm real thankful to other competitors for looking after us. And then on the second lap there, we had throttle cable jam just about the turnaround point. Got hard to shift gears and because the throttle was sticking on, and it was basically full throttle all the way home, shutting it down on the ignition button just to get her in safely, and had a couple of moments doing that, but we got it back. All the crew jumped in on the pit and swapped cables over, and it wasn't quite right length cable, but it was better than what we had. So went back out, threw belts off it for some reason. I think all the free revving it was doing. So put some belts on it again on the last lap and brought it home to finish. So a little bit disappointing in that, but to have that speed on the first lap is just super cool.
But essentially you're saying with a bit of maintenance overnight, you're going to be back out tomorrow. There's nothing terminal or any big issues like that?
Nah, they're all replaceable parts, repairable parts. And full song first lap tomorrow, mate.
Awesome, mate. Well, it was said on the live stream. It was Josh. He goes, how much power has that thing got? He reckons it's got all of it. Are you allowed to tell us how much horsepower that makes?
Yeah, mate. About 700 at the hub.
You are... Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say 700 at the crank. I was going to call you a liar. This man's a good man. He would tell me the truth. 700 at the hub. Very impressive. It's a very fast Razorback, mate. You should be proud of what you guys are doing. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow in full tilt mode.
Cheers, mate. Can't wait to be back in there.
You!
Yeah, how good is that? You talk about 700 horsepower at the hubs. It was not that long ago that was crazy, like streetcar numbers and stuff like that. And now we're talking about it in vehicles that not only just put it down on bitumen, but through deep, sandy, rutted, whooped out sand sections here at the Don River Dash. Awesome team, awesome competitors there. So that's the story. They had a little bit of an issue with the throttle cable there. So great that the team was able to get it fixed, get it back up and running, and get themselves in there. And we are looking forward to seeing Chappie back out there again tomorrow.
Yeah, terrific news that was only a minor problem and not going to hamper them tomorrow. And look, he was a fresh-faced kid back in the Pajero that used to lead us a merry dance in Class 8, and him and Adam still teaming up to this day. Just an amazing family, that Chapman family, you know, doing really well.
Yeah.
And as I said before, it's good that Clayton has stopped listening to his dad as far as advice on driving the car.
Mate, is Rob going to come up here and knuckle on in a second? Like, is that what's going to happen? Are we going to have to break up a fight here in the commentary tower?
Rob's a peace-loving kind of a guy.
Very good. But yeah, we are looking forward to what tomorrow has to bring you. There are a few cars from the back markers a little bit that could really get involved and mix things up tomorrow with that reverse grid start as well. Like you said, Clayton will probably start a little bit further down the field than what he did, so a few less cars to overtake for him to get clean air. And I just want to touch on the point that he made there about, like, a lot of the competitors that were in front of him were doing a good job of looking in their mirrors, getting out of the way as the faster cars came through. So, you know, there is a lot of onus on the faster cars to make the pass safely, but it is great to see that the some of the slower competitors are having a bit of a look out and making sure they get out of the way. And I think that's something really important to note, that the slower, everyone's looking out for each other here. Absolutely, everyone looks out for each other. And look, for those viewing and watching the results and watching the race on the live feed or spectating out here, just because you're in a slow car doesn't mean you're not a skillful driver. Yes. So hats off to those guys that are being passed, because they're obviously, as Clayton alluded to, allowing clean passing to go on, and it allows the slower guy to get on with his race and the likes of Clayton Chapman to get on with his race, and that's fantastic to see that going on. And that is one of the things that needs to be managed as well, because even though they are in a slightly slower class, they're still racing their own race. So they're racing for their position, and they're racing for their class honours as well. So speaking about finishing in a good position, we'll throw down to Dan with Royden Bailey.
Righto, well, I'm down here with Royden Bailey. Mate, you've had an absolute stonking last couple of races, but you're having a good run here.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's we didn't really expect to be sitting third on the podium, but at this point, halfway point, but pretty glad we are. I think so.
Mate, you should be, because this car has come a long way in a short period of time. You've really come to grips with it. Like, how long have you actually been racing the Element now?
So this is second year, number 7th race for me in this car, in the pro class, and starting to get my head around it now. So but it's so easy to drive. It's a good car.
Yeah, you've had a couple of really good races in 2023, and you know, how good would it be to cap it off with a really nice run here at the Don River Dash? It's just come along so far, this Don River Dash, and it's due to guys like you, you know, from coming all the way from South Australia, mate. You're up here for a couple of days, having a good time?
Absolutely. I mean, how good's this place? You know, we come up here for a holiday and there's a race involved, so, you know, we're going to stay here for another week and just a bit of relaxation on that, and it's just an awesome place. Can't wait to come back next year.
Brilliant, mate. Now, listen, was there anything that surprised you, anything that you needed to change, anything you're going to do over the course of the night to try to get yourself ready for a charge tomorrow?
Not really. I think we're pretty right to go. You know, it comes down to the dust, really, and, you know, we'll just get the car ready, change, you know, check the oil, and away we go again, I think.
Yeah, brilliant, mate. How good are these Australian-built Element cars? I mean, they really just love this rough stuff, don't they?
Oh, they're so easy to drive. I mean, you can slam into anything. You know, we took a big lump of trees out there accidentally, and we thought, well, that's the end of our race, but no, nothing at all. Just perfect.
Awesome, brilliant, mate. Well, listen, I hope that we're chatting you here, you know, at the finish line tomorrow afternoon. Oh, tomorrow morning, it'll be all done for the cars, and, you know, we're going to hang around, watch some bikes, have some racing, and drink some cold beers. It's going to be a great time in Bowen.
Fantastic, mate. Yeah, can't wait to have a few beers tomorrow.
Awesome.
I like that he slipped in the tomorrow just at the end there for the few beers. I think there might be a few beers a little bit later on this afternoon to celebrate an awesome run. And great to hear him talk about that Australian-built Element as well, how he's saying how well it handled. It is great that we've got, you know, 2 racer engineering cars up the front, and then, a USA-based company. And then we've also got that Element up there, right up there as well, nipping at those heels. So we're looking forward to that. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to go to a little bit of a break. We're going to have a little bit of a breather, catch up, and we'll show some highlights on the screen, but we look forward to catching up again shortly.
Amongst it, Class 10 is where it's at the moment. 10.52, Daniel McDonald through now. That looks like a little Banning. Chev with an Ecotech, got the 2.4 litre 4-cylinder in it. Plenty of options of motors in these 10s. And then the 1020, is that the 26 should be through next, which is Braden Misford. that is a Southern Cross coming through. So you can see there is a little bit of dust around that just affects you enough to make it interesting. That looks like a Jimco. That's the 42, I'm sure of it. So that's Brad Belcher with Russell Newman. Have a look at this Jimco. Monstering.
Yeah, I tell you what, they are moving there. Now, that's another North Queensland local. I believe it had a Nortran sticker on it as well. So this is what you'll start to see, some of the faster cars making their way through the field.
Well, this would nearly be his first race, wouldn't it, Josh? We haven't seen that car out before. So it's a first...
He's done some state rounds.
State stuff, but this is a first national. I know this isn't a national, but we just call it a national caliber race. So, yeah, very cool to see that. Now, this is this blue brand new Rush truck. Has no stickers on it. So... 466, Rob Wearing. Lachlan Wearing in the passenger seat, got the LS2 6-litre in it.
Now, it looks like we've got a bit of a race on here. We've got two cars very close in each other's dust here. I think we're about to see a pass right in front of the Spectre. Oh, there we go. They've pulled over already.
So, Ivan Robinson is there. Oh, and that's Simon Knight. No.
Oh, that's the Aussie 7.
It's the Aussie 7. Now, ladies and gentlemen, straight up, keep a good eye on the Aussie 7. I'll be brutally honest. They put him way too far up the order. He was in fourth outright at Gundawindi. That car is not slow. He is going to be doing some menacing on this track here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, like you said, very experienced.
I like it.
Yes.
I'm just saying that he is
definitely
fast.
come in, as you said, in form, on a good run.
Yep.
Very fast at Gundawindi.
Which
is no easy track to be fast at.
It's rough. It's crazy. So cool to see Simon Knight and Joe Brown. Luke Hendry in the passenger seat as well. Now this is that Racer Engineering, James Sant, Lizzie Murrell. Racer Engineering got the Danzio 7-litre. The first time we saw this was Gundy as well.
Yes.
I think it's been around, but it's the first time Josh and I had seen it. And it's a, let's say, use the word older. There's no such thing as an old racer, but this is one of their older carbon style one. You can tell from the front end. Here's a Jimco. Look at this. That's that Rowan Merchant.
Yep, 29 twin turbo VQ35, I believe.
Sorry, Rowan Williams. I said Merchant, definitely not Merchant. Rowan Williams.
Yeah. Twin turbo.
People are going to start learning that I just make up words up here. Rowan Williams, though, great run there, and Daniel Chillot in the passenger seat, the Total Building and Construction Jimco.
The little Razorback?
Yeah, and that's
not
Chandler.
Sorry.
That's the DAC Mining boys. They've got a couple of cars out here. Very cool to see that. Drew Callender with Ashley Cameron and Abby Callender in the passenger seat, DAC Mining Services, Oakdale Pastoral Company, Cam Fabrication, Mr. Trans, Mick Marson getting in the sponsorship game.
Yes.
I love it. Oh, have a listen. That sounds really good too. The 71, they had a good run at Gundy as well. Matt Lawless. No, maybe it was the last race we were at. The Lawless car did really well. Those guys, you know, they're getting faster and faster in that Aussie spec Jimco. It's a nice turned out V8 car. Super reliable. Super, just does mile after mile, that car. It's a beautiful bit of gear. As we get a great shot panning through. Now, I'm just having a look. Is that the Calendar car?
No, that's the Diablo, isn't it?
Oh, it is too. Wow, the Penholds out here. Man, the Don River just keeps on giving, doesn't it? So that will be... Oh, and there's Tony Falaba as well. See, this list is... It was Ryan Jones, Josh. Oh, no, that was a Tatum.
Oh, it is the Tatum.
We keep talking about this, don't we?
Yes, but the colour scheme is very similar, yes.
Royden Bailey on a charge there.
Now, how good are those Element cars?
Man, Lachlan Bailey in the passenger seat. Keep a sharp eye on these Elements this weekend. I know they're not as sneaky because they won last year, but I tell you what, you will be impressed on how these Aussie-built cars run through the rough. 427 of Paul Newman.
True, JZ.
Mate, how good is it?
Yeah, great to see the Hillbilly boys back out here and competing again. They've been off for a little while. It also now looks like Stephen Kildee as well in his new build trophy truck in his Class 4.
Oh, now
a little bit of smoke.
I was going to say, I hate to say it, guys, but that's a bit smoky to start off with. Definitely. I can smell it.
Oh, yeah. Very fuely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Kildee looks like he's going to be dealing with issues early on. That's Muir.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a geyser.
Brand
a
new
geezer.
wrap. A brand new wrap as well.
Absolutely.
As the Loose Cannon Motorsport.
Peter Treese. Woohoo! I don't know if you can tell, but that was loose. Whoa, that's Stewie Chapman on a charge as well. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the Don's all about.
Now we see Mick Marson.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Mick, that is so good. How good are these shots? Ladies and gentlemen, we love this stuff. We've actually gone silent because we're just watching the race cars ourselves. How beautiful is this down through the river? These guys on an absolute hunting mission. This is now Clayton Chapman, fresh off a win at Gundawit. Damn, bro, how fast is that Razorback now?
That 2JZ is definitely making some serious horsepower.
How much horsepower does it have, Josh?
All
of it. Has every little bit of it. My goodness, that's fast. A little bit of a kick there, mate. I reckon he's going to have to work on this this rough stuff a little bit. It's one thing that, unfortunately, when you have a super fast car, you can get yourself into trouble. You can get yourself out of trouble as well, but that little kick there, those guys, obviously, getting used to this track. It is great to see them up here. Now,
Talbot.
I was going to say, someone that doesn't have to get used to this track at all is Talbot Cox.
Very smart.
I was going to say, that looks like a smart drive to me.
Yeah, just checked up a little bit there, but you can see the way he just perfectly doubled those little whoops there. It was...
Kent Battle.
Yes.
Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is our North Queensland favourite. Oh, no, we got a few. Oh, Battle. Hey, those little humps down in the bottom there are a little bit unnerving.
Yes.
Because it compresses coming down into the gully. It's unsettled a few of the guys that we didn't think it'd unsettle.
I also think
Must admit, they're all on Foxes, so that's probably... Yeah, I said it.
Also, I think they're a little bit uneven. I don't think they're perfectly square.
Yes, absolutely.
The way it seems to kick the cars a little bit.
But it is unnerved a few of our faster cars. Not that any of them got off the gas, but you can see that it just unsettles the car. Going to be interesting. And that is a different line to what they've all been running. You know, the years before we've been a bit further over, and that makes a bit of a difference as well.
So this should be Havey?
It is indeed Havey. So this is the fastest man from last year, ladies and gentlemen. Havey will be last off the line, the 56 of Aaron. Got Liz Havey. Hey, cuz, you know who isn't unsettled?
Aaron
Havey. This is just another day in the office for Aaron and Liz, where you guys got to see that firsthand just like we did. Oi, how good is this race, Joshua Curran? This is the best.
Yeah, it's just one of those races that, like you said, it just throws up so many different opportunities, so many different potential outcomes right from the start. Like you said, we've got the fast cars working their way through the back. We've got repeat winners, we've got return winners. We've got guys coming in hot like Clayton Chapman in winning form. Like you said, Simon Knight, the Aussie 7, coming in hot from his last run at Gundawindi.
Yeah, well, Mick Marson, Talbot Cox are all Gundawindi, like podium, top fivers. Yeah, so we're really talking about guys that are fresh off, good races. They're comfortable in seat. Mick and Talbot have just done like 500 miles in the desert in a trophy truck.
Yep.
You know, like these guys, it's got to the point that you're not racing once a year anymore. A lot of these guys are racing multiple times a year, lots and lots of times, more than multiple times a year, and in a vast array of different terrain and country. And, you know, it's starting to become very competitive and very professional at the front.
Absolutely. Very fast, very professional. I think these are two very good terms that you've used right there.
We playing repeater right now? Oakley dokley Oakley.
Well, you heard the man.
Anyway, moral of the story is that this is amazing. We've got a good view here. We're going to have a quick chat. So, just talking real quickly through the Don River Dash sponsors. Sorry, we're just getting a little bit of direction. They're saying, oi guys, come on mate, come on. But we've got our platinum sponsors, Comiskey Mining Services, Whitsunday Regional Council. Got Abbott Point Operations, RGM, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Pat McDonald Earth Moving. So big shout out to all those guys. As we've got the HBR car, the 665. Oh, there's Josh Marks. We're going to get that right over the course of the weekend. But Josh Marks having a good run there. Again, the Winch Challenge truck turned off-road racing Class 8. I think it's more Class 8 than it is winch truck these days, a lot of these, but that's very cool to have them come through, as well as have a look at this drone shot in footage, Josh, that we've got. So that's down the far end at the moment. Beautiful footage there.
Yeah, it is beautiful footage. And we're just going to pull up a little bit of a seat so we can see the boys here have set up a little TV for us so that we can see what goes on the remote camera.
Yeah, that's Royden Bailey going through there. A little bit of a water splash. That's something that Don's known for, Josh, is the water like lying around. It actually seeps out of the river and in through the sand. But again, we've got all our fast guys. Again, Royden Bailey, one of our very fast ultimate competitors in our unlimited cars. Got a little bit of a gap opened up there.
Yeah, geez, our first two competitors are relatively fast, as we see another one of our side-by-side. So Mark's out in front. I think he's going to round up that little side-by-side relatively quickly. As we see the 671 make its way through. I'll tell you what a great little section that we have in front of us with this double-double. And then also...
Yeah, Josh, that was Craig Baker making his way through there. And then we've got another one of our Class 8 cars. So that would actually be Matthew Dix.
Already got a front guard flapping off. That's the 828 making their way through that VMS-sponsored rig. The big GQ, it's a winch truck as well. We've seen it at a few different events around. Saw it at Sione Park just recently competing as well.
Absolutely. Oh, again, have a look at this footage, Josh, running down towards town, and you can see all the action. Again, you can see the train bridge as well as the Bruce Highway bridge there, and see some of that action as they make their way. So they're heading away and then coming back towards us is towards this start-finish line jump that we can see there. Again, one of our side-by-sides. So, Josh, yeah, one of our early Polaris's too. So this would be one of our limited sixes, so it'll have a double six on the roof.
You're right, it's the 671.
Yep, perfect. So that's Brad Hancock. Now, Josh, it's important to note, so Matthew Dix has already passed about 10 cars on track. So those guys, the same with Josh Marks, he would have done, well, essentially the same. To put himself on first in road, he actually started out at 10th. Well, we could hear in our ears the V8, so that's Mick Marson. I can tell you that's a Ford right there. So that's down at our remote pits. Again, have a look at the spectator area. Boys, this is absolutely champ stuff. Beautiful run down there from the Can-Am of the 667. That's Nick Hilo, Samantha King in the passenger seat out of Queensland in the Maverick X3. Again, looking out towards the mountain ranges of the Whitsunday Regional Council. We've got that remote pit as well, down the far end, as now the first of our side-by-sides makes its way down. Hey, isn't it interesting? The side-by-side in that tight stuff, Josh, actually opened up a little gap on the Class 8 car, or whether there was like a quick stop for something, because it looked like Josh Marks was hunting him down hard.
Absolutely. Coming across the finish line jump, he was right behind him.
And here's the first of our one cars. That's the land entry. So that's the 180. Started out at 9th there, Josh. Ken Battle on screen now, having a stonking run. Again, that remote pit down there. You can see the water sitting around. So on the charge, trying to chase down Mick Marson. So again, this view is coming down towards the start-finish line. That's our timing mark. You can see them come under the all automated again. I hope you're following along with the race timing and all the other stuff that's going on.
That's also Swinglehurst Motorsports making their way through as well. So that's Kate, one of our great female competitors. Tom in the passenger seat navigating as well.
There you go. That's a good thing. A family that races together, eh? As they say.
Absolutely.
Now, Josh, I'm just clicking through again. Offroadracing.com.au has all the information. Anything that I can see, you can see at home. So,
isn't that amazing? It's almost mind-boggling. As we see the 697 make their way through. Now, Tara, that is one of those, the 689 as well. Is that one of the new Polarises?
Yeah, newer pro car
Yes.
Polarises. Yeah, say that number again, mate.
697.
Yep, so it's a Polaris RZR XP Pro.
Yep.
One of the newer ones with the Turbo 925. It's Ross March. Wow, that's McDonald. He's having a cracking run there. So Pat McDonald not only moves some dirt around on the weekend, he's out there moving dirt around on the weekend.
See, that's job security, mate. He's ripping up the track now, so he's going to come and fix it later on in the week.
Absolutely. The 303. So, Josh, I take it back. That is Pablo.
Yes.
So Pablo's out there, and I think that Jake Strachman hasn't made it out on the course. So the 333. So obviously the 303 and the 333. We apologise at home, ladies and gentlemen. But
so what you're saying is Pablo's on the run.
Pablo's on the run right now.
We got one of our great...
Oi, how many times have you heard that joke?
He's going to hear it a lot more this weekend, mate.
All his friends are like, what a knob. No, 303, but it's cool to see the Mad Bro Pitbull out there with the Suzuki Hayabusa motor. Yeah, and have a look at this. The 6175, the Sport Polaris. That's a great run through there. 6195 now through as well. They're really starting to move. The 6195 has come a long way up. That's James Mogford with Terry Hunt in the passenger seat. Josh, they've come out at 43rd, so to be where they are right now is absolutely nuts. Again, look at the shots that we're getting out of the drone, having a look at this beautiful river run. A pass right on the finish line, just as we talked about, Josh.
Never fail, always happens, that's one of the great things.
The 627.
Yes.
So that's Justin Ryder in the Can-Am. He's sponsored by My Ride Motorcycles. The 690 actually coming from pit run.
And the 146, so that's the Remus Rover crew. Now, they do an awesome job with returned servicemen, veterans and stuff like that, helping them re-assimilate back into normal life by giving them a bit of a rush for getting to experience that adrenaline rush that they feel.
Absolutely, Josh, and they've got a number of cars that they race. They've got a Pajero, they've got a Land Rover, they've got a couple, but they're out here racing a Razorback this weekend in the Class 1, so Toyota 2G RFE V6 in that. Look at that, nicely turned out cage on that little 668. Gives it a real pro look, tyre hanging off the back. There's that little Can-Am with a body on it. Lots of cool cars. Little single-seater there popping up on our live stream screen. Again, there is just cars absolutely racing everywhere. Whoa, the 614 getting a little buck there, but no worries for the 614 of Dan Dunn making their way through. Again, Josh, when I mentioned Dale McDonald, when he went past earlier, he came out of 41st place, so absolutely stoiking. Here's Stuart Zalotsky. If we get that wrong all weekend, write us another note. That's all I'm telling you.
Actually, I might still have it on my phone. Let me check.
I'm sure it's Zalotsky.
It's very Russian.
Beautifully turned out Ranger, the 585. That's Michael Shipton. Ford SBH Ranger. Just starting to blow along the river now, Josh. Instead of across, we had a little wind change. Actually, if anything, the wind has settled down a little bit. Another one of these Pro XP cars, the 694. I think I was close.
You were very close.
Slotkovsky.
Very close, Dan. You're doing
I'm
well.
liking it. I know it's not Zelensky, I can tell you that. That's the one thing I do know, because we didn't get in trouble, but we're butchering it at Gundy.
So it looks like we got the 477 coming down as well.
Yes, absolutely. The 477. Heavenly. Jamie Henderson and Evan. Sorry, it's Ever Willing Cranes. The 6150 also now running past us. Oh no! Hey, we've got a shot here, Josh, of 99. Unfortunately, they're looking mechanically at that, so that's that DAC Razorback Pro or Unlimited car. So they're working on it. Doesn't seem to be. They've got both driver out. Oh no, that might be a right-hand drive car, not a left-hand drive. So the Navi's having a bit of a look. Do you know what's even tough about that, Josh? That's a hard position to get started again in, isn't it?
Yes.
He's going to drop off to the back. No doubt that pro car will get going like that 99, that Unlimited car.
Does look like they've come to a sudden stop there as well.
Does.
The way those front tyres are buried. So maybe a steering issue?
Well, he's looking at the back of the car,
true,
though.
true.
Richard Tassin, you're right. There could be a
steering pump at the back.
Pump or
stay with me.
He's jumping back in it. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're following along. If you're following the 99 DAC car, that is Calendar. We're just going to see whether they get cranking again.
As we see the 169 at Colborne come past the start-finish line. For those following along at home as well, the 169, Chris Colborne, is across the start-finish line. That's his first lap for the day underway. Now, one of the things, DC, also the 303 has pulled up just here across from the start-finish line as well. Looks like they're getting out as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, straight across from us. Again, as we've got this great shot of the spectator area. Mickey Thompson tyres. Oh, look. Havy Powers there as well. Along with like all the food vendors and all the other great stuff that's going on down there. So big shout out to everyone that's out here and enjoying the breeze and the food and the festivities and all the action that's happening along down here. Now one of these X3s, beautiful run here from the 6108. So the 6108.
Now also it looks like another side-by-side pulled up just over here as well. My eyes are not quite good enough to read the numbers.
Josh, there's a bit of a three-way race over the other side with a pass over the far side. So Michael Dolan, the first guy through in that Unlimited style car. So we're now on the big dogs. The Mr. Diggett has come through. Michael Dolan. Now we're keeping an eye out because there are a couple of the cars that we want to keep a good eye on. Simon Knight, I'm tipping him. Keep a good eye on the Aussie 7. He's going to be hauling. This
Honey Badger.
Honey Badger, the Ursig car. So where does that put them?
Quite far up, Daniel. They're doing very well. That little Class 1 Honey Badger.
Yes, absolutely. I was just looking through the numbers because so Mr. Diggett's passed him, the 104. So Red, that's his nickname, David.
It also looks like the 422 coming in as well.
So that's Steve Von Peen. Should be very happy with that. Now, the 127, I just saw the colour scheme and thought the 99 must be going again, but it's not. That's the other car.
As the Jimco.
Oh, the 42 on the go. Wow, they're having a good crack there in the 42, mate.
Absolutely. Great to see that Jimco out and about, getting it done.
So Brad Belcher, now, again, we should be looking for the Aussie 7. I hope that we haven't jinxed him there. But he, in my opinion, he should be right on the go here. Simon Knight and Joe Brown. The 10.05 coming through now. That's that little Lothringer. Richard Tassin going up the river the other way. So again, there is action both ways in the river here. .10.26, 10.52. Yeah, little Banning car, Daniel McDonald. The 160 of Angel is through. The 682 is going completed one lap now. So the 682 is through, past our start-finish line.
I tell you what, Dan, it is action everywhere.
I was going to say,
We've got the live feed goals. We've got cars doing jumps in front of us. We've got cars broken down. This is Look at this, a battle on the live feed as well as they come into the finish line area. I'll see if I can see
This
it.
is one of our all cars. I know that coming down past the line, so it'll be one of our, I'm guessing, a Class 10 car.
Yes.
Racing the 666 1051. Now, I should clarify, that's a little beanie for a Class 10 car, so it is an older. I think let's have a look. 1051, Stephen Orr.
That's the 1015.
The 1015, yes, that's right.
Bit of, as we see the
No.
the 68 as well.
There's 2 all cars out there. They're both 10. One is 1051, one is 1015.
Jeez, what are they doing to us?
They did it at Gundy too.
What are they doing to us? And the Aussie 7.
That's the JK Automotive Racer Engineering car. So that's as Mr. Digger goes the other way. So that'd be his big. Wow. Bro, the 435 is getting after it. That's the S&S mid-engine chassis. And let's take it. It's an older car, but
Yes.
SS, they know what their S&S frames, they know what they're doing down there.
Yes.
And I tell you what, he actually was talking to me the other day, Josh, he had a little side note. He goes, it might almost be time to do another truck.
I
He's
like
been building some cool pro buggies.
Yes.
He has some very fast, unlimited buggy stuff.
Yes.
And he said, it might be time to revisit the truck thing. So that'll be pretty cool.
He's based out of South Australia.
Yeah, builds hot rods, builds all sorts of stuff. So very cool. Richard Hakoon.
So Rowan
Williams. I was about to do the same thing. Rowan Williams.
And also the 14.
Whoa. Yeah. Royden Bailey on a charge. Have a look at this race over the back here. Steve Bonpeen about to get wrapped up by the other North Queensland. No, he's not. Hey, that's why you buy a trophy truck. You don't worry about those dips and bumps. He held her on there and he blocked that pass on the 42. This is the Carbon Racer.
Yes.
All black one. 1144. So, ladies and gentlemen, so you understand the 11, so this unlimited thing, he's running a 7-litre motor. So he's actually got a bigger motor than all the cars that are just running the double digits. Here's Clayton Chapman. Oh, he is on the go. Oh my. And it's Tatum running right behind the 1111.
Now the car that we're missing, Mick Marson. No,
he'll be coming.
He's
Yep.
coming behind. That's right. Yes.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, we'll be keeping a good eye out for Mick Marson.
This could be it? Yes.
This has got to be it. Holy moly. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you just saw what Josh and I saw, but Mick was at least 2 metres out in the digglies on the gas with shooting flames on the right-hand side. So I think he is on a mission. That boy is going to get it done. Wow. Mick absolutely charging. Tony Falaba having a good crack here. Stewie. Oh, in the single seat. The little Shenny getting a little loose there, Stuart. Getting a little loose there, Stewie. As Talbot Cox too. Mr. Two-Time. Now, where are the element cars of Kent Battle and Aaron Havey? We're keeping a good eye out here. Oh my goodness, Kent Battle is in the house. Oh, flashing lights going. We're on a mission, ladies and gentlemen.
So Kent Battle on the sneaky Mick Marson line as well.
Kent Battle out in the digglies making a pass happen. Oh my, ladies and gentlemen, we have done one lap here. We still haven't got the reigning, the defending, the champion in the house.
Now, DC, I'll ask you a little question here. You notice we had a few cars come through all together, and then Aaron was a long way back. Do you think he... Strategic?
Because the timing doesn't start until you drop in the river.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, mate. Human coming through in the 427. That's the 2J powered Fusion flat pack truck. Boy, Royden Bailey is getting after it, man. They're going to have to watch him, eh? He is moving.
Absolutely.
This is where this race gets crazy because Royden Bailey is actually in a good position because of where he started. He can pass cars easier. I don't want to, there's no such thing as an easy pass, but because his close speed is so fast. Clayton Chapman, though, I mean, he's chasing Royden, isn't he?
Yes.
Nice neat run from Aaron. This is where this gets tricky with these turbo cars. We were literally talking about with Aaron last night. I said the funny thing is that the V8 cars make a ton of noise. There's a ton of tyre smoke. There's a ton of, flames and all these other things that are going on with these super fast 7 litres and stuff now. Like that.
Yes.
How good does that thing sound? Much tidier now, hey. Oh, just as I say that.
The old commentator's curse.
No, Mick Marson on an absolute stonker there. Oh, now, Josh, did I miss it? Who's pulled up in the river? That's not the SS frame, is it?
Oh, no, I missed it as well. Sorry, yeah.
There's a truck pulled up in the river here. Peter Treese, the 431 going through. I'd really love to see those guys get a finish, man.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see that Jimco. It's been a little bit of a cursed car, that thing. It's had some rough runs, but Falaba through now with Stewie Chapman right on his tail.
Talbot Cox.
Damn, that thing's dialed, eh? These North Queensland boys are no joke. See the camber on the front of this Midi? The 73, I think that's, she got, I'm thinking that's got a very hurt housing.
On the 99, back up and running.
99's going. Nortrans, have a look at this.
Yeah, those Element cars are working to perfection.
Okay, I'll say it. Foxes might not be too bad. Those suckers might work really well. Oh my goodness.
So imagine a set of Kings on Cat's car.
How fast would that thing be?
Unbelievable.
He'd almost win if he did that. Hey, listen, we love Ken Battle. He's a good dude, and he's running them big Fox shocks, and he has got them dialed in. All the Havey cars, the Element cars are very tuned. I will almost go as far to say they are one of the, between them and the racers, they are the best in the rough cars getting around at the moment.
Absolutely.
Which is funny because, take this how you want. A couple of years ago, you probably weren't so confident about it, but those guys have just worked and nailed them. And man, their suspension setup is second to none.
Absolutely. And their geometry.
One of our Polaris is coming in, and to the crowd too, getting plenty of cheers. Nice little run there. They're coming into the pits. Human going down the river the other way. So that was the trophy truck of Paul Human on screen there for a second. Amazing to see some of this action. And isn't it funny how it comes in ebbs and flows? All of a sudden the rivers, other than a little tiny bit of dust, it's almost quiet in the river. But I tell you what, it's going to get very exciting here in a second. We're going to have another charge through. Havey will be going down the river to the west. Have a look at that. The Sandfly. That is a twin turbo V6 powered Element out of South Australia. Aaron Havey driving, actually builds these cars with a team. Beautiful run there. You can see it pop the front. Working very nicely. Absolutely no dramas. And then you hear that torque. He was actually showing us at the showgrounds as the Muir. Guys, a trophy truck 448. That's a bit down the list, unfortunately, for them from where they started. So they will be hoping to get up in pace, I would think. I think they've probably worked on that. Now, that's down the river of that shot there of Steve Von Peen. Steve came through earlier. One of our fantastic sponsors in Refrigerated Technologies. Steve's been up in the commentary tower with us before. Now that's right in front of the commentary box. Peter Treese going down in that Loose Cannon Motorsport Jimco trophy truck. Again, would love to see those guys get a fantastic finish. Great team. Run Fink like 30 years. That's crazy to have 30 Fink starts. Now, this is the DAC car again. I would say that they are very much limping. Is there a problem there? The 99, that's definitely not on pace for them. Again, beautiful couple of minutes to just chill in the river. Got a few pro cars coming, like a few unlimited cars coming each way. Again, big shout out to everyone that's involved in this race and everyone that's been up and down the river this weekend having a bit of a look. Oh, now this is in the pits, guys, the 303. They're working on that. So again, that's Pablo Velez and Laura Celia out of Queensland. GFM Machinery, High Hectic Off-Road. This is the Hectic crew. Again, it is a beautiful view there at the Don River Dash. The hills in the background, the river, the breeze, absolutely beautiful here this weekend. Section 1, the car's underway, Josh.
Actually good conditions for racing too, with the slightly overcast and windy conditions. Not super hot, not super humid at this point in time.
Now, mate, the other thing that's going on is not too long until the Teagle Excavations ARB Pines Enduro, the final round of the ARB Australian Championship, run under AASA. How exciting, Josh, that's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yes.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out and how that race, it's going to be the final for the championship. It was a big shake-up of points at Gundawindi, Josh.
Yes.
So...
yeah, that's right, with Greg Gartner having a DNF and then Brent Martin having a few dramas as well.
Yep, the brown car as well. So a few of the guys that were right up the list, unfortunately not right up the list anymore, so it's going to be interesting. It gives Jamie Knight some points. You know,
yes.
There's a few guys that could sneak through some like Class 1 cars.
Mick and Talbot would have collected
Mick
a lot of
Talbot,
points.
yeah, exactly.
Also Clayton, but I think they're done for the
Whoa,
year.
Muir with a big send down there. Now, who have we got off to the side? Is that the bus down there? Oh, just a quick flick of the light. Oh, and there's the pro truck, Josh, too, sitting on the side of the river. Ivan Robinson in the Mickey Thompson Mickelfab truck. So that's on the way down the river.
You're right, that's the SS race frames.
Can you say that again, please, Josh?
You're right.
You're right.
Yes,
you're right, yes.
I knew where we were going.
It doesn't happen often, but the SS race frames mid-engine V8 truck.
So that's one of the things you're seeing on the drone shot right now as well. There is actually a pit section here where the competitors can work on the cars.
That is not looking good either for that car. There's a lot of smoke.
But yeah, one of the great things, you'll actually see a bit more action in the pits. In theory with the cars shouldn't come in at all, but during the bike race you will see the bikes come into the pits. They need to refuel. They don't quite have the distance, the amount of fuel to be able to run a full 150 kilometres in this deep sand is probably the best way to do it. This is probably one of the more grueling races for an off-road racer on a motorbike. It's 24/7 sand.
Oh, for lava. We can hear that through our headphones. He is just on the gas there in that little Shanny. Australian Championship winning Shanny, that one.
Yes.
But yes, having a good crack down there. So as you can start to see from this fantastic footage that we have, there is a few cars littered around the course, Josh. There's a few vehicles that are struggling in the sand. There's that pro truck.
I tell you, yeah, it's something that not a lot of these competitors have probably competed. Yes, there's a sand section at Gundawindi, there's a few things like that, but to be racing for 150 or 300 kilometres for the total of the weekend in this thick, heavy sand. It's definitely
river
one of the
sand.
Yes.
Yep.
You see a lot of the good guys, what they do is they keep their momentum up, long, sweeping corners. Like you said, we saw Mick and both Kent out, experienced Don River races. They were out taking that nice, wide, smooth line, keeping plenty of momentum through the sand, not making short, sharp steering changes.
Yep, absolutely, mate. It is very interesting to see. And again, we do have a number of experienced competitors now, don't we? Guys that have done this a couple of years, many years in a row. I think that's one of the things that really changes now. That a lot of guys have got some good strategies, some good theory. As the gold Brumby splashes through the water.
The Hoonigan. The internet sensation. The gold Brumby has taken off.
Slotkoski. It is pretty impressive. If you guys have got your Instagram accounts and doing all that thing, first thing, share the live feed. Let's get it out there. Let's get off-road racing to the masses. And then after that, have a look. I think it's Gold Brumby on Instagram, or the Gold Brumby, or
yes.
Anyway, I reckon if you Google it, you'll find it, and it has some awesome videos on there. The one from Chappie's property that did make it to the Hoonigans was absolutely nuts. That run through those big, I don't know whether they're called whoops or
gold_Brumby.
There you go. You'll find it. Have a look at their Instagram. It's an absolute hoot. They do a lot of fun stuff on there. As many of these teams do. Follow Nordtrans. Follow all of these guys that are out here racing, having a good time. Again, one of our side-by-sides. Running through that sand section. Beautiful view there. Whitsundays Regional Council. Again, we've talked about it, absolutely turning it on here this weekend. Rolling out the red carpet for all our races as the 665, the HBR Can-Am makes its way back through. So I think that's one of the first coming around for a second lap. Again, this is the remote checkpoint down there, the 431. So they're down there near the turnaround section. Made their way down. Peter Treese in the loose cannon trophy truck, the big Jimco. Very cranky motor in that. Now have a look. This will be Josh Marks coming back down. I think I saw the school bus parked on the side of the road back there, unfortunately. I don't want to say too much in case I'm wrong, but the 863, again, Josh Marks having an absolutely cracking run here. Absolutely no dramas there. Those guys have got some good experience. But again, the 828 of Matthew Dix, I'm pretty sure that I saw that parked, unfortunately. No, they were having some overheating issues in the river before. I missed those cards on the screen there splashing through the water. Kind of looked like an Element. Not sure though. Now again, if you're sitting at home and you're in the cold weather down south or something, big shout out to Dan Harpen if you haven't listened. But you guys need to get up here. You need to get that ARB team up here. You need to get up. There's beautiful places to stay. Not too long, only 2 weeks after Gundawindi, you'd almost have to turn the truck north, wouldn't you? Come on up, enjoy this beautiful warm weather. Go out on a boat, go for a fish, go for a fly around the Whitsundays. I'm sure if you talk to Kent Battle, he can hook you up. Tropic Petroleum, again, one of our fantastic sponsors. Talbot Cox. Now the big 73, the Midi, still running, so he's out there having a crack. Good to see, again, those crossover guys. The Winch Challenge competitors that have now got into this long course style off-road race. You're going to see more and more of that as the years come by. The 671 passes right in front of the commentary booth now. Nice run there. The 607 in the Hunt 2, that's a Polaris XP, one of the pros. And again, the 619 right behind them. And it won't be too far, up and over. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dead Set Live. You're seeing Pat McDonald right in front of us put in a hard charge. That's the McDonald earth moving car. Obviously sponsored by Liberty. And again, he is having a good crack. He is a smooth operator, you might say. As we look down towards the spectator area. Again, if you are in this spectator area, don't forget that you can go down and have a look at a few of the others. You can't just wander down into the river, but there is a few spots where you can have a look down near Checkpoint 2 and a few other things like that. The HBR car. Having a nice clean run down there. Won't be too long until I think that we start seeing Royden Bailey and a few of our trophy trucks starting to make their way back through. The 674, man, that thing sounds cranky. Just got a completely different exhaust note. Again, another one of our Pro XP cars. Oh, a little bit of a twitch there, but no drama. He got it bundled up. Again, you see all our fantastic sponsors banners. Again, quick shout out. Again, the Teagles Pines Enduro. Going to be doing a live stream as well at that event. Entries are still open until 9 p.m. this Friday. So again, the Teagle Excavations ARB Pines Enduro 400. It is going to be the finisher of the ARB Australian Off-Road Championship. It is a full championship. It is exciting. Those guys have been doing great things. They've had the big screen, the live streams, and you can watch it at home. Unfortunately, I can't get down there, so you know I'll be watching it on my iPad and checking out all the action over the weekend down there. Josh, it is fantastic what the ARB Australian Championship and really these races as a whole are doing to just step up this live stream. You know, the fact that we've got these amazing footage directly. Again, I was just saying, Josh, they are watching what we're watching. When that side-by-side kicks out on the... I'm seeing it on the screen.
There's
it's
no
amazing.
delay here. There's no delay. Genuine reactions.
No, it's absolutely awesome that this is a reality now with old...
What a beautiful view. Like, that's just... If that was a picture frame...
That's life in the Whitsundays.
Yep. Imagine not living in Queensland.
You'd be robbed, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd be robbed.
Your football team sucks.
Oh, wowzers. Now listen, Josh, I was just saying it's about to get pretty fast here in a second, I would think, because we've had our first lot of second lap side-by-sides through, and they're having a good charge. But I don't think it's going to be too long until we see the likes of Royden Bailey. Look at Pat McDonald going down. He's picking them off. Pat McDonald is going to be one of your ones to watch. If you're putting a sneaky 50 on it, Josh, I'd be putting 50 on that. For one of our side-by-sides, you'll be standing right up the top. And again, amazing, like, you think that it's all just open river. Have a look at this. This is that shot between the trees. The guys run up and down through there in Bowen and the top of the Whitsundays. That looks like the Jimco of Richard Hakoon. And the 689S, 689 just right out in front of us. Again, that's the side-by-side Sport. So that's that Tatum, the 7-litre Tatum that we can hear through the stream now. Gee, see, isn't it funny? When it happens fast, doesn't it? No action for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden 5 cars come popping out of the trees. Yeah, so again, funny how it happens, Josh. We were just talking about how they all pump through together all of a sudden, and I think that coming down this start-finish line run here, it's going to get very quick for a moment. So very exciting to see that at the Don River Dash, something that happens. And I guess the great thing about this is even for us, Josh, sitting here today, we're watching the live feed on YouTube as well.
Well, we get to see sections of the track that we haven't
seen.
Yes.
Exactly. We know a little bit more than what's going on. Talking about that, here's Mr. Diggett coming charging down. The 4.55 through for its second lap. But it's the 42, the big Jimco, right on his tail.
Yeah, those boys putting in a good lap there. I tell you what, that 42 Jimco, I'm not sure if we can get access to lap times at this point in time, but he is on a bit of a stonker there.
Mate, they're going to have to watch him because, so I know where you're going with this because that's what I just scrolled through. He came out of 76 with Michael Dolan, who I would almost say is the fastest guy on track at the moment, coming out of 68. Like,
yes.
He's picked up like
a lot of places.
Nearly 20 positions.
Now, it looks like a bit of smoke coming out of the 477 as well there. Whether it's just a bit of fuel out of that wild hybrid exhaust that's poking up out of the side.
Well, that's what I was going to say, and it's only on one side. I'm not sure what happens there, but yeah, we'll check that out, but you're dead right. So that is the 477 entry, the trophy truck.
We also see the 180 and the 585, so some of our door slammers, those Class 5s still getting around there. Once again, they're full chassis, full steel body, cars opening and closing doors.
Actually, now that you say that, do you know who, poor old Human, Tyler Human, I haven't seen him come back from his first lap out there in the old Luxie. I think it's a Lux, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And, but yeah, that Class 5's going really well. The all-white Ranger. Richard Tassin, 691 on a good charge there too. He runs a good pace all the time. He's been around for a long time now. Who is this, Josh? Is this one of our... No, this is Ian Baker. That's a great... No, it's Chris Colburn.
Yes.
I was trying to pick the lights with the hump on the front, but that's a little Jimco. Great drive there from Chris Colburn. He'd have to be happy with that. It's a great position for him to be in a Class 1 little... Whoa! And a truck out wide. This will be the Aussie 7 for sure. It's got to be Simon Knight.
Yeah, absolutely. That Hendry Performance built 7 litre in the Rush truck.
Josh, that's a fantastic point that you make. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not need a Yankee motor to run at the front anymore. These boys in Australia have got their development. That is an all-Australian car. No, Josh. No. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this thing's on fire.
It's the 15.
Hey, there's a fire going on down here.
We got a fire, 15. If you can hear us, fire extinguishers. It's back up.
No, it looks like it's all right.
Just be ready when he pulls up.
When it pulled up, it was leaking a heap of fire out the back.
Just be ready, guys.
No, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's okay. It's definitely not on fire now, which is a good thing. But there was a second there that thing was really on fire.
Hey, I got to give a mad shout out to our production crew here. Huddy heard through the headphones exactly what we were saying. He dropped and ran straight over there with a couple of fire extinguishers ready to go.
What a man. What a man. So love that. That's under control, ladies and gentlemen. No issues with that 2J. Well, I'd say they've got issues, but they haven't got those issues. So the 127
and the 694. And we also see the 6168 as well.
Yes, absolutely. Nice little low slung roof on that. Nice clean run.
Now this will be the 68, I believe.
Yeah. Good run there. Those guys are having a good crack.
So that's a Southern Cross?
Oh, you put me on the spot. Yes, I believe so.
I believe it is, yes. It looks very Jimco-ish.
Yes, that's the trick, isn't it?
Yes, like one of the, like the 70, is it the 73, the mining services one?
Absolutely, it got us a lot of times.
Yes. As we see, it looks like Mick Marston.
Oh, and see, it's wow, Mick, get after it. Boy, he's out in the sticks just because he can't take that corner at the speed he's going.
That's what we're talking about. That experienced Don River racer, all about carrying momentum. As it looks like Talbot on a mission as well. The two racers. He's been out through the diggies. There's some sticks in the front. And they've gotten around the 29 of Rowan Williams.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, good drive there. I don't know what's going on, but that Williams entry, he was a bit off boost there, wasn't
Yes,
it? I wonder
absolutely.
if they've got to limp it a little bit.
Yes.
Here's the Ursig car. Now, let's clarify that. That's not an Ursig driving it. It's red.
Yes.
But it's a very unique, it's a beautifully turned out car. Those guys have done a great job. And Ursig, guys that have been developing cars for a long time now.
The ECE on the side, Ursig Custom Engineering. Turns out beautiful exhaust. As the 471 makes its way through as well. That's Ivan Robinson.
Yeah, the Mickey Thompson entry.
As also the Tatum, the 1111.
Correct. And Stuart Chapman through as well. Now listen, who I'm hanging out on, a bit nervous for now, Josh, is I was expecting Royden Bailey. Have I got that wrong? I thought he was part of this front pack with Talbot and Mick.
Yes, he was. He had gotten around Ivan Robinson.
So, Tony Falava having a great run there as well. Yeah, they're really starting to get into this battle pack, aren't they, Josh? It's starting to get very, very good quick here.
Well, as you said, the fast guys tend to find each other. And as you said, I tell you, they're in a big group as well. Now, the one thing we talked about that there wouldn't be much of is dust, but with about the 8 or 10 fast cars coming through in the space of about 60 seconds, as we see Aaron Havey.
Great run there. This is where experience turns it on, isn't it, Josh? They've just made good moves here.
Now, talking of element cars, the other one, Ken Battle.
He's not here.
Yes.
Agreed. And he was a little bit in front of Havey, so I'm interested that, and he looked like he's on a mission, whether he's had some sort of mechanical drama or, again, this river really tests absolutely everything about the cars. Trying to have a look at the screen and see what's in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing the best we can. There's the DAC car going down the other way. Oh, a bit of a kick there, but no big dramas. Again, Josh, I got back to that. I looked it up. That's a Mark 6 Southern Cross.
Now, what car is that pulled up over there, Dan?
Are you throwing me under the...
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to read the number.
If you can't see it, I can't see it.
Hey, he's off. He's dropped the clutch.
Good.
I tell you what, there is something about Mick and Talbot. These two tend to just find each other on a race course regularly.
And it's interesting, hey, take this how you want it. I don't know whether it's just my eyes, but my old speedrometer, intense-tometer says that Mick has gotten to a point where he's trying to look after it, and Talbot can see Mick and he's actually charging, because Mick was really charging before.
Yes. I think that's the 160?
Yeah,
yes.
Angel? Might be. Bit hard to tell. 10-15 of all coming down past under the main start-finish straight. There's the pass there. Actually, great footage there. Again, just off the main straight. Ivan Robertson running down there as well in the big truck. Okay, so this is Royden Bailey here. No, this is the 71. That Aussie Special Jimco, the V8. The 647 running through as well. Again, there's Stuart Chapman battling the dust. He's got a Tatum right on his tail as well. So a couple of big ultimate cars there coming through. Richard Hakoon and Peter Treese as well. Oh, have a listen to that. I believe they've changed it. It was a Toyota-powered V8 NASCAR thing. I believe it's got a Chev in it now. Oh, wow, that got tight. Ladies and gentlemen, how good is that drone shot? My goodness, we got the pass there. Aaron Havey making moves over the back. That looked very close there for a second. My goodness, that shows you some of the action that's happening out on course. But again, I reckon this is Keane, Jason Keane, coming down in that race, a single seat. But the exciting bit there is that we have lost a couple of the element cars. Where is Royden Bailey? Where is Kent Battle? Getting that little single seater. Class 10 car. Again, beautiful shots looking down towards the river. Beautiful view.
Yeah, it is a beautiful view here, that's for sure. So an awesome event that we got going on here. It's one of those fantastic events that we got going on.
One of our side-by-side Pro XP cars coming past through. Wow. Again, we said there wouldn't be that much dust in this race because of the breeze. Look at that. That's dusty. That's a bit of a stinker.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like a bit of smoke coming out of the back of this rig as well. Doesn't look like it's super happy. This is the Raptor body Can-Am.
Yeah, it's very cool. Can-Am hidden underneath that fiberglass body. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I thought that was you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with none other than Russ Cullen. You've made the flight over. Surely you didn't drive.
No, I didn't drive. I'm 6,000 odd kilometres from home at the moment. I must say I'm really enjoying what you guys are putting on here in North Queensland. It's a fantastic race. Got a sort of a semi-invite from Michael Marson in Vegas one year. So, great event, well covered. I've got to compliment you guys on what you're doing with the coverage. It's fantastic. You mentioned dust. You didn't think there was going to be a lot of dust, but horsepower makes dust. So
yeah. And so we were thinking it was going to blow off the breeze a little bit more. So we thought, but hey, sometimes the wind changes here on the coast. Now you're enjoying the beautiful weather here in the Whitsundays,
mate. The weather. Look, this is like racing in heaven. The weather's been fantastic. The beaches are wonderful. The accommodation and bars and that are...
Yeah, the weather is beautiful. The combination of the ocean being right here, the beautiful weather. It is a little bit windy and overcast today, unfortunately, but did you get here a little bit early and experience what the Whitsundays has to offer?
Yeah, I got here Wednesday and I have enjoyed myself, I must say. The wind's great for the races, though, and the temperature is ideal. Like, great racing conditions. And how gifted are you guys over here? Like, you had Gundy just recently.
Yep.
Now you've got this. And if you want to show off your tan, you head down south to the Pines and enjoy that race as well. It's just amazing. You've got it all going on over here. And yeah, again, great coverage. I was just daydreaming down the bottom of the pit there, enjoying the live feed, and got a call from Huddy to come up and have a look around. So,
well, the flip side about that is, you guys are doing huge things over there at Kalgoorlie too. Like, the footage last year was absolutely breathtaking. Josh and I, you've given us compliments, we're giving you guys compliments too, because I think the live stream thing has really just changed the game. The way it used to be a big, and I mean, it is a big thing. It's a big production, big team, big everything like that. But it's one of those things that I think now that with the off-road racing thing, it brings it to the masses, doesn't it? It gives you the ability that if you can't fly to Kalgoorlie, you've got a job with. I mean, obviously the best way to see off-road racing is get the dust and the fuel in your nose. You get to see all the excitement. You get to be at the showgrounds. But sometimes that's not an option. That live feed brings the dust and racing into your couch, doesn't it? Like, you can sit on the couch and enjoy it.
Yeah, the live feed from my point of view is a great way of rewarding the hard efforts that go into putting these races on. They're not like a V8 supercar round or a circuit race where you pitch up at one venue, and often in the past off-road racing's been hide and seek. The family see you at the start line and then you race off for 300 kilometres and they don't see you till the end of the day. So the beauty of the live feed and the live stream and the technology that goes with it and the magnificent production that the likes of you guys put on is it allows the families to see what's going on and enjoy the atmosphere of racing as well. Even back at the camp, the cars disappear and the ladies and gentlemen can watch on. It's terrific, and Like it is, it's like you alluded to, it's bringing our sport to the lounge room and to the office chair, you know, so people can watch a bit of the live feed during their break, or watch it at home if they can't make the trip to a magnificent location like Bowen. But I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, back home in WA, this is a great race, and it's so well organised. The spectator viewing is second to none, and if you've got a hankering for off-road, book a ticket for next year, book your accommodation, you won't be disappointed at all. In actual fact, there has been a couple of races make the journey over here, and you were mentioning who's your Smoky for the podium or in the bikes. Keep an eye out for a guy named Jackson McGrath.
Righto.
Cool.
Slightly built guy, building up his experience. He's very fit.
Yep, brilliant.
That's the 99 car, Whistle's bike.
Yeah, which is good because the DAC, sorry, we want to hear but you're right, the DAC car was on the side of the track. He was at half pace, now he's at full pace. That's good to see.
Yeah, that sounds like he's back on song.
Yeah. But yeah, we love the Smokies in the bikes because I think there's a few of them here that people probably don't realise. Like we were talking about Nathan Trigg, like even though people should know who he is, I mean, he hasn't been on that Fink podium, he hasn't been on, but he's right there. And often the guys that don't stand on the top box, they don't get a lot of recognition, but they're very, like, if you can top 20 a motorbike at Fink or Hadar or Kalgoorlie Desert Race, like, you're not playing around. You're a superhuman. Like, you're a Grabo, you're a, you know, these guys. So, you know, to have that level of competition here this weekend, you know, we used to, obviously it's awesome when Toby turned up, but, you know, there was like sort of Toby and, like a small handful. Now there's like, honestly, 20 blokes that could take this race home. We've got Callum Norton here. We've got Liam Walsh. We've got, you know, there's a lot of guys here that are going to have a good crack, hey?
Yeah, and over the years, what you'll find is that top 20 that can win this race on a bike, that'll just get bigger and bigger. You'll end up with 50. 100%. 2 years' time, there'll be 50 guys that you go, man, I can't pick anyone in that 50, you know.
Absolutely.
Well, what we're looking forward to, what we think is going to happen here as well with the Don, is what's happened in Alice Springs. You have those fast locals, people that are just come here, they pre-run the track, they get out, they race the sand on the weekend. That's what they do. They learn to ride this track, and I think we're going to see that up here in Bowen. We're going to see a bunch of fast North Queensland locals start to appear in the next generation of racers that are racing here on motorbikes.
Absolutely. The other side of that, Russ, is like, this is just the 5th year. This is the 5th running. Isn't it crazy to think that 5 years ago there wasn't a race, and now we're talking about the first one, and Billy came up, and a few other guys got behind it, and now Comiskey's here, and we've had the likes of Toby Price, and again now we've got all these guys that we were talking about as top level motorbikes and car races. Like Aaron Havey travels up. I know we were talking about Greg Gartner, Gigi. He unfortunately just hasn't fitted in yet, but this is one that he's got on his radar. He wants to do. Like imagine Greg Gartner running through. Imagine maybe the OBR boys coming over and having a run in the desert. And just hey, we got some cheers from the crowd here. Huddy reckons he just wants to be in the navigator seat. That's all
he's sick of listening to us.
I don't think he'd be sick of listening to you guys. You're doing a pretty good job.
No, it's a good time. But listen, we have a lot of fun up here, and it's always awesome. Mate, stay around, or we'll talk about some race cars and have some good times. But again, this beautiful view down here of the Don. Again, spectator area-wise, you got your ice creams, and if that doesn't suit the thing you're talking about, like, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump back into town if you need to go and get woolies, or you just need a break for half an hour with the kids. Or
Mickey D's.
You can get Mickey D's. You really are on this. Are you sponsored? Is that what's happening?
It's KFC later.
Depot. No, he loves it, but yeah, it's so good. I was going to say he's
this is the setup.
He's riveted to the live feed.
Is he live feeding? And he's like, hey. What a good time. So, yeah, again, there's that DAC car. Right? Yeah, so the calendar car, nice little jump there. She's shooting a few flames on Dig, Sal, isn't that? Like, a lot of the V8 cars now. Oh, here's the little Subaru Grumpy too.
He's just slowing down to give everyone else a chance. No, it looks like Slotsinski has succumbed to a few little dramas there. I tell you what, if it's breaking the Grumpy, you know how hard this race is on cars.
Definitely. There's this. Oh yeah,
side by side.
One of our side by side cars running through here. So the 668 making its way past.
Very notable how quick the side by sides are over here on the eastern seaboard. They're we did Love Day a few weeks ago, and the side-by-sides get along quite nicely there.
James Cook, that man is on a mission at the moment.
Yeah.
Taking a national overall, but then also, like, yes, the Charters Towers track did suit a side-by-side, but then also Vic represented hard for the side-by-sides. I mean, he qualified in front of a lot of
He
fast
was
cars.
inside the top 20 at Think Prologue in a side-by-side.
Yeah,
That's,
it's just amazing.
That's mind-blowing, isn't it? So, absolutely crazy. Hey, that was Brett Blaisbrook that came past before in the 668 as well, with Ryan Southern in the passenger, that Can-Am Maverick X3. And yeah, like you said, Russ, we've been around long enough that I was a bit of a hater to start off with. I was like, oh man, just rolling roadblocks. But they're definitely competitive in race cars now. They've come a long way in a short period of time. There's another group, and again, you give me an XP900 from a couple of years ago, they were back-breaking hard work back when Cody Crocker first started racing them, I think. But nowadays, these things, they move and they get the whole race on the belt. They've got all the stuff that they need now to make them very competitive. So
it's amazing the different culture from east to west. We really welcomed the side-by-sides back home because our numbers were real poor. So we'd have like 14 decent cars and then a gaggle of sort of another dozen. So field of 26, 30. But when the side-by-sides came along, those fields went from 30 to 50 and 60. And so we welcome them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic step from motorbikes too. I feel like the bike guys then relate to the side-by-side step, can do it, can achieve it, and then they go to buggy, truck, whatever that may be. That seems to be a common stepping ground. We see it with the four-wheel drive stuff too. Being a four-wheel drive racer yourself, you sort of come out of the four-wheel drive stuff, step into the off-road racing, and then go, I need to get myself a trophy truck or a buggy or whatever that is. Talking about that, here's one of the Rush trucks coming through. That's that new 446.
466.
It's 466, and I do believe it was a brand new build.
Unfortunately, not sounding super happy there, but that's always going to be the way when you're, debuting your vehicle. Can't expect it to be perfect straight out of the box, although a lot of these modern cars are. So that's Rob Waring in a Rush truck with a 6-litre Chev as well.
I reckon that 699 will be on the doorstep of the Rush truck in a minute. The Rush truck sounded like she was a little bit hot.
Yeah.
The motor wasn't overly happy. I would dare say some of the tuners have had their work cut out in the weeks leading up to this race, taking a bit of timing out of these big V8s and pouring a bit more fuel in to try and arrest the temperatures.
I was going to say, I think even in where they had a lot, like the siding lap, I think they might have worked out that they had a few temperature issues and things that they were about to learn. So I think that's going to be an interesting game there. And again, to see them make it through the full 3 laps, and then 3 again tomorrow too. Again, the other thing interesting, Russ, reverse grid, that always mixes it up a little bit here, doesn't it?
Oh, that's magnificent though. Like that, everyone sort of complains back home about reverse grid. And for many reasons, we have very narrow tracks back home in WA, but what a magnificent river to have a reverse grid race in.
Great opportunity, isn't it?
Like in places it's 500 metres wide and some, so yeah, what a great thing. And it's great for the spectacle of the race because the cars are like frequent. They come by the spectator vantage points often. And
there's passing involved in front of the spectator area. No, I totally agree, mate. Absolutely brilliant. And then the big key there also is that, we've had some interesting racing. We saw Kent Battle and Lloyd Bailey and those guys come through the book. I was going to say, in our ears, the Aussie 7, and he's down the far end, coming on his way back through. We should see him soon. But, we saw those passes right in front of the spectator mound before. And that's the thing that, being on the seat, being on the bleachers out there just makes it a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I don't think Mick and Talbot, the team that organised this event, made the decision to do the reverse grid lightly. I think they knew what style of race they had on their hands and how they could add a little different element to it.
Now, boys, just while I was we were chatting away there, did you happen to see what happened with Clayton Chapman? Did they go back out or they put it away for the weekend?
I actually missed it.
But that car,
I think Chapo got whatever was busted up, sorted out, and off he went.
Because I think what we saw here at the start there was a little oil fire, because it looked like it had pumped some oil out of it. Looked like a catch can or something like that. So hopefully they sorted that out and got it under control.
And what a watershed moment for Clayton Chapman. I actually caught up with him, I think it was Thursday afternoon, as people were gathering around the Speedway area. And I did say to him, at long last, you've stopped listening to your old man when it comes to driving.
Yes.
And you got yourself a win at Gundy.
Yes.
And Clayton Chapman certainly didn't get his driving skill from Dad, so how you going there, Rob, if you're listening?
I was going to say, Rob. Actually, Rob drove the Razorback here, was it 2 years ago or 1 year ago? And he had a couple of good passes. He looked like he'd found a bit of heavy right foot. He was pretty aggressive there. And he actually came together, but was in the same track as Stewart in the single car. So when there's two chappy cars together, there's a bit of family rivalry, isn't there? So it's a great time there. They had a good run, and it was definitely fun to see. But again...
You mentioned Rob, and he did really well a couple of years back here. Was quite quick.
Yes.
According to Rob, that was cramp.
Oh, really? There you go.
Bit of old man's calf injury cramp.
Gotcha.
Couldn't get his foot off the gas. So
it was too fast and too rough. No, they're known for their nice drive. They turn out those cars beautifully, and it's a great family of races, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Terrific family of races. Back in the day, we used to race against, I was going to say I used to race against Clayton, but Clayton used to lead us a merry dance in his Pajero,
Followed around behind?
Yeah, we used to escort him around.
Yes, absolutely. No, absolute boot. Yeah, and it's good to see the progression of that family too, going through, starting in the 7s, going to the 8s, then building a bits and pieces. That wheeling truck is very sad, isn't it? I don't know, you have to think about whether you're going to go for another 30k lap with that.
Yeah. They're probably hunting down a finish there in the blue rush truck. Sounds very ugly, that engine.
So just while we're getting ready to wrap up for the last event here, for the last lap, we've got Dale, the local member for the Whitsunday Regional Council. How are you?
I'm good, and what a fantastic day it is for this event.
Yeah, awesome. So you guys obviously one of the naming rights sponsors of this event.
Oh, look, it just continues to grow, and certainly it's something that QTC needs to get behind and really promote, because it just continues to grow, and it's almost outgrown already what the expectations were.
Yeah,
and we just need to go with it and keep developing it and make sure that we cater for it, because if you have a look at the numbers last night at the showgrounds, and
massive
spectators today all along the banks of the river here.
Yeah, it's beautiful. If you didn't know, Russ is actually from Western Australia, so he's come all the way from Western Australia to come over and witness the event that you guys are putting on. So fantastic. So how did they approach the original idea with you to get on board with this event?
Oh, look, they came to me, and of course a couple of local fellas, Telford Cox and Marzo, came and saw us and said, look, we've got an idea. We want to have a race in the Don River, the bed of the Don River at Bowen. And I went, I don't know about that, guys. But, look, and it just from there it grew, and they put the first event on, and everyone went, wow, how good is this? Because people could line the banks all the way along the course. Great for spectators. And then it's just exploded. It's just continued to grow and grow and grow, and now it's got those growing pains, and we need to take that next step forward and really start looking at professional management.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, incredible. So this is obviously, it's an event that brings a lot of money and a lot of people to your community. We're talking to people, and they said that they've come to visit for a week or even 2 weeks. They've come for a week before the race, and then they'll do the race, and then they'll continue around the area and check it out. So that's a fantastic thing for your community as well.
Oh, look, massive injection into the local economy. I went to Woolworths yesterday. The shelves were empty.
Yeah.
Like, they've just gone in there and cleaned the place out, and really all your coffee shops, your restaurants, it just flows right through the community, and such a good event for this area.
So is it something that the local community has noticed and they get behind and they support as well?
Increasingly so, and that's important as we continue to develop this event, that we bring the community along on that ride.
Yes.
That we involve the community, that we cater for the spectators, that we've got the racing event as such, but let's now look at what we can do for the spectators and how we bring the community along on that ride.
Fantastic. Now that's great, and I think that's where you see races really grow and have strength and really gain a lot of support, is when they have a lot of community support. So we thank you very much. We're going to get back to calling the race.
But great to be here.
Thank you very much for coming up and have a chat. Now make sure you come and say hi again throughout the weekend. We'll have a bit more of a chat.
Absolutely. Look forward to it.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you. So we also see in that time, we've seen some of our leaders come through. Looks like we got the 11.75. He's come through at such pace that he's actually overshot the pit entry. So that's Jamie Knight, the 11.75. Now, while we were talking to the local member, we also saw the 42 come in as well as the 455 of Mr. Diggett. So those guys on a good run. Looks like the Bailey Motorsports rig as well, the 52. So we might have missed him on his second lap as we keep a bit of an eye out. But we're starting to see some of our top competitors. Michael Marson makes his way in as well. So hard on the brakes. Makes his way into the pit. So that's a great run for Mick as well. Now, Mick, was he happy about that? Able to keep Talbot behind him. I know they always have a pretty close race, but looks like Mick able to get in front of Talbot. So we'll keep a bit of an eye out as I see. Looks like the 16 of Talbot Cox as well making his way in. So like we said, there's usually a little bit of a break, and now we get the racing in thick and fast. So that's the 16 Talbot, a two-time winner here. You can see, like you said, obviously being out making passes in the scrub there. A little bit of
camouflage on the front of the car there.
Yeah. And we also see some of our side-by-sides. That's the Hall Brothers Racing, the 665 on a flat tyre there as well. So obviously deciding not to pull over. Or maybe that's their second flat as there's no spare on that car. Maybe.
Boys, what a day of racing we've had so far. We're only 1/4 of the way through.
A quarter, yeah, that's right.
Quarter.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
Maybe, yeah, it's so good. We're so excited. It's been such a fantastic time. We've just been cruising around the pits and having a chat to some of the racers, having a chat with some of the guys. The Blokes World team are here and having a great time. And, you know, like, what an absolutely fantastic event. And, again, only a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, it's something I'm looking forward to. Looking forward to the bikes. We were rattling off some of the names before. Ivan Long, Ben Grabham, Liam Walsh, your man from Western Australia. It's going to be a great event, like you said. I mean, the levels are up, boys.
Well, we probably should do this. Listen, as commentators, we're fantastic electricians, eh, Josh? So what we're going to start off with is, I'm Dan Curran, this is Josh Curran, and we got Russ Cullen all the way over from WA, mate.
How good.
Coming over and commentating some motorbikes, as well as some cars with us.
Yeah, great to be over here on holiday. I got a phone call from Huddy, the producer of this great live stream, and he said, get up to the commentary booth now.
Huddy's the man.
So, honoured to be here alongside you guys. It's been great so far.
Yeah, mate, it's an absolute pleasure to have you, and, you know, diverse range of... are we classed as ex-racers now, or you're a current racer?
I'd like to think that I'm going to put the helmet back on next year.
We say the same thing. We're all ex-racers is what we're saying at the moment. We'll get there. We'll get back there one day, won't we?
Yeah, look, I definitely class myself as an ex-racer at the moment. The way I'm barbecuing cash on other people's racing in my junior team back home. But yeah.
Awesome, mate. No, it's always fantastic to see juniors coming through anyway. So
absolutely.
You guys are doing awesome, mate. Actually, you race the Holden Ute, don't you guys?
Oh, we got the HZ sedan.
A sedan. Sorry, I didn't know it was a sedan now thing. Yeah, so cool. And you guys did well in Class 5 the other weekend, didn't you?
Yeah, Love Day. We took the chocolates at Love Day. We were a little bit disappointed with the rollout. We thought Love Day was going to be a race where there'd be like 10 or 12 Class 5s. So what we were endeavouring to do with that race is go and grab some points in Class 5 at South Australia, and then hopefully that would force some of those Class 5s to come back over to WA for the AORC round back there in Kalgoorlie. But as it was, there was only 2 Class 5s, so we got the chocolates for that one, yeah.
Now, talking about desert racing, I know we're going to get underway here very shortly with the Don River Dash 23. We've got the motorbikes coming out. Now, one of the fantastic desert racing things that happen is you guys have got the Kalgoorlie race coming up, mate.
Yeah, the last round of the AORC, Kalgoorlie's coming up. That's a really well patronised race. We get lots of cars, lots of bikes. I think this year we're aiming at 200 bikes and 100 cars, so that'll be a chock-a-block 300-kilometre race for both cars and bike section.
And I love that because I think it cannot be said enough how good the two races, like as in motorbikes, desert races, motoring bikes and cars interact. It's just such a great thing. I should ask this, Russ, is your background motorbikes?
No, mate. I've always too large a man to be jumping on a motorbike. Anyway.
No, well, Josh and I come from a motorbike riding background. Went to Fink and realised that it was very dumb to do it on motorbikes once you get past about 30, mate?
Yeah.
And then, we just love that sport and wanted to get involved, and now we're in the off-road racing scene. And, what I guess I'm trying to get at is that there is a lot of guys, like our Toby Prices, like our Billy Geddes. Billy Geddes rode motorbikes. Brett Comiskey rode quad bikes, so how loose in the head
He's
is
a
he?
mad dog.
So just again, to try to, I'm trying to pitch it to you guys that a lot of these older car drivers were ex-motorbike guys. So I think there's a good continuity there with races coming from the motorbike scene.
Well, I think, Dan, in fairness, when you get more established,
yes,
you go to a car after a motorbike. Not getting older.
More of this stuff.
Just as you get more established, a few more brains.
Does established mean cash?
There could be many things.
There's no cash.
No, you're dead right, mate. Hey, look at this. How good are these drone shots that the crew have got here going at the Whitsundays in the Don River? Again, it really gives you a fantastic perspective of exactly what's going on here. The Whitsunday Regional Council doing a fantastic job of getting behind this race, as well as we cannot say enough about Comiskey Mining Services. Those guys, again, just put their money where their mouth is. They've got race teams. Brett himself is driving a trophy truck. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well for him this year, and the unlimited classes, and obviously he's the naming rights sponsor of the Don River Dash again.
Yeah, and I noticed in the bike pit as I was going up and down there just before he's got himself into the bikes.
The Sherco team, he's sponsored a lot of the Sherco team that's here as well. So he's done an awesome job. I tell you, Brett is one of those guys. You also left out. He's also the naming rights sponsor of the live feed as well. So jump on board for that. I'm pretty sure if there's a naming rights sponsor of any event here, Brett Comiskey has his name on it. So
I was going to say, the coolest story there is that we had him up a couple of years ago, and Russ, I don't know if you know this story, and we were just chatting to him, and he literally goes, I think it was, anyway, one of the people from the North Queensland Club goes, "This is our gold sponsor." He goes,
naming rights sponsor.
Naming rights, and he goes, "Oh, am I?" And he goes, "Essentially, I just said, what do you need to make this race happen, and I'll do it." Because he just believed in the product that much. He believed in what the North Queensland Club was doing. And I tell you what, can't say enough about that. That's what needs to happen in this sport. And again, these beautiful shots of the farmland of beautiful Bowen. Righto, so right now, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We have our liaison coming under the timing. It's going to be Liam Walsh is going to be our first rider off this section. So again, that was our liaison. They come under the timing marker. You'll probably see the timing marker right there. And they are now down into the river. How good is this?
It's about to get wild.
It is about to get very fast here. Again, our Group 1 of bikes. And we've got our eyes peeled here in the river. Have a look at that. Big set of rough whoops.
And it's on for young and old in the bikes.
We're looking for the number 1, obviously, of Liam Walsh to be the leader.
Now, just to remind the people at home, this is not reverse grid. They are starting in the order that they believe they will be the fastest. So, look at that.
Oh, my goodness. So that is that the number 1? We apologise, ladies and gentlemen. It's very hard with these bikes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Have a look at this. The pass that is Ivan Long. Absolutely. So keep a good eye on Ivan Long on the 109. He's going to be an absolute terrorist here this weekend.
I'm going to say that's the 5. Jackson McGrath, the Western Australian man, making moves already. Jesse McMillan Moore. We're looking for Zachary Rotson. Also James Heenan, Brent Story. But these are the fastest of the fastest. These are some of our, as Dan said, to put it into perspective, these are people that have stood, a little bit of a bottom out, bit of a G out there, suspension not quite on point, but these are some of the fastest people you'll see at Fink. So that's just putting it into perspective. Fink, one of the fastest desert races in Australia. We're seeing them here at the Don River Dash.
Well, really, Josh, out of the fastest desert races at Fink Desert Race, which is the crowning jewel in the Desert Series, it's really the only guy not here is David Walsh.
Absolutely.
Cousin Liam Walsh is in the pole position.
I believe Callum finished 2nd.
He definitely did, yes. Absolutely. So that we are talking about the best of the best. Ivan Long was 3rd on the podium. So we essentially have... Did you get excited talking about Longy? Is that what happened there?
I did.
Oh, the limiter bob.
The
limiter bob.
Well, anyone playing along at home, the drinking games from Fink do continue for Don River Dash. So when you hear on the bopper, Jakey Swinglehurst, I'm looking at you. See, I said it with a G, not a D.
Oh, man, this is the best.
What a spectacle amongst the bikes here.
Bro, I'm just looking at us 3 here, and the grin is literally from ear to ear as we watch these. These guys are superhuman, Russ. Like, I just don't understand how they've got this much talent.
Well, talent, bravery, and fitness by the looks.
Absolutely, mate. These guys are the supermen of the sport. And I hear the first two-stroker.
Yes.
How good is that? The two-banger. Ronnie Mack would be proud. So good. And the other thing I just love about the bikes is there's just such a range. Obviously, KTM have been so dominant for a long time now. But again, we've got the Shercos, we've got the Yamahas, we've got the Hondas, the CRs. Like, it's just so exciting to see. And I just love these guys that are just prepared to hold that right just absolutely on the stop. And again, I think we're going to get the best view of the week. Like, we've been to Don 4 out of the 5. This is the 5th, obviously. And, did you see, the live feed? I am loving this, ladies and gentlemen.
Just about swapped out there.
Okay, now listen, what you got to do, we're early on. Like, subscribe, all that. What's the YouTube stuff, Russ? Help me out. You're like us. We don't know any of this stuff.
Like, share, subscribe.
That's right. But what you got to do is share. You got to make sure you jump on, get on the Facebook, and make sure the Facebook on the Don River. So and
the Don River Dash.
Actually, there is a statement there, boys. Make sure you don't follow any of those scammers. There's already Indian scammers about live feeds and that. It is just called Don River Dash.
If someone's trying to sell you some enlarging pills, you're on the wrong YouTube
page.
You're on wrong YouTube site.
In fact, if anyone's charging at all, there is no charge for this. If you're not getting this free and live, you're on the wrong page.
Yeah, it's definitely a free live stream, and if you subscribe to any of the curries, you'll probably end up with curries, and that's about all.
That's right. That's about right.
But a mad shout out to the club. This is something that they have taken on board. Mick was talking about it last night. He wants to get this race out to the people. Look at the amount of bikes that we have. This is what you guys are seeing, what we're seeing. There are multiple amounts of bikes on track at the same time as they start them in rows. 15. 15. I had to count. That's why there was a long break.
Oi,
I'm a dumbass.
There's 15 on the top of the list, mate.
Yeah, copy.
Josh, you know how to use a spreadsheet?
No, you're right. Rows of 15. 15 rows of 15. Oof. Let's get this happening.
Now, it shouldn't be too long before the boys make the turn at the bottom down near the airport there, so our top riders will be coming back.
And that's the thing. There's just so much everywhere you look here at the Don River Dash.
So the transition lane's still emptying out, and we're going to end up with the fast guys coming by to our right any minute now.
Now, Dan, I'm going to throw you under the bus here.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to ask a question. Do they crown a king of the Don, the fastest bike versus the fastest car?
No, they don't, but they should.
They should. They definitely
Is that
should.
something you're going to pitch?
Here
Yeah.
on the two-bagger. He's getting it done.
Yeah, he knows what's up. He's having a good run there. Because this is what's crazy about this race, is today it's a bit of a shuffle. There's guys that we never would have heard of. They've come out of the back of Fane.
Well, the fast locals. The
Yeah.
fast locals.
Yep.
Or non-locals, but yes.
Yes, I know what you're saying, but essentially the guy from South Australia that we've never heard about, the fast farmer, he's been stump chasing out the back on an XR, gets himself a KTM 500, and gets himself a ride with Grabo on the player deal, and turns up and has a cracker.
Now, I'm glad you talked about that, Dan. Grabo's track and trail, how good an opportunity is that? So
What
you
an
can
opportunity.
get onto his Facebook page. You can actually book yourself online and get yourself a race bike. Come out, do some suspension tuning, do some work with Grabo, and get yourself a ride here at Don River. So if you're interested in racing the Don River, Grabo's track and trail is the way. Look at this. I am out of control here right now.
How good is it?
It's peak hour. Peak hour in the Don River.
It is peak hour. Hey, now listen, I just want to run really quick through. On our live stream, we've got some of our fantastic sponsors like Mickey Thompson Tyres. I was going to run through our platinum sponsors at Comiskey Mining Services along with Whitsunday Council. We've got them up the top, but we've also got all our gold sponsors, which is Apple Point Operations, RGM Maintenance. Again, a guy that rides, drives, races, does all sorts of things. McDonald Earth Moving. Now, Pat was out on the track before racing his side-by-side, so he's not just a sponsor, he's a racer, he loves it, as well as Mickey Thompson. They bring that big 80 series Russ all the way from wherever, Victoria, they drive her all the way up and make sure that they're involved in the sport. They completely love it, as well as all our awesome silver sponsors, Burdekin Motorcycles. So if you need anything over the course of the weekend, Burdekin Motorcycles is going to hook you up, as well as Raceline, North Queensland Hard Facing, DFI, which is Design Fab Industries, all the parts, brackets, bits and pieces. Mercedes are there. Refrigerated Technologies, if you need any refrigeration, aircon or electrical done in Bowen and the surrounds. Tropic Petroleum. We've also got our checkpoint sponsors, which is Horizon, Whitsunday Jet Ski Tours, Bowen Tire and Mechanical, and our bronze sponsors, which is Coralie Farms, which do all the tomatoes in Bowen. Absolutely brilliant. So Coralie Farms, big shout out to you guys, as well as BQC Quarries, DJ Brazil, if you need a tilt tray or earth moving or truck. Tipping this weekend, it's a tilt tray that you may need, but Land Accountants as well, like Land being the last name, Land Accountants, BIH, as well as John's Plumbing, Jab Coaching and Suspension, Talbot's Earth Moving, Core Safe, Rob Key Earth Moving, Tailing Gully Farming, and Proserpine Diesel. So again, huge shout out to all of those sponsors. We could not do it without you, and we are racing here with, look at this, the dirt bikes. And this is where it gets wild, Russ, is because we're now down through the list with, let's use the word, unpositioned riders. Like, there's fast guys and there's no slow guys out here, let's just clarify that. But there's your good trail rider out here mixed in with your racer, and that's a different beast, isn't it? Like, let's be brutally honest, because I can be brutally honest with myself. My level and Josh's level and an Ivan Long, we're on two different worlds, mate.
Planets.
Like, it doesn't even make sense how that guy deals with the way he rides.
Yeah, look, I think to meet Ivan Long's standards, you guys would need astral travel. So
yes, absolutely.
You won't be doing that in a hurry, I don't
Not
think.
at all. Exactly right. So, and and again, we've got the Liam Walsh and Callum Norton, like you said, the redhead machine. Like, it's just such a wild bit of gear, and we're going to see them floating along this start-finish line run very shortly. And, we'll still have bikes going out while the pro guys are coming back in.
Yeah, well, look, as we see some of our, want of a better word, backmarkers come past the commentary booth, these guys are well skilled, but they perhaps don't have the bike set up or the budget to set the bike up or the equipment, so they're just out there having a ball, and they're showcasing their skills to the public, and they're doing a great job.
Absolutely, mate. And that's what I mean. Like, you got to understand, I laugh about, we talk about Fink all the time, and I've got young fellas and mates, and same with the Don River Dash. They want to come out and race the Don River. Oh, do you think I'll get? No, stop. Just come and ride it. See how you go. Get into the field. Get into the groove. Like, when you see a guy that's a pro rider, it is a, like you said, out of this world experience. Like, the guys are so good, and don't get me wrong, even the, again, like you said, quote-unquote back markers, like, they are beyond good trail riders. Like, an average trail rider can't do what we're seeing right in front of us, hey, Ross? So, you know, it's so cool to see these guys out here. There's so many great dirt bike riders at the Don River Dash that it's exciting.
Well, we were talking about it's going to be that race where we're going to start to see fast locals appear, much like we see at Fink. We're going to see people that, they come to Don River and they want to finish, particularly in the motorbike, 150 or 300 kilometres over the weekend of pure sand riding. This is not an easy task for any rider to take on.
Well, I think the other thing that you talk about, Josh, is that, like motorbike-wise, 10 years ago, whether we like to admit it or not, or let's say 20 years ago, but the moral of the story is that we were, like, the desert racing thing was a fringe outlier. Like in Yeppoon, and I'm sure it's the same for you in Perth and bits and pieces. Like, if you talked about... Oh, Josh got very excited there for a second.
There was some feet off the pegs on the live stream.
I love it, he jumped. But, like... Even the Fink Desert Race was a fringe outlier. Like, you didn't know about it unless you were into desert racing, You didn't ride. Whereas now, like, a lot of these guys, they know the fuel tank setups. They know the steering dampers. They know the stegs pegs. They've got the desert, because you don't set up a motorbike for supercross the way you set it up for desert racing. A lot of these bikes are big, a lot of sag on them. Oh, wow. See, this is what I mean. Like, all of a sudden, there's a fast guy from... Whoa! That's good, man. Very good. They are having a good crack here.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. What we see before us is a race breaking out for 80th and 81st position, and they're going as hard as the front runners are.
Absolutely they are. They are cracking. Yeah, mate, it's so cool to see this desert racing thing really take off. And we've got so many beautiful bits of country to do it. Like we talked about Kalgoorlie, you can race the cars and the bikes on the same weekend. There's guys that are doing crossover. We're talking about Clayton Chapman's actually driving a race car and doing very well, other than that little issue. But he's also out there riding a Pony Express style team motorbike thing as well. So, wow, again, look at this. We're talking about, like, starting out of 150th, and these guys are double monoing into the step-up, like, very impressive riding here from everyone.
I think that's the beauty of this race. There are those smokies in the back of the field that no one's really heard of, but they've got a very high skill level, and perhaps we've got to write it down on screen.
He looks like he's questioning his life choices right about now.
Yeah, he's certainly gathering up the breaths. Yeah. Had the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah. He goes, maybe I didn't do quite enough sand training for this one.
And one of the worst things too, you've just taken a bit of a whack, and then you've got to get yourself up and then pick your motorbike up as well. And let me tell you, those things are not light. Now, I've got to ask, is that coming straight into the river?
Yeah, that's off the transition stage,
Yep, absolutely.
And now it looks like we've got one of our front runners on the left-hand box here.
Absolutely. That's the number 3, Josh. So number 3 will be Cody Stevens.
Geez, good eyes, DC, to be able to pick that up on the live stream.
Holy moly.
You always continue to impress me.
Remember that, mate. Remember that. Big brother skills.
That was a great shot of Cody earlier, that bike scrolling around. There was never a dull moment on that bike.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, he had a cracking run here. Yeah, I'm sure it was last year that Stevens had a really good run. And it's crazy because they're young fellas too, like they really hold her on the throttle stop and they have a good run here. Like you said, dropping down into the river now. This is tough. This is the trail riders, you know what I mean?
Well, you can see the damage that the buggies have done, the trucks have done to the car, to the track. See the way it whooped out, but how good is this footage? Oh my goodness.
So that's Zachary Watson there, boys. The number 8. Look how fast, and that's the difference, isn't it? You can see the guys, these are professional race riders.
or just kahunas.
Definitely got kahunas. Yeah, very impressive. Again, want to keep a good eye on all of these guys. So is that the number 7 there, which is Jesse McMillan Moore? So a good ride there. Gee, that is a very high-speed section there. So unfortunately, another one of our riders, wow, he's a long way from his bike.
A long way, Dan. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he's come off a pace, limping a little bit. We'll see if we can see a number there and let you know along at home.
It looks like 454 on his back is what I can tell you.
Now, he's also done the Mike Metzger there. No, the Danny Curran, no visor.
Dan Curran loves that style. If I've got a brand new helmet, Russ, I tend to knock the front off it the first week. That's my skill set.
Geez, I hope everybody's watching at home in WA.
494, definitely.
Hope people are watching home in Perth, in Carnarvon in particular, because this is a bucket list race for you bike riders out there. So 494's underway again.
So I'm going to say that was a big one. Like you said, Dan, you pointed out how far away he was from his motorbike. He had to run a fair distance back. Poor old bugger, he's just taken a massive hit, and then he's had to run a couple of metres or, 10, 15 metres in the sand in his motocross boots as well. Geez, look at this high-speed section.
I'm trying to scan to see whether 494 is on our list. Again, with 15 by 15 motorbikes, that's a fair old number to have a look through. But yeah, again, 494 on his back.
And he was on his back for a moment there.
Yeah, you're dead right.
But he got back on the bike, which is nice to see.
Yes.
Yeah, and sometimes you warm back into it, don't you? It might be a good little a lesson early, but it's all about making it to the end.
Is that him there? 494 going past us, no helmet, no visor on the helmet.
Yeah, and he's up on the back wheel, so he's starting to feel comfortable again.
Yeah, bit of a wake-up call. Now he's easing back into his work.
Getting back to what he's got to do. Yeah, don't forget there's all different classes as well. Like, we've got our Masters and all the other things as well. The Class 9 guys, the Class 9 girls, I believe it is. So, that's going to be cool to see as well as, just to mix it up, they also do the Pony Express. So, we talked to Clayton Chapman before. It's one lap. He's doing the second lap. And then the third lap is the original rider. So it's a two-man team doing the 3 laps today. Oh, fantastic view here coming back towards the pits. Those flags waving again. Motorbike riders everywhere. Oh, I was thinking from my vantage point that was an older Honda, but it's not. I think it might be like a gas or something like that. Nothing. And again, look, another fast guy from where you would assume is out of position, because he is way quick. Nice ride there.
Yeah, like you said, just putting it on the back wheel, a couple of little wheel taps through those rough little whoops that are just kicking some of our race cars apart, and then powering onto that jump. So, say a little bit out of position. Looks like he's got himself a nice little gap on his group of 15 that he has started with. I tell you what, that is one thing about the bike, boys, isn't it? The action just continues to roll through.
I tell you what, last year I had the privilege of going out with Talbot Cox and marking the track prior to the race. And I can tell you, something for nothing, these bike riders are going to be hanging on tomorrow, because just the DNA of the track, it's going to get cut up badly for the bikes.
Well, they were even talking about in the cars. I don't remember talking to Kent Battle, and again, that's before the motorbikes, and he was saying between the 6 laps, how far some of, originally there was like a wet patch on a hole, like in a whoop hole, and he goes, there was actually like a creek running at the end of it because the cars had dug it out so much, and the motorbikes. I mean, you can't underestimate how much, 300 motorbikes affect. Oh.
That is...
I don't know if we got that on our feed, but
no.
Right in front of us, someone's gone down, and
unfortunately, relatively hard.
Yep. So people are on their way now.
He's taking a few moments to gather his faculties.
Yeah.
But that's great. We've got our safety team on the way. As we see on the live stream, it looks like I can't quite read the number there.
Yeah, I can't.
The 139.
Yep, 139, definitely. Good eyes. Yep. So just so we're clear, he's definitely moving over there as the medics get over to him. But I think he's having question a few things. Yep. So we're down on the river and having a good run there. Again, look at this. How good is this view? You got the farm sheds in the background on the drone shottage, as well as the Bruce Highway. That's how close we are to the centre of Bowen. Absolutely brilliant. Again, we're all anxiously watching whose bikes are where, and the drone is obviously down where we enter the river, so we've still got a few of our guys just working their way into the river. We've also got the train bridge down there as well. Again, look at all these lucky people going on their way to Cape York up here, Russ. They're all going for a camp.
That bridge, that's on its way to Townsville, is it not?
It is on its way to Townsville.
From up here?
Yes, absolutely. So when you come up to Rocky, you basically punch out to the coast, like it runs up the coast, and you go to Bowen. So you almost drive into Bowen, but if you choose not to go to Bowen, that'd be very silly, Russ, obviously.
Absolutely.
But if you're on your way but you turn left just before you enter Bowen Main, and go and bypass, and you head up towards Cairns and Townsville first, obviously. If you ever want to see a race and you're local, the Burdekin race that Talbot runs on his property, second to none. It is an absolutely brilliant race, so get amongst that. Burdekin up there in North Queensland, they run a good show up there.
Yeah, look, I could see myself spending a bit of time on an aeroplane in the just near future with all the good races you guys have got over here.
Absolutely.
Have a look at our live shot. We got a falcon or a bird stalking the drone at the moment. So this is the dramas that the production crew have to go through at the moment. The bird chasing the drone at this point in time.
Absolutely.
So Huddy doing a good job, evasive manoeuvres.
Now that's not, but it was a great shot. Coralie Farms, which is one of our fantastic sponsors of tomatoes, is actually just over to the southeast of us. So a big shout out to Coralie Farms, and they got all the tomatoes all around Woolworths and all the other places. And so again, big shout out to one of our sponsors there, and a fantastic view of just how close. I believe that's the farm just over there, Russ. It's all the power and lights and all the things. So if you need a tomato, that's the place. Oh.
Thank you.
Trying to look at the numbers again. I think we're still waiting for some of our forward race cars race motorbikes.
Mate, not hard to get confused when it's this exciting.
There's a lot going on, isn't there? There is a lot going on. And again, I just keep looking down, as does our live feed, down towards this jump, because I'm thinking that we're going to see, is it Liam Walsh? Is it Callum Norton? Is it Cody Stevens? Is it five-time Ben Grabham? The man, the myth, the Desert King. It's funny because a lot of these young fellas, they know Toby Price and David Walsh is the king. But before there was a king, well, even before there was that, there was GDR, wasn't there? So, well, here we go. And it is the one. It is Liam Walsh on his way through into the pits.
So explain what's going on here, Dan, because for a lot of the car viewers, they wouldn't understand that these bikes actually need to do a refuel.
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll be making a choice. Most of these bikes won't make it the full way on, so it's the 3 laps. I would imagine, Russ, that Liam Walsh, because he does have the big tank on it, he'll do 2 laps, but the decision would have been to start off the way that they're starting off. And we'll see this, because who's this? Is this Callum Norton? No, he's coming in
as well. He's pitting as well?
Yep. So a lot of these guys, and it is Callum Norton, would start with a lighter fuel tank. They'll do a full dash now and then not stop. Ivan Long. Ivan Long has come up a little bit, so that's a good run there from Longy. So Cody Stevens, we're keeping an eye out for. We should see the number 3 through very shortly. No, I'm very confused. I've got to change my story, Russ. It might have changed since last year. Am I on the right track thinking that there is a sign up that says you don't go around?
Yes, there is, yes.
So, back in the... I'll tell you a story that's going to confuse everyone now that I obviously don't know what's going on, is Toby Price ran his Dakar bike here and didn't stop at all. Because if you've got enough fuel, like he had 28 litres of fuel on board, they used to just lap around. But looking at this now, I think you are going to be forced to go through every pit.
Now, what bike just come in there, Dan?
Oh, you're asking me three questions in one here. You set
Looks
me
like
up.
the rider is quite unhappy at this point in time as well. I see him hit his bike on the way in, showing that he was quite displeased. Maybe the way the bike's running, maybe a flat tyre, maybe something like that. But we'll keep a bit of an eye. Looks like they're only doing fuel and he's going to head off. But he looked quite unhappy.
Yeah, Josh, on the way in there, he was giving the signal for the goggles.
Yes.
And I got a feeling his pit weren't ready with a spare set of goggles, which is quite amazing.
So let's try to have a look on the way out, Josh. I might be able to pick it. Hard to see when it's, because it is just a straight white and black bike. Might be a Simford bike or something along those lines.
Yeah, he was very animated when he came up the chute.
Yes, absolutely.
Signalling for goggles, and perhaps goggles, gloves weren't ready. And, not so happy, that rider. I'm sure his team will make amends. They're very professional, these bike teams, so something minor was overlooked there. And
yes,
the bike rider setting a very high standard for the team gave him a tune-up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in this event, we know that, especially with the way they start 15 at a time, that seconds are absolutely precious for these guys in this race. They're looking for every opportunity that they have to be able to put a bit of time on their competitors. As the next bike coming into the pits is the number 8, so that's Zachary Watson into the pits. So the first of our Honda competitors.
So it looks like our man, or my man, Jackson McGrath's dropped off the radar a bit, but maybe he's just easing his way into his work.
Oh, well, absolutely. This is a brutal race. As you said, that track...
And this could be Jacko here now.
That is the number 5, so that's your man, Jackson McGrath. And then we see the 229 in as well. Wow, the 229, Jay Simpster, he's come off the second row, so he has made some moves there. Gee, 229, Jay Simpster, that is one that we will definitely keep an eye at as we see Liam Walsh racing back across on the further side. He is well and truly into his second lap at this point in time, as it looks like the 682 makes their way in as well.
Yeah, so Liam Walsh buzzing the tower, as it would be.
Absolutely. Also looks like the number 2 of Callum Norton, those KTM team up out the front. That fantastic desert racing experience of the KTM team. As we see the 10, James Heenan make his way in as well. And the 541.
Boy, Longy going the other way, man. On the go. Oh my goodness. That man is a myth.
He's got the smell of victory in his nostrils.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a few bikes back at the moment, but he's obviously got a whiff of what the pace is, and he's setting it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is his style of race too, Russ. Like, you know, fast, dangerous, take chances. That's Ivan Long right there. So he likes it when it's just a big, fast, rough race. So, but, I mean, we're talking about Callum Norton. We're talking about Liam Walsh. Like, he has some serious competition to work through.
Have we had the 4-plate bike, Ben Grubman, come through yet?
Oh, I wonder, black bike. I wonder if that was Ben Grabham that was
the goggle signal.
Yeah, that might have been. Yeah, because he runs. Thank you. He runs black bikes. Like, yeah, I think he was on a black bike. So
yeah, maybe that was Gravo saying, "Get my goggles ready."
And that was him going past just then, wasn't it? So, or as in the black bike that was doing that.
Yeah. So what would have transpired there? He's maybe fogged the goggles up, or he's got water all over them and then wiped them, or
yeah. Oh well, 100%. And then the other thing is, I can tell you again. There's the number 4 bike right there, so that's Ben Grabber. So he's a bit down the list from where he should be.
So that was a good story.
Yeah, it was a good story, but well, it makes it interesting. Have we seen Jackson McGrath? Because I think Jackson McGrath, again, we talk about black bikes, I think he was on a dark coloured bike last year.
Yeah, Jacko's gone through and he looked pretty clean.
Pretty clean, yep. So that's all going. But yeah, the moral of the story is that with the goggles, definitely. I actually had a crash at Fink behind a quad bike back when they raced quad bikes, and I ended up with so much dirt in my goggles that every time I went over a whoop, I was getting dirt in my eyes, Russ. And I got to the next pit and I just told them to dump the whole cooler of water on my face to try to get my eyes clean. So that's something, I mean, it's an interesting race, and I bet you if you've had a little moment in the sand, you've probably got enough sand everywhere, but the eyes are the biggest thing, aren't they?
So tell me, with the recent rule changes in motorbike racing, quad racing, is it true that the quad bike riders don't get invited to the motorbike riders' weddings? Or is that a myth?
I don't know. If they're good enough friends, I suppose. But, yeah, I don't know. I can tell you, and I'll get in trouble for this because there is a lot of good quad bike riders out there, but they were menaces on the racetrack when we were riding. Do you agree, Josh? So it was hard work. You shouldn't have been back where they were, but if you were, it was nasty.
Well, it's quite interesting. I had a conversation at Gas Dash with a local boy, Winky Williams. Quite quick on a quad, bit of a, sets a rapid pace. And I can't remember what his theory was, that quads are quicker in the corners, but slower in the straights. So you get this interaction, this false interaction between the bike and a quad.
Well, I totally agree, Russ. That's what it felt like. You'd work at them, catch them up, and then they'd dust you out, and you just couldn't see for a bit, and you'd be trying to chase them again. It was hard work, I can tell you that. But they were faster than me, so that's racing, isn't it?
So, yeah, look, what they do at the Gas Dash nowadays is they run a separate quad section for that reason.
Yeah, and that's awesome because, it was crazy. I don't know if people remember this. I'm starting to show my age.
Got a retirement there?
Yeah, the number 8 back. Something very wrong with the exhaust system on that 8, and that's Zachary Watson. Clearly has like an exhaust tube hanging off it or something, so I'd say they're going to try to patch it up and come back. Now, unfortunately, if you do that, my understanding is that, Russ, you've got to do the whole lap again to come back to the pit. So we've seen that in the vehicles before. You don't cut back across the track.
Yeah, you can't just tap out and then rejoin. You've got to
finish the lap.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah. Wow. Some great footage there. Number 17 coming through there. That'll be Ryan Cossins.
You'll sometimes hear people say bikes are boring because you can't tell who's riding them. Well, I could tell you something for nothing, ladies and gentlemen. These bikes are damn exciting.
Yeah, there's nothing boring about what is happening right now.
All.
I was going to say, Josh, it's interesting. So you'd notice that both the bikes are on the far outside. Now, this is a desert racing thing because if you can get outside of the line that the cars
have tried to make you crash on.
Wowzers. Wowzers. If you get on the outside of the track, it is essentially, let's use the word smoother in asterisks, but it is, so that's why you'll go, why are these guys on the far outside of the track? They're looking for the least amount of whoop, aren't they, Russ?
Yeah, and that's a tactic often employed by cars with no suspension and think. You try to get up on the side of the whoops and let one side of the car hover in the whoops and one side up on the flatter embankment. Don't know if it works that well, but anyway, there's a theory behind it.
This sounds like the first of our 2 bangers in as well. So pretty good to see a variety of bikes there. But geez, look at that, 4 or 5 bikes all in a tight shot as well. That's not a wide angle view or anything like that. That's the style of battle that we've got going on here at the moment. As it looks
great
like
shots of the pit there.
Of the 555. HBR. I believe they're racing a couple of side-by-sides here this weekend as well. So we've got competitors that are doing a team, I guess you'd say, that are doing the double. As we hear a bit of a limiter bash over the other side there. The bopper getting hit quite regularly this weekend.
Yeah,
and nothing makes us happier than hearing a bit of bopper.
You wouldn't want to be a rev limiter or a bloody throttle cable on a motorbike at the moment out there. So,
no, was that possibly Ben Grabham, seeing as we saw him going for that fuel stop? Again, very much out of position for our last year's number 4. So I would say that he is on a mission. He's probably very unhappy with whatever happened in the first lap, and it's now a mission to get back to the front. But it is a long race.
Absolutely.
We're one in.
Only one
lap of 6. Remember when they were talking last year and they were talking about extending it to a 400-kilometre race?
Yes, yeah.
I don't think anyone is that keen on this right now.
Particularly not the bike riders.
They're like, hey, what are we doing here? Again, some amazing shots all up and down the Don River. Again, big shout out to Comiskey Mining Services, the Whitsunday Regional Council.
We've also got Abbott Point Operations, RGM Maintenance, Pat McDonald Earth Moving, and Mickey Thompson Tyres, legendary off-road tyres. They are our gold sponsors. And like you said, Dan, our platinum sponsors, Comiskey Mining Services and Whitsunday Regional Council, doing an absolutely amazing job. But I tell you what, some of the action that we have going on here, like you said, it's almost impossible to know which way to look. We're looking at the live stream cameras. We're looking at what's happening right in front of us. It's just everywhere we look at the moment. That's what happens when you got 300 bikes on the track at one time.
Absolutely, mate. It is an absolute stonking number of riders out there at the moment, all battling the terrain. And again, a lot of it is just working your own race, working your own pace, working with the teams. The 913 and the 522 now into the pit, so they've finished their first laps. Again, we are looking through. No number at all on that bike. That was the super racer, that one.
It's the old switcheroo.
Yep. The Stig.
No one knows exactly what's going on there.
Again, the big tank, the Bark Busters. This is a mid-90s racer right here.
Well, you can see how chopped out the track is starting to get as well from the cars. But not just the cars, the bikes also have a tendency to chop up the track a fair bit as well. So
the 284 on screen now coming into the pits. Look at this feed, Joshua. We have the bikes coming in and we're going to see a super quick pit stop here. Again, this is the 284. The 800 has also made its way to the pit, as well as C84. Again, so you can see the guys, for safety reasons, get off the bike for the fueling. Got to turn the bike off. They're dumping it, look, old school with a jerry can, so no dry brake on this team. You'll see a lot of those top KTM teams and whatnot. They will be, and Sherco and all the other guys, they'll be running a dry brake system, which is essentially like a V8, a NASCAR-style setup. And then dump the fuel in about 11 seconds. They're back on their bike and away and racing.
Yeah, the dry brake gives the bike rider a massive advantage for time, and also it's a lot safer. Dry brake being dry brake, it limits the amount of splash, so, and they're well vented too, so they really pour the fuel in fast. And for safety's sake, you don't want your bike rider covered in fuel, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not. Like we said, we talk about that safety. That's one of the things. Like, yes, off-road racing can have its moments, have a few little dangerous situations, but we want to make sure that we remove as much risk as possible from the situation.
Oh, there goes the book. Well, we're really enjoying the win, but it just knocked our commentary information over, our script. Not that we run to a script, but anyway, it's on the floor now. Our script's become a doormat. But the bike riders will be really enjoying this breeze blowing over them. It's a nice cool breeze coming off the beach, so conditions great for fast riding.
Yeah, even keeping the body temperature down, you know. Again, a little bit of that water down through the creek and it splashes on you, and all of a sudden you might even be a bit cool riding, Russ.
So, Dan, is there a strategy when you get down to the bottom there where there's a bit of water as you get downstream? Do you look at the temperature of the bike? Do you hit the water? What do you do there?
It's funny you say that. So I talked to Steve Walton from UDV Surgery, and he was having a bit of a chat about that. And he said it's a bit tough because some of the guys, they'll ride through it, you know, as in try to work their way through, and, you know, other guys will get splashed and then that cools them off. And yeah, listen, I don't know if there's a good theory. There might be a lot of theories, but there might not be a good one. I think everyone attacks it differently. Everyone has a different thought process about whether it's good to be wet, whether it's you know, even these guys, you know, they're really out in the elements working. Like, if you've got a set of wet jocks on, it's going to be a bit of a tough day in the office, isn't it?
Could be a lot of chafing.
Could be a rough day tomorrow.
Yeah, look, the few races I've done when it's wet, I always say to, especially in a car with no windscreen, look after your visor, look after your goggles.
Yep, absolutely.
Because if you're driving with like big chalk milk mud all over the goggles, then you're not going to be able to see.
Hey, Russ, on the screen now, that's Liam Walsh, the number one. He is having a crack. Look at it, elbows up, right over the front of the bar. That is desert racing royalty right there, isn't it?
So explain to the viewers what he's doing there. He's getting right over that front wheel. Does he feel like he's trying to get more pressure on the front tyre there, or what's the strategy behind that? Or are you just going to surmise like me?
Well, I was going to say, I guess in reality I'm surmising, but you're right. He's trying to get more weight over the front, get that corner happening, but he's also trying to get his body position. You got to remember these guys are doing 120, 130 k's an hour, literally death gripping onto those bars. If you can get your weight forward and actually get that weight off your arms, you're actually trying to grip with the inside of your thighs and the inside of your leg. You're actually trying to grip the bike quite low. So if you're holding on with your arms straight, pulling back, you really have no control. So it's all about control. Don't know if it's much about the weight as much as controlling that body position and, trying to minimise fatigue. Wow, there was a big statement, wasn't there? But essentially that's what it is. Those guys are trying to maintain and conserve as much energy as they can.
You'll knock Mark Larkham off with incisive comments like that.
Let's give it a go. We're the desert racer.
Yeah, just interesting the posture he had on the bike. I was wondering whether he's trying to get a balance on the bike or whether he's trying to look after his back or his arms or his,
Agree.
thighs.
Well, I think it's look after the arms very much, arm pump and working through. And then the interesting side about that is because it is an excellent pickup, Russ, it's a different position than most, isn't it? A lot of the guys run way back, try to keep the front light, and they're trying to get their weight over the back of that bike. Again, it's such an interesting state, because it's almost counterintuitive. A little bit of weight, obviously you'd need to be fit and be able to do this 300 kilometres at pace. But the flip side is a little bit of weight here is actually an advantage because it makes your suspension work rather than buck you around. I remember talking to Ben Grabber many years ago, and that was Toby and back in the day when Josh...
Brad Williscroft, quite a big man.
Williscroft, and there was a few dudes there that were on the larger side, and, a lot of these races...
Are you going to say Ryan Branford?
Ryan Branford. I didn't... No offence, Ryan, but fine, you were a bigger, taller, stockier guy. And the reason that they said is that the weight actually helped them in those big whoops.
That is amazing comments there because Ryan Branford, he's not a svelte fella. Yeah. Excellent bike rider, mind you.
Amazing
bike rider. And, like in the early days of the gas dash, it always seemed to be the big, solid guys, guys that look like they'd be playing second row for the Broncos.
And Toby's another guy like that. Like, if you actually stand beside Toby, he's not a little man.
No.
He's not a grabbo. He's not a Craig Dack. He's not a, what the guys that do well in motocross, like in supercross, are smaller gentlemen. Whereas, these desert racers, like you said, Williscroft, big boy, big, strong boy. I don't know if you want to be Mick Barson big. You might need a 570 to achieve that.
But also have that ability to be able to sort of manhandle the bike when the unexpected happens to them.
Yeah, no, the bike's coming here. You're not going there.
You're going with me. That's right. Yeah, so, we talked about Ryan Branford. What a talent in the desert that guy is. And again, years that, he wasn't even training. He'd get on the bike at the start of Fink and come third outright. He's just a freak. That's what he is.
Great rider.
Great rider.
Yeah, how was your ride down to Fink? Yeah, quite good, but I got a bit of indigestion from the 4 pies that I ate before I left.
I wasn't leading. That's exactly right. What a weapon. No, he is an absolute legend. Hey, look at this. This is a great shot. Multiple lanes here, multiple options. We've got a guy making a pass on the inside there. Made a good lane choice and worked it through. Again, an off-road race with multiple lanes. That's what we love to see.
Oh, it's the beauty of the Don River Dash, Dan. The fact that there are multiple lines to take. There are so many overtaking opportunities that, they don't have to run They don't have to race the prologue.
Josh, that was the 47 coming in, beeping the horn, and it had the airbox cover hanging off that bike. There's a bit of plastic dragging along underneath it, so the KDM there, so that was the 47. The H22 just rolled in. Again, this is crazy. There's so many bikes. Now, the other one we're looking out for is at some point we're going to see Liam Walsh come screaming back in here as the 510 comes through. The 434 as well, now on its way through. Again, this is what's crazy about it. You can see the different paces, the different levels, the guys working through right in front of the commentary box.
Wow, that's an old Husserberg. How good. That is some old school right there as well.
Do you have to kick that with your left foot?
Yes, you actually do.
What a weapon.
Yellow
and
and
blue.
blue. Happy in my heart.
Next we'll see an old Montesa come by.
Now, wowzers. Air Cool 500. Yeah. Wowzers.
Now, just throwing it out there as well, if you haven't, we're talking about the live stream, the live feed, the YouTube. Get on YouTube and check out Desert Dads. It's about a couple of lads that race XR650s at Vic this year.
Well, not exactly just lads. It's Matty McFerrin, who is like a freestyle king of Australia.
Absolutely. I think we need to converse them into coming to race the Don River Dash.
Absolutely. Matty Mack on an XR600, that's what we need. We've had a couple of years where there has been big tank XR600s here. So the 401 now in as well. The 430 coming into the pit. I think that was the 085, so the 85. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us and sitting at home listening for your team, we're trying to yell them all out. The 564 is in as well. And the 82. Gee, another one, 277. Russ, you've been around as longer than us. You'd remember when Honda were the king of the deserts. You know, we had Yamahas. Isn't it a sea of orange now? Whatever KTM did, now what he did was get Ben Grabham on board. But when they got on board with the desert racing, man, KTM changed the scenery of desert racing in Australia, didn't they? Because you didn't race unless you were with Desert Edge, or you didn't race unless you were, now look at the sea of KTMs here in this desert racing scene.
Yeah, KTM have definitely kicked some goals, but they've bred some great competition, so hats off to KTM, because you got the Sherkos and that coming through the ranks now.
Very true.
Which is amazing.
Absolutely. I think it was a very calculated ploy by KTM to go and grab themselves a man by the name of Ben Grabham off the Hondas when he was going for the three-peat. As we see the 11 in.
And it's interesting you mentioned the name Ben Grabham. When he has raced over home at the gas dash and the like, he's been an absolute ambassador for the sport and an absolute gentleman.
That's awesome to hear. It's always, they say you should never meet your heroes, but it's great to hear stories like that about blokes like Ben Grabham, Toby Price, some of our great bike riders. Like you said, Liam Walsh. These are all great ambassadors for our sport.
Yeah, you've got to be a champion on and off the bike. And in the public arena, you're very well scrutinised, and Ben Grabham passes the test every time from what I've seen publicly.
Absolutely. Almost too nice. Yeah, he's a fantastic ambassador for the sport, and he's just into everything. And amazing that he is a Masters that often smokes a lot of the guys that would should be or could be doing better.
Off on a scenic tour there, Dan.
I was going to say, we're not really sure what happened there, but I think
he just refused to do a double pit.
He said, I am not stopping. I got the big tank on. I want to use the fuel.
He just went, my pit crew are incompetent.
I don't want to see them.
They've been down the Grandview Hotel all day.
Yes.
I'm going round the pit.
Oh, I love it. The 431 in now, as well as I think that was the M87, the 34, the 797, the 111. One of our previous champions, Russ, was the 111 of Dean Ferris. He's away getting ready for the Motocross Des Nations for Australian team. The three bikes go over there and race in the three different classes.
So how well does a motocross rider cross over into the...
Well, in this situation,
sort of long course
he
stuff?
did fantastically. Now, I think Dean Ferris is just one of those guys that can ride anything. But, yeah, this is hard. I'm going to cause some controversy. In the vast generalisation, they they transfer well initially, but then they're not used to the 300 kilometres. We tend to see, and we see it at the Fink Desert Race as well, and I'm sure you do at Kalgoorlie, where the motocross guys come out and blitz the first 100 kilometres, but then to be able to do it consistently for long times. And again, I think that's more a reflection of their makeup build-wise, because again, we've gone down this path of talking about the Toby Prices, they're 95 kilos, fit, strong, 6 foot tall. And, a lot of the supercross, motocross guys, you stand beside a Ty Simmons, and again, Ty Simmons has done very well in desert racing, but they tend to be smaller, 65, 68 kilo guys that flap off the back of a 450. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that certainly does. I mean, we've got a guy back home, Sam Givings, big guy, he'd be 110 kegs.
Yep.
Quite a fit fella. Comes from a good racing family, the Gibbons racing family in Carnarvon. Gas Dash blitzed it, absolutely blitzed the prologue.
Yes.
But,
yes,
throwing the bike with that big body, be able to throw the bike around in prologue.
Yep.
Come day one of the race day proper, he was found wanting. That was where his younger, his brother Declan got the better of him, being slighter frame.
Yes.
Probably fitter. Jackson McGrath got the better of him.
Jackson McGrath very fast.
Quite a few riders just outpaced him.
Yes.
When the fitness came into it.
Yes, absolutely. No, it's very interesting. There's a lot of combinations that go into, and again, conservation of energy, isn't it? They've got to be able to do it, particularly at the Gas Dash. It's a long ride.
It's a very long ride. It's 230 k's out to Gascoyne Junction, and it's amazing how much it changes because you're racing virtually from the beachfront all the way inland by 200 k's.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. We've got the number one back in the house there as well. That's Liam Walsh, and that's his second lap completed there. We see the 2 as well, and the 109, Ivan Long, on top of each other. Callum Norton and Ivan, I tell you what, we have got a battle on for our top 3 podium position.
So all the top 3 are in the pits right now.
Yeah, so just remember, they all started off the start line together of that first row of 15. So it will be a case of first across the line for those guys will be our first place finisher for today.
Wow.
But depending on when they cross the
timing lights, that's what I was about to say, is the first under the timing lights was definitely Liam Walsh. So I guess in that sense, it's time-based.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Good point, Daniel.
We
were talking about this with Havey. Was he being a little bit sneaky with how long he took to get along through that road section to give himself a little bit of clear air?
Well, you can use that transition section, untimed transition section to your advantage,
but
by hanging back a bit.
Particularly for the reverse grid.
It's amazing how people don't use strategy often enough.
Absolutely. Yep.
And then you get races that over-strategise things and they start
absolutely
pulling things off the engine the night before the race. It's like, dude, you're just going to introduce a problem.
Yes.
I don't know why you're doing that.
Change every bit of suspension before the race.
Yeah,
that's a bad mistake. If you don't know what it's doing now, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I totally agree. It's a fascinating concept to think. And again, sometimes you can get into the heads. The 999,
giving us happy with his work.
He's enjoying that.
As he should. First lap of the Don River Dash. Only 5 more to go, brother.
So again, Josh, I'm guessing we're keeping a good eye out here because we want to see Liam Walsh, Callum Norton and Ivan Long through. Now we're keeping a good eye out, Josh, for the number 4 as well. He was a little bit down from where we thought he'd be.
Number 5 as well.
Yes. Which is Ben Grabham is number 4.
And then the Western Australian, number 5.
Has he been through yet,
yes.
Jacko?
Not yet. That's who we're keeping an eye out for.
He should be next through.
But it looks like those top 3 have opened up a little bit of a gap, which makes sense, Dan. That was all our battle group that we saw at Fink. We know they're all going to be on the same sort of pace as each other.
Well, they really pushed each other along on that second lap.
Absolutely.
There you go. A completely different stance there, Dan.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Now
that is a tall man as well. I just want to point that out.
What I see from that is he's maybe got more familiar with the track and he's not worried about the thing popping the front, burying the front tyre. So he's more prepared to put weight over that front tyre, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And just a whole different style, like you said. Once it starts getting out into that open, and again, not around corners and bits and pieces, trying to get your weight over to do the corner. Because that video footage that we were looking at, big floating corner through there. Yeah, very interesting, mate. There's so many. Again, you look down through the river and these guys are trying to catch their breath. They're trying to sit down as much as they can to try to save their arms. 55 in now, as well as the 818.
Again, the black dude, pretty well upright, up on his pegs.
Yes.
Having a bit of a rest.
Yep, absolutely, yep.
And there's
Now,
Long.
is that Ivan
Longy?
Long?
Yeah, that's Longy, yeah.
It looks like Ivan Long has jumped them in the pits.
And look at that. This is Liam Walsh, so leaning right over the front, as you were talking about. Now, where's Callum Norton?
I believe that will be
Callum Norton back here.
A little bit of a traffic issue there for Callum, but you see him stand back up, get hard on the gas. So Longy, obviously a very efficient pit stop there. Now Longy runs his own team as well, does an awesome job there.
ILR,
yes.
Ivan Long Racing.
Yep. So obviously his pit crew absolutely come in and clutch there for him. So Longy able to get out in front.
Now, Josh, you know who I haven't seen at all, and I should be because I'm a huge fan?
Trig.
Is Triggy. Where's the 30? I haven't seen him.
Oh, there he is. No, I'm kidding.
There's the number 5 bike. Is that Grabbo or is that
No, 5 is your
Jackson?
man from Western Australia, Jackson. So I tell you what, this is going to be an awesome battle. We'll see what we can pick up on the live feed. But once again, Ivan Long, Liam Walsh, Callum Norton, all within 250, 300 metres of each other, all within 30 seconds. That's going to be like a red rag to a bull. Obviously, like I said, Longy come into the pits in front of us in 3rd position on road, exited across the other side. So after about another 5-10 kilometres of racing, was back out in front.
Old mate on the yellow bike, I don't know if you wouldn't have seen it on the live feed, he got too far to the left and legitimately jumped off the side of that mound that we can see. He literally was like about 2 metres in the air.
Didn't throw a heel clicker or nothing?
No, but I think he scared himself just quietly.
I think he's been dragged, like that bike that previously went down there, he's probably been dragged into
Put a
one
run
of those
in
ruts.
it.
Yeah.
But you could actually see the lip where he drove up, see the cutting there?
Yep.
Anyway, long story short, he made it through. So the 5.52 in. Sorry, mate. Now, listen, I had a Callum Norton story there too. Now, do you remember who came 3rd at FIC this year on the motorbikes?
Ivan Long.
Correct. Callum Norton said Ivan Long woke him up at FIC on the way down, didn't he? So he goes, Callum was actually struggling. He had a fall in the stadium. And then when we interviewed him, he said, it was when Longy came to me that I got back on the gas because he got a little bit flustered and you know, he goes, mentally I was struggling for the 30 or 40 Ks, and then when Longy come into the scene, it was right into it. So yeah, it's very interesting that you know, sometimes that mental capability, and Callum Norton might be back on the go is what my point is.
So you often hear guys say at the gas dash, and probably pertain to this race as well, Dan and Josh, like if they are struggling mentally, they get onto the back of a relatively fast rider and just sit with them, you know.
Yep.
Stay out of their business. Don't try and overtake them. Just run with them.
Ride with them.
Just ride with them.
30.
Yeah, there you go, the 30 of Triggy. There's something wrong with that bike. You can see him looking down and to the left. So unfortunately, Triggy's got some sort of issue there with that motorbike.
He was trying to do a triage on the run there by the looks mechanically to see what was wrong, and off the bike doing the fuel.
Yep, big scull of water there as well for Nathan Trigg. Back on the bike. Well, they didn't seem to do any work to that back wheel, so obviously it wasn't a big drama. Again, there's just so much going on, isn't there, Russ? Us ourselves as racers, we're looking we've got split screen. They're making it hard for us. Split screen on the live stream, as well as we're just east of west of the pits. So we're actually looking as race fans. We're looking down the river, and we've got 2 views either way. I don't know how to commentate all of this. There's so much.
All you're saying, Dad, is you really need to get to the Don River Dash 2024.
If you're not here, you're mad because, again, as Josh is as indicating, there's just so much going on. As the 848, the big quacker, the KLX comes on in.
Now it's got a couple of tat stickers on it, so I'm going to say that's a competitor from Vic as well. So I'm going to say with the 8 beat on there, he's an over 45 as well. Probably competed in our Masters class here as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so make sure you get on the Don River Dash website and have a look at all that information. There is all the classes there. Like you said, our vets and our masters. And my goodness, now that I've got a few more years on me, Russ, I don't think the masters are as old. I'm not a young fellow anymore. Yeah, but it's funny how that changes, and the vets and these guys are super fast. And we've seen, well, Grabbo is a prime example. We've seen him stand on the top step of the box, and he's still running. He's really a class 7. Holy moly, Joshua, did you see that? Who is that?
Getting loose now. We've also...
Might be the number 5, I reckon.
Yes.
783 is in now. So 5 was Cody Stevens, you said?
No, is a man from Western Australia. The 5?
Oh,
Jackson
gotcha.
McGrath.
Jackson McGrath. That's a great ride out of him.
They're not sure what's going on here. We've got a bike just cruising down the service lane.
He said the Royal Bowen is much better option.
Yeah, the Castle Inn.
Well, there's a prime example. Ben Grabham is 42. Riding a 500, Grabbo's Trail and Track. As compared to a Liam Walsh who's 23, Callum Norton 23. It's, he's got 20 years on him, but he's still running it as fast as they are. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, Ben Grabham was competing when they were playing with Tonka trucks in the sandpit.
Isn't that nuts? They couldn't ride a bike, and he was winning.
Multiple big titles.
Well, and the other side of that is, though, Safari titles, Dakar, he's run
Kondo
Dakar.
750 titles, yes.
Don River Dash, he was the man at the Don River Dash. Gas Dash,
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, when it was magazines that you were flipping, Ben Grabham was the man, And now, he's teaching others how to ride this fast as well, which is super cool. Now, Josh, what is this an RMX?
No, is it the old Husserberg?
Oh, is it? Yeah, it might be too.
Might be. That had a bit of panel flapping off it. Yeah, it is. Does not sound super happy.
Number 200 anyway. He gave the thumbs up, so that's always a good thing. He's not sad about it.
As the 6 is in, I believe the 6 is Todd Waters? No.
Simon Cox?
Simon Cox.
Yep. 33 out of Victoria, riding for Simford.
Amazing amount of people from Victoria.
Absolutely. Yep. There's Ben Grabham in. Again, riding for Grabbo's Trail and Track. How crazy is that? Zachary Watson, 19, flapping off the back of a Honda 450. The 353 is in now. So the 353 is Kate Raymond. Awesome to see that. Out of the Northern Territory, one of our ladies riding a KTM 500.
Geez, a petite little thing riding that 500, mate.
That's wild, isn't it?
Yeah, amazing.
Holding on. Sorry, team, I'm just doing some shuffling of numbers and paperwork. Again, as Russ, you said before, we had a little bit of a breeze go through and it shuffled some of our paperwork around, didn't it? But that's all right.
Yep.
It's one of the joys of racing in the desert. Although I don't know if you can call Bowen the desert.
You'd hardly call this the Qantas Lounge up here with a warm flannel. You see these pro commentators with the warm flannel and the hot and cold running drinks and food buffet behind them.
Well, we've got a few hot and cold drinks up here.
We are being looked after famously. I even got asked to move my car before because I parked it in a precarious position, and the official was ever so polite. So big shout out to all the officials running this race. You're doing a fantastic job, and
didn't even get yelled at, mate.
No, he was exceptionally professional. I was really stoked when the way he asked. I thought, this is a good man. This is a real ambassador for this race.
Well, I think this is something that we all talk about.
Is that like jersey flapping?
Yeah, it looks like something's flapping off the back. You're
looks
right.
like a bit of a jersey flap. So may have had a little bit of a lay in the dirt there, unfortunately, to bust his jersey up. That's a long couple of laps to still do with a jersey flapping.
Hey, the 22 came in there, Christian Sprenger, on his Yemi. One of our pro riders. Oh, is that a Honda on the go right over there?
Looks like
Wonder
it
if that isn't Zachary Watson on the 8, who we were talking about just before.
Geez, I tell you what, you can already see the start of this. Some of these sections starting to cut up and whoop up and rough up, even compared to the start of the bikes. So you can see the way that the amount of vehicles on this track affect it. And I believe Talbot touched on it quite nicely when he said, you know, you've got to change the way that you attack this course almost every lap. You've got to adjust the way you're driving, adjust your lines that you're using to the way that the track is reacting to the amount of traffic that's on it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, when I was talking to the guys at Blokes World about the navigator's job, I think they were like amazed what the navigator needs to do, and you know they've got to look after all the lighting on all the signal lighting, make sure the fans are coming on and off as appropriate with temperature. Watching temperature for one. The other thing they've got to do is they've got to look for new lines.
Yes.
So next time we come around here, left. You know they've got to call that stuff early.
Yes.
To maximise the momentum and pace of the car.
Absolutely. Know what mistakes were made and how to rectify it.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
drivers really don't know where they are 99% of the time.
Just a casual Dan. Next time we come around that tussock, we want to be to the left.
Yeah.
No worries.
Absolutely. Hey, mate, the 52 came in of James Allen, 27-year-old out of Queensland. So a big shout-out if you listen along at home for James Allen. Big shout-out going through. And again, plenty of riders still out there battling the course. And we're keeping an eye out for some of our, our pro bikes coming through. They're just all mixed in here, isn't it?
So, Josh, tell me, who ended up with your old Jimco?
I've still got it.
You've still got
it? Josh Curran.
Okay,
Josh Curran ended up.
That was a loaded question.
Yes.
What an absolute bird. No, so I just want to touch on what you talked about with the drivers and the navigators.
Not about his Jimco. He wanted
to move on as quickly as possible. But as you said, the navigator, you've got a bloke that's looking out for you, being able to take all these observations in while the driver is focusing on only driving the vehicle. These motorbike riders, they have to make those adjustments on the fly while they are braving the elements. They're out there, they've got to be thinking to themselves, man, that was like, I didn't get that corner quite right. I need to get more into the inside. I need to get out to it. As well as being up on the pegs, I need to be here. This is where I want my ankles. I need to grip the bike. I need to be up over the front. I need to be in fourth gear. They've got so much going on in their heads that it's almost instinctual for these guys.
Well, it's fascinating you talk about that. Like, again, I'm a motorbike guy. I love it. I was literally watching the other day, in my downtime, watching a bit of the Red Bull.
No, it must be nice.
Yeah, it must be nice. And anyway, long story short is I was watching the Red Bull Extreme Enduro, and amazing coverage of that racing and that. But Billy Bolt made a wrong choice of a line, and and he did it twice on a lap race because he was frustrated with himself because of exactly what you're talking about. It cost him a couple of minutes, and he ended up finishing 13 seconds behind the winner. And that's the sort of thing. So 2 mistakes in a row without a navigator.
Well, these bike riders, they've got to make pivotal decisions instantly, multiple times a second.
Yep.
They've got it all going on.
Absolutely.
Anyway, going back to the Jimco.
Yes.
Before I cut you off.
Where is the Jimco,
Where
Josh?
is the Jimco, Josh? We could call him Jimco Josh.
Have you two talked about this on air?
No.
Hey, Russ, ask him where his Valiant is.
Mate, I've been around a while, and I know what's sitting in sheds around Australia.
There's a lot of cars.
There's a lot of good cars sitting in sheds. Ooh. It's sitting in a shed at the moment.
In case no one picked it up. 522 Jack Larder came in there. I actually missed that. He was obviously one of our 2-stroke riders as well. Who else are we looking at? Wow, that's a very fast bike with a light on it. The 91 coming through as well, Russ. That's Daniel Kelly, 32-year-old. He's riding as a vet out of Queensland on a gas. The 155.
The gas, a new bike to the desert scene.
They've come. I mean, there's been a few gases starting to warm in the last couple of years, haven't they? But they've really set it up. Like you were saying, it's amazing now that KTM got involved. You know, Sherco started really pushing. Husqvarna went up and, you know, got tied into the desert scene. There's obviously a lot of fast Husqvarnas, including Ivan Long, and then Gas as well. There was actually a really fast Gas here, what was it, 2 years ago, Josh, or 3 years ago?
Yes.
The problem is, and actually, there was a really fast Gas at Fink. And I think the issue is that currently Gas don't have a 500 in their range. They've only got a 450. So I think that's one of the things. But I believe that they're rectifying that for the desert stuff. Russ, there you go.
So we have a bit of a look at our live screen. You can see that is the bike number 2. So that's Callum Norton. Look at the different line he is taking compared to the rest of the riders. He has ended up out wide on that track there. You see all the other riders were sticking to the inside. Callum just out, essentially riding that, almost like a sprint car, riding that cushion up on the top.
So this will be it for him, Josh. Like, obviously, Longy and Liam Walsh will be through. The 25's just come through. That's Brodie Waters. So interesting that he's come up the main pit here.
It looks like Brodie Waters has shot himself straight into the pit bay, so he might need some more work for just a fuel.
Yeah, well, he came across the track there, Rush. You might have seen that. So he's currently out, essentially, or on, as in they'll have to fix it and then go back and do the rest of the lap. So
he'll have to do a reset lap?
I was going to say that's going to be very hard. He came up the centre area there. So Brodie Waters, not the weekend that he would have wanted for a start-off. Now, Brodie has had some really good runs at Fink, hasn't he, as well?
Yes.
Brodie, yeah.
Sorry, mate. I was looking up a bit to the left. I thought I saw a bit of a flash of a relatively fast bike pop up, but I might have just been the side eye that caught it. So we just like you said, we're keeping an eye out for Ivan Long, Liam Walsh, and Callum Norton.
Now the 19 of Jared Vanderhoor has come through, the 31-year-old out of Queensland, as well as the 139, that is Shane Kemp, 33-year-old out of Queensland, and on an expert on the Honda 450. So a little Yami and a little Honda. Great to see the Jap bikes still out there and having a good crack. It's not all about the Euros, hey? Not all about them. They're good, though.
It's quite amazing how the Jap bikes have been unseated by the Euro stuff.
Because they were the kings, hey? They were
definitely
kings.
the kings.
Particularly Honda were beyond, and then all of a sudden it was a changing of the guard. So the C84 in now. So that's Chase Selleck, 18 years old. 18 years old out of Queensland. The Sun City Yamaha. The 202 now through. That is Jesse Wallace, an expert out of Queensland. Not to be confused with a pro. There's a lot of names there, eh? Like if you said expert, I'd be thinking you're a bit of a gun, but you're a privateer compared to the pros. But you're not a master and you're not a vet. You keeping up with this, Ross?
I am, slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Mate, I think they're all amazing, personally.
I was going to say, this would be me, clubman over. That's me.
Over.
I'm clubman over now. When you turn up and ride a motocross and they put you in clubman, you know, I'm that guy now.
Yeah.
C3? Yep, that's me.
Yeah, C3, yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Do I have a massage?
The 913 in now as well, and that is Jake McGrath, a vet out of Queensland. Now the number 8, that's our Honda. So I might have called that wrong before where I said I think it's the Honda going down the other way. The moral of the story is that our number 8, Zachary Watson, the 19-year-old out of Queensland, just came into the pit. So if you're listening along, Josh is up on his feet, in case you don't know this, ladies and gentlemen. He's very excited. The 304, our big 2-banger.
Well, I feel we can't be far away, Dan.
Judah Benny, 19 years out of New South Wales, riding a 252. Bike 800 now. That is Lewis Stallen. Getting out of Queensland, one of our experts riding a Sherco 450. Again, looks like one of our Hondas.
Bike 300, is it?
300, yep.
And also the 49.
Jet Hicks and the 49, you said, Josh. So
Yes.
again, the 300 was Jet Hicks, and then the 49 is Alan Graham.
Looks like we've also got the 330.
So the 330 is Daniel Kent.
The
40 is out of Queensland.
The 410 and the 284 through as well.
Blake Tyson through as well. And the 774 of Sean Cheatham.
Big Cheatham.
45 years old, out of Queensland. Good bloody Queenslander.
Yeah, a couple of goldies after this.
Couple of fitters.
As we have the no numbers.
Can't call your name, mate.
Yeah.
Don't know who you are.
If your rider out there's got no numbers, he's in.
He's in. He's having a good run. He even looked clean. Didn't look like the jersey had the yellow stains that a lot of have got. So, all going well. Sorry, yes. Josh is looking at me very funny. You're right. I'm talking about sand.
Oh, yeah,
I'm talking about dirt marks.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it think
Brown
where it's just
stains.
red. Stop it. Stop it. It's not what I meant.
Well, some of these riders, even though they're down the back a little bit, for want of a better description, they're
Yes.
still giving it some past them sponsors' flags.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
The 469
Is Jake Elliott.
and the 452.
Is Scott McNamara. Hey, how smooth was that, Josh?
It's nice when they both come in with 4 numbers.
4 numbers. It's on the same page.
All going well, according to the script.
Yes, yes. Oh, now, we just shot to the live stream there, and I reckon that was Ivan Long absolutely on the gas. The live stream is showing down. Josh, are you on your feet? Because I think we're about to see.
Ivan Long
I
coming.
think it's Longy from what I see. And he is coming. He's under the railway bridge.
Yeah, so not far away at all.
Well, I tell you what, though, there's people right behind him as well, though.
Oh, I think it's going to be a battle all the way, Dan. I think they were close when they left us here, and I think it'll be the same deal now.
So is that Longy, Josh?
I believe so.
Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you imagine if it's probably not even.
It's not.
It's not. Oh, my goodness.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for 87th position.
For 271. Listen, the 271 deserves their prop anyway. Great drive ride there from Brock Fry with the 414. There's so many good riders here,
But
boys.
that's the thing.
Like, I can't ride like that.
Mate, I can't even ride like that on my Sony PlayStation.
Yeah. MX versus ATV.
We see the 328 in.
328 is Nicholas Baker.
And then we also have the 28.
Which is Daniel Robinson.
And the 15A.
Oh, that's the Chappie boys.
Yes.
So they're doing a team ride. 15A?
I believe 15A might be
Adam Maguire.
Adam Maguire. So he's not doing a team ride.
So he's navigating for Clayton. 769 is in as well as was that the 14 that just came through?
I think so. The numbers were very see-through. The 912 as well.
912 is Ty Morosky. Tia Morosky, I'm actually going to go.
Yes. 9 being a female, I think.
22-year-old. Out of Queensland, one
We
of
also
our
have
ladies.
The 585.
Which is Darren Grove.
And the 201.
Well, not long until our leaders come in.
201 is Jake and Gorlick. Yeah, exactly, Russ. It's got
Now
to
I'm
be.
going to look at the speed.
Oh, no, don't do it, Josh.
I've done it.
Don't do it.
And close by.
It just
Longy wearing black?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, that's...
You're right, though. It's fast. Like, where's this guy come from?
Yes.
That is
rapid. That is rapid.
Hey,
The 627.
And that's the crazy thing. Don't take this. He's got another whole lap to go. Like, how is he in this position? Stuart Windsor. Oh, yeah, have a look at this. Oh, look at the pass here. That is one. That's Liam Walsh, boys.
Yes. So Liam Walsh, our first bike across the finish line.
How good is that, ladies and gentlemen? Liam Walsh had a cracker run there. That's super impressive.
Now, Dan, that fast rider you saw before, Stuart Windsor.
Yep.
Local boy from WA.
There you go. He is very fast, mate. Yeah.
Maybe he's just easing his way into this race.
Absolutely.
As we see the 109, that looks like Ivan coming in a little bit slower than probably expected. The 421 right behind him.
Yep, so that's who it is, the 109 of Ivan Long.
Now the bike that we are... Callum was a little bit back after
just a little bit,
stop.
and you're looking for number 2.
Number 2, Callum. We keep an eye out for that.
So on track, it was actually 1-2-109. So Ivan did pick up that position, and then we need to look at the timing gates because, again, as you said, the timing markers, this is where it's going to get very weird. Russ, the timing markers are actually that first jump that you can see with the orange markers. This one with the tabletop on it, that's actually after the finish of the race. Does that make sense?
Showmanship.
It's showmanship.
Yeah, right.
So it's interesting. So those guys, so even if Ivan Long did slow down after the timing mark, it doesn't matter.
Well, I did see him check right up there, and I went, what's going on there?
No, yep. Smart rider. You're not. We've seen, how crazy is this? We actually saw a guy come third outright here. I want to say it was 3 years ago now, and in a Razorback, and he actually rolled on the jump after the finish line. So his car wasn't on the podium because it was on the tilt train.
Well, do yourself a favour. Have a look at the Gas Dash 2023 Gas Dash.
Yep.
There was a guy that's been an absolute stalwart of motorbike racing, desert racing in WA, Damon the Flyer Meyer.
Yes.
50 metres from his final race, retiring, on a bike. He had to weld the frame up and, a bit of a beaten up old weapon. 50 metres from the finish line, running third outright of the Gas Dash. Put it down big time.
No way.
Broke his leg. And
you can't even finish it. Couldn't walk to the end.
No, couldn't even walk to the end. And the mug commentator, which happened to be me, was like, because he's a mate of mine, I'm like, Damon, get up. You've got minutes up your sleeve. And he was out cold.
He couldn't do a thing,
He couldn't do a thing.
It's very tough. Here's Callum Norton coming in, so the number 2. Yeah, it is crazy how that happens sometimes, Russ. The 97 in as well, although not in for a second lap. I don't think Callum Norton knew that he was finishing. He's gone straight to his pits and not to the podium box over here.
Don't tell me he's going for another lap.
They're gonna have to send him back. He's meant to park over here. He's feeling so fit, like you said. He's ready for another one.
Yeah,
Go for another run around.
The adrenaline's just levelled out.
Yep.
He's off on another lap.
How good indeed. No, absolutely brilliant to see those guys. So we've got our top 3 in now. And again, I suppose, Russ, no real surprise there, to be brutally honest with you.
No
those
real
are the
surprise.
3 guys that are. We knew that they were going to be fast there. Again, Liam Walsh coming off a last year's win, so he is the reigning, he is the holding, he is the champion. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can get 2 time. Ivan Long, great to see him here. He'll have a great run there. Now, who else are we looking at here? Wow, the 401. Coming in fast for a pit stop again.
So they've got another lap to do.
One more to go. And then some of the other bikes we're looking for. We're obviously looking for the 5, which we're talking about, Jackson McGrath. Also looking for Cody Stevens, weren't we? Looking for Ben Grabham. Ben Grabham's going to be one we'll keep a good eye out for. The 494.
And hopefully I'm not speaking too soon. So far, we haven't had any reports of badly injured riders, so that's a great bonus.
No doubt there's a few guys that are feeling their ailments. That happens in every race. It's so funny when you go to presentation, isn't it, mate? All the motorbike riders hobbling around and feeling sore from. I can tell you, I do not miss those days, but I tell you what, it is a feeling of accomplishment making it to the end of these races.
Yeah, certainly you can tell the bike riders at the presentation, would you like a beer, mate? No, just 5 Panadols and a glass of water.
Yes,
glass
absolutely.
Of water,
I need to hydrate. Yep, absolutely. The car races definitely have the easy part of that game. But yeah, again, we're looking out for who's going to come in 4th, which Again, it might be the number 5, I reckon. Like, he was in a good position, the 4 as well. So keeping our eyes peeled. The 032's in for another lap, 715. The H16. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to the live stream back at home, I'm sorry, they're coming in so fast. Bit hard to keep up with the names of all these, but we hope we call you know. The 793. So hopefully you're here and your rider coming through. We appreciate that you've joined us for the live feed. We're hoping you got your feet up, enjoying your Saturday afternoon in your couch, wherever that may be. Hope you got a cold, frothy can and you're enjoying the weather. But we are in beautiful Bowen, and if you are not, as the 614 comes through, you should come to Bowen. Next year, make sure you book your flights. You can come into Prossie. Make sure you enjoy Airlie, have a look around, come into Townsville. You can do either of those things and get your backside, trackside at Bowen, because it is absolutely magnificent here. As the 420 comes through, the 82 through as well. Wow, Russ, these first 3 really have had a push. Like, that's a fair gap now, isn't it?
I think they've really pushed themselves along today.
Yep. The 781 is through. There might be the 741, and then the 78 as well. But yes, it's amazing that those 3 have just made so much room. Sounds really bad. It shows you, as the 470 comes through and the 701, like, there is a cream of the crop, isn't there, really,
Absolutely.
Russ? And that's not a shot at anyone else. It's just that these young guys, and although I'm not sure Ivan Long can be classed as one of the young guys anymore. Look at that. Look at the pace.
That's fairly decent pace from that guy.
Oh, I got to call that name. So the 552. Now going around for another lap, but looked very, very fast. So the 552 is Nicholas Waters. Now, with a name like Waters, I'd almost say that's Brodie Waters' brother, or there's some relation there. The 253 through, the J17 through, the number 5 through as well. So, Jackson McGrath.
So it looks like Jacko's had a fairly good run. I don't think he knows quite what he... Yeah, Jacko should be pulling into the
the finish there.
From,
and number 7 here as well. So that looks like Jesse McMillan Moore in as well. I hope I've called that correctly, but I'm sure that was a 7 on the side of that bike.
Well, the upshot of Jackson doing well today is you probably find quite a few local riders who will make the pilgrimage next year, which will
fantastic.
Be nice.
The 991 through, shaking the hands, getting a bit of blood back in, getting a bit of circulation. The 317 as well, the 96. The 564, I apologise, the 564. Again, I'm eagerly watching for the number 4, Russ. I want to see where Ben Grabham comes in, the 686. Unfortunately, I'd say that he has a lot of work to do, starting off the front grid this morning. Gee, I'm getting excited, aren't I? Yesterday. I meant this afternoon. The 442, the 240, the 898 in now. Again, all of these guys on their second, going on to their third lap.
Well, no doubt if Grabo finishes 4th, 5th, 6th or whatever, it won't be for want of trying.
No, 100%. It'd be interesting. We'll try to catch up with him for a chat and see, because it was obviously whatever happened on the first lap. 226, because he was very fast on the second lap. 265 and the 30. So there's Triggy in now. And that's his third lap too for Nathan Trigg. So that actually puts him, he'd be in 6th or so, wouldn't he? Depending what grid he started off.
He's another young fella not pulling into the pit. Well, he's pulling into the pit rather than park for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to catch up with Ben Grabham if you could. Just see what transpired throughout the race.
Yes. The 682, the 198, the 985, the 111, got a Comiskey Mining sticker on that, and the 18. So the 18 in as well now, Jared Vanderhaal. Good ride from all of those teams. The 322, the 726, the 433, I'm starting to wonder if Grabo's issues might have been bigger than, mechanical issues, because he didn't look like he was injured in any way, did he?
No,
He didn't look
no.
like it looked like maybe he had some sort of mechanical problem. So I hope they haven't reared their head again.
Well, I wouldn't have thought Ben Graben has anything to prove. So if he had knocked his body around, he'd probably just withdraw.
Yeah, and particularly when he's running a team too, hey,
exactly.
might be time to put the team boss on and
Yep.
make sure that everyone's right. So 541 as well as the 43 are now in as well. Again, what's a fantastic shots on this live feed. As the 10 comes through, that's James Heenan. Had a couple of great runs. James Heenan out of the Northern Territory. Again, great to see. You were talking about the Western Australia guys, the Northern Territory, the South Australians. Again, Triggy's come all the way up. So fantastic to see all those guys out here racing.
Yep, and the images coming out of the Don River Dash on this Comiskey Mining Services live feed are just amazing.
Absolutely. Again, big opportunity to say a big shout out to Comiskey Mining Services as well as the Whitsunday Regional Council. We've also got Abbott Point Operations, RGM Maintenance, Pat McDonald Earth Moon. Big shout out to those guys. They're very down to earth. Ba-boom. Ching.
My man. My man.
Very earthly.
Mickey Thompson tyres. I tell you what, boys, they're legendary off-road tyres. Get it? See where I'm going with this? Love it. Don River Dash again, 2023. We've also got all our awesome silver sponsors, Burdekin Motorcycles. Got Raceline. If you want a set of fantastic wheels, Raceline, hit them up. North Queensland hard facing. NQHF.com. DFI, Design Fab Industries, Mercedes, Refrigerated Technologies. We've also got Tropic Petroleum, which is just absolutely brilliant, as well as all our awesome checkpoint sponsors, which is Horizon. We got Whitsunday Jet Ski Tours. If you're down there on the Airlie and you want to go for a scoot around on a jet ski,
Yeah, you're talking.
Oi, Russ, I'm telling you.
Have you been on them?
Do you want me to say yes? Absolutely, mate. I've been on a jet ski in the Whitsundays. I'm actually not sure. It was that long ago, I'm not sure whether I was on this one or not. But anyway, the moral of the story is it's a great way to get around because there's a lot more islands. Russ, have you been down to the Whitsundays? There's a lot of islands out there.
We hung around Early Beach for a bit, but
yep.
We were talking last night about bringing... I've got like a nice boat at home which doubles as a caravan, so I wouldn't mind bringing that over.
Great opportunity to do that. It's beautiful there at the at Airlie and go out through Chute Harbour and all those other things. Bowen Tire and Mechanical, and also we've got our fantastic the farm, the Corala Farms in Bowen. They do tomatoes. I might not be able to say their name real well, but I can tell you they do the best tomatoes in Bowen. And then BQC Quarries, as well as DJ Brazil Proprietary Limited. They are the earth-moving truck, and if you needed a tilt tray, Land Accountants. He's out here racing as well as doing all your bookwork that you might need, as well as BIH. And then our supporters are John's Plumbing, Jab Coaching and Suspension, JAB, I probably should say, it's not Jab. And then Talbot's Earth Moving, Corsafe, Rob Key Earth Moving, Tail and Gully Farm and Proserpine Diesel. Get on the website, have a look at Don River Dash, make sure you click through, and any of these guys, make sure you say, hey, I'm buying a little bit of aircon or a bit of hard face or a few parts of you because I heard you're supporting the Don River Dash. If you need a really, really big mining truck, which I don't know if any of us need, but if you need an automated mining truck, get on to Comiskey Mining Services.
Maybe a D11.
If you need one, hit them up.
Yeah, and as Dan said, if you're after a service and it happens to be a sponsor of the Don River Dash, maybe consider them.
Yeah, and
foremost.
Let them know where you heard about them as well. Let them know that their sponsorship is getting out there and about. As we see more of our bikes making their way across this awesome finish line complex that the guys have got built here. Finish line and pits as well. So some of these guys, we've got to determine who's coming in for their third lap and finishing and who's also coming in for the second. As once again we see on the live stream a couple of different lines being taken by the motorbikes.
Well, Josh, it looks like our bikes have got a different format to the cars by way of they're not going into Park for May. I mean, the first couple of bikes did, but other than that, they've all just pulled up to their pit and enjoying the
hopefully a
the
cold
banter.
beer. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about a cold beer, but They'd probably like a cold beer, but
Bit
they've
of
got a
water.
lot of racing yet to go.
I was going to say, there is plenty of racing right now. A lot of these guys will be focusing on their recovery. The energy output expended in this 150 kilometres of hard racing, as we see the 6 make their way in as well. These guys will be focusing on recovery. They got to wrap it all up again tomorrow, tonight, fix their bikes, sort out any little maintenance issues, any little dramas that they had today. Maybe talk to their pit crew about what their signals will be if they want new goggles, new gloves, whatever that is, and get ready to do it all over again tomorrow.
So the other bike races I attend, Josh, you always hear, they always talk suspension, never talk horsepower. I think horsepower is pretty much a car-dominated topic, which actually amazes me, because I've worked with a few guys back home on suspension, and, like, you know, without blowing my own trumpet, I've improved their car considerably.
Yes.
But you always hear bike races about, you know, shock, dialing in the suspension and all that sort of thing. There's a guy back home, or guy that I've seen at races back home, a guy named Max Bowen.
Yes.
Seems to be pretty talented in that department. Overheard a few interesting conversations he's had with bike riders. So it is an adjustment you can make tonight, your suspension, or is it pretty well?
No, they'll be looking at maybe different valving if they have the opportunity to do it. They also do have clickers, you know, where they can tighten up the compression or the rebound or loosen it up a little bit. But, mate, I think one of the things about motorbikes, we were talking about that instinctual, you know, they look where they've got to have their body position, where, you know, get on the gas at the right time, forward over the front, rear braking, front braking. There's so much going on that the average 450 or 500cc motocross bike has more than enough horsepower for the average rider. That, you know, not too often does a person get on a modern 4-stroke and think to themselves, man, I wish I had a bit more horsepower, because this thing just doesn't blow the wind up my hair enough, you know what I mean? So horsepower, not really that big. Look, unless you are a Toby Price, a Liam Walsh, a Callum Norton, an Ivan Long, these guys are, you know, they put a pipe on, a little bit of a tune, but definitely nowhere near the importance of it as well that we talk about in cars as well, because I guess, you know, the rider has so much influence on how the bike behaves as well. And, you know, you're talking about a 108 kilo machine versus a 1500 kilo machine as well. So,
well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was going to be my next thing or topic. The fact that you can move your body around on a bike gives you suspension changes on the fly.
Absolutely.
You know, people must understand that if you shift your weight rearward on a car or a bike, you actually put more pressure on the springs as such, and the spring rate goes up, you know, marginally. Probably, well, a lot more so on a bike, because you're shifting around a lot more percentage of weight. So interesting to see what happens in the pits tonight by way of shock adjustments.
I believe there will be some changes being made. Maybe not a full revalve or anything like that, because I believe a lot of the top teams have been here testing and doing some pre-running during the week, so they'll be mainly on top of it. But I guess it's no different to a V8 Supercars event or anything like that, where they're continually chasing the track. The track conditions change, so, you know, Liam and Callum and Ben Grabham, they'll get their heads together tonight. They'll probably talk about, you know, how the first lap went to the last, to the third lap, and where they predict the track will be in those coming laps. Also, they got to adjust, because, you know, what they pre-ran on yesterday would have been totally different to what they raced on today as well after the cars. So that'll give them some idea of what damage the cars do to the track as well. So I think that'd be crazy not to be making small changes to their bike suspension, but I don't think it'll be, you know, revalve and stuff like that and spring rates. I think it'll just be a slight clicker adjustment. But yeah, they definitely will have to chase the track tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, look, what they pre-ran during the week is going to be vastly different to what they're seeing now. So even though they'll have a picture in their head as to what adjustments they want to make to change the attitude of the bike, after seeing that in real life today, they're going to make some adjustments more so than what they may have predicted, I'd imagine. Because the beauty of off-road racing is you cannot tell what this track is going to do, how much it's going to cut up, and it's cut up big time by the looks of things.
Yeah, absolutely. But then the catch-22 of that is, do you make a change to your bike suspension and not, when you are making a change to your suspension, you have an idea of what it's going to do, but you're not always 100% sure. So now do you go, well, I stick with what I've got because I've now done 150 kilometres of race on it, and I know how it's going to react and I know how it's going to handle. Do I stick with that now? Yeah, it may not be 100% optimum, but we may also go the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's been plenty of times where we've been trying to dial in shocks and the driver comes back and says, oh, it does this, it does that, da-da-da-da-da. It's okay, no worries, we'll do this, we'll do that. They come back and go, oh, it's worse.
Yes.
It's like, wow, no, I wouldn't have picked that. So, yeah, maybe it is the better the devil you know. Don't get too...
Particularly with the motorbikes, like you said, where the rider, the position that they put themselves in, the way they react, do they get on the gas, do they brake, where do they like to sit when they're attacking a corner, all these little things, the way that Ben Grabham sets up a bike might be totally different to the way Callum Norton sets up a bike, and the way they like it to feel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much a seat of your pants type of deal, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, Russ, I've even got where Josh and I have a fantastic story about there. We were lucky enough to go over and do some testing with Pat Gailey and the boys over there with Canada when they were trucking, and Aribe was over there with the King crew. And he actually was telling us that every now and then when he thinks he's on the right track and, the driver's telling him something that he doesn't quite think's right, he'll act like he adjusts something, let him go back out, and they'll tell him it's better. And really it's just that they changed their driving style, like, go and hit it a bit harder or they got comfortable with it. And so, I think even like guys that can tell you what's wrong with the car is very different to a guy that'll actually be able to set up a suspension system as well. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah, so it's the same with the motorbike guys. Obviously, all the top riders, that's the big difference, is they can at least tell whether it be them, because some of them are actually spinning clickers themselves, but, they can tell and verbalise what they actually want the bike to do and how that adjustment makes a change. So it's interesting, Russ.
I've had guys in the past say to me, it's too hard. Particularly at Gundy one year, a certain guy that I used to help out. He said, oh, it's too hard. So what we did is we rammed small valve into it.
Yep.
Bypass adjusters. And he goes, oh, that's so much better.
Yeah.
Still glad you softened it up. We're like looking at each other.
Yeah.
Saying to ourselves, nah, mate.
Yeah.
You don't know what we did.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We took notes of what we did just in case we went backwards. But
yes. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. That verbalising it, and even down to sometimes you watch a car and what you can see running through it, and motorbikes are exactly the same. That's what we're trying to say, is sometimes when you can see what the suspension's doing, it's not what you think that it's doing, seat of the pants. Whether it's got enough rebound speed or, whether it's got, too much or too little compression. Sometimes it feels rough because it's got not enough compression, it's actually bottoming out.
Yeah, it's bottoming out.
All those sort of things,
100%.
So, yeah, it is, as you are trying to say, it's very interesting to see how different guys set it up and how that works and physically verbalising that setup.
Yeah, it's too hard. Yeah, and you think to yourself, oh, I don't know, mate.
It can't be.
I think it's way too soft.
Yep. Yeah, fascinating, hey. But yeah, again, I think this is something, well, again, the YouTube era, Russ, too, like you can learn so much information now on the internet, and, back where it was all this secret squirrel stuff, now there's a lot of, you can watch videos and it shows you the inside, it shows you shim packs, it shows you motorbike shock valving and bits and pieces that you can do, and I think, it's an interesting time to be alive where we can learn so much about this sort of stuff.
100%. I mean, I was lucky enough to get a little bit of tuition from Ross McNabb, former Fox. Ross McNabb.
Yep. BP51 guru.
Yeah, former Fox, current hydraulic off-road shock legend.
Yes.
And it's interesting what you see on YouTube and
yes,
or PooTube as it can be sometimes.
Sometimes
it's completely irrelevant.
That's actually a good point too. Sometimes you've got to be able to weed out the guys that don't know what they're talking about, because anyone can put a YouTube video up,
100%.
can't they? Anyone.
Yeah.
But
100%.
if you can find and search through the information, often you'll find some gems.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, look, and mate, down the track, I'm enjoying the announcing and commentary and comparing and all that. It's good fun, but I still enjoy spending a couple of hours up the bush.
Yeah.
An hour out of Perth with a guy who's struggling and trying to dial his car in.
Yeah.
Got one guy back home at the moment. He's had a couple of decent crashes. He's got absolutely no confidence in his car. You know, And like I said to him, mate, we need to just make it really predictable. But when you get your confidence back, then we'll make it race.
Start clicking into it.
Then we'll make it race.
Because, that it's a fantastic point you make. Like, again, someone that's running at 70% of that car's capability will want a very different suspension setup to someone that's literally like... it's funny, we talk about Harley Lettner a fair bit. We've got a little bit to do with him, and I know many people that go, I couldn't run the way that Harley runs his suspension, but that's because he's so aggressive at everything and he likes to hit stuff, and I mean hit stuff, that he needs a suspension that won't blow through, and it's rock solid everywhere else, and people hate it, but he loves it because it does exactly what he needs it to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of the imported cars come out from the US, and their suspension's set up for a 500-mile race where it starts off rock hard, but as the things get to that higher temperature than what we see in Australia, because they're working so hard in the rough, that's when the valving comes in nice.
Yep.
It's interesting, you pull a shock apart that's been on an American car, it's actually, the valving's quite angry, you know?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they're designed for that crazy big hit. Like,
yeah.
Yep, absolutely. No, it's fascinating. And I'm sure that the bike guys, sorry guys, but I know we got onto the cars there for a bit, but essentially that information, I mean, what we're doing with valving in cars is, other than the fact that you guys don't have bypass tubes, like, I mean, shim stacks, valving, gold valves, it's all stuff that relates to the motorbike stuff as well.
Forgive my ignorance, but does the average or the top-end bike shock absorber, does that have internal bypass or anything like that? Or
so I believe they got an internal bypass, but it's only a single, sort of like a BP51 style
stage type of thing.
Yeah, single stage type of thing. And then so they've got a zone, which is that that valving area,
yep.
And then they've obviously where they blow through and they get to their actual valving, and obviously shim stacks. And I know, like, there's a huge... haven't looked heavily into the technology in it, but there's a huge difference between a race valve and a standard stock valve, and it's like going from a King's your standard series, what do they call, a race runner or a pre-runner series,
yeah.
And then go into their race series, and like that pro series valving and shim stacks and that. So yeah, it's very interesting, because there's a lot of good guys out there now though with suspension on motorbikes too. Like a lot of guys that now have come from that GDR. Hey, Greenfield. Like, he is a guy that not only has won the races at Fink and Hattah and those desert racing scenes, now he's gotten right into the suspension setup, and there's a lot of good guys now that get around. So it's impressive how the desert motorbike scene has changed as well. So it's the same with the car guys. There used to be one guy and one this and one, but now you talk about Ross McNabb. Like, I mean, he's a guru, and there's lots of guys. SDG come out from America and do work.
Todd comes out every now and then.
Yep, absolutely. And King sends their guy out. Bilstein sends. There's a lot of guys now that do this stuff, and they're getting into... They realise how big Fink and Don and these races are now out here.
Yeah, and look, there's a commercial side of things there, but it's also the fact that a lot of those guys that run those corporate companies, their races at heart.
They love it. Yep.
Todd from SDG, he just loves racing, and he likes making cars go faster.
Yep.
So, all well and good he gets paid to do trips out here, but... I'm sure he has a good time when he's out here.
I was going to say a few beers and a swag down the end of Apatula.
Yeah,
it's a good weekend.
Exactly.
Because that's probably something they don't experience a lot of.
No, not really. Not really. Not in America.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
because it's different over there, isn't it? It's funny we talk about that. Like, their remote is 20 kilometres from civilization. They like, wow, we got out there. Like, King of the Hammers blows me away. It's an interesting one. Like, but you've still got cell service. Whereas our remote is like, we just drove for 8 hours and we haven't seen anyone.
Yeah, our remote out here is if you break down, you're going to die.
Yeah, you might die.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, wait for the plane to turn up and find you. Yeah. No, it's a totally different game. Hey, the 330 in now as well. So a good ride there. Yeah, but I know, when we were cruising around with a few of our American mates, and they were just blown away that we're like, oh yeah, we drive 22 hours to get to Fink one way. Because they were trying to tell us that it was a big race to go to Vegas or Reno because it was a half day of driving. They're like, oh, that's a big race. Nah, mate, that's a close race.
There's a, speaking of YouTube and Americans and what blows them away, there's a YouTube video of I think it's about 8 road trains, triple road trains being towed across the river in the northwest of WA behind a big Steiger tractor.
Yeah.
And you put that on, you send it to your American mates, and they're just like, what
are you lot doing over there?
Like, and it's sand like this, and
Yep.
this Tiger's just pulling them through
Yep.
these empty cattle crates. It's quite amazing.
Yep. It's a different world over there,
It is
isn't
a different world.
But-
But I've got to say, it's a great place to travel. I really enjoyed the
It
time
is.
I've spent over there.
Oh, and particularly with their racing scene, like they love having you. Like if you go to a Mint or a Vegas Torino or a Parker, like they just love having Aussies around, don't they?
Well, every time I go over there, I go to Jimco and I buy these little saddles to run fuel lines and brake lines. They make this really neat little saddle. I don't know if they make them, but they've always got them, and so I always go there. And every time I've been there, it's like, oh, come and do a cook's tour, come and have a look around. It's fantastic, hey? Like, they just roll the red carpet out.
Yep.
And you end up leaving with 100 of these different size saddles. You don't pay for them.
Yep.
Which
Brilliant.
is,
Yeah,
come on, I've got to pay for them, mate. No, she's right, right, yeah.
Yep. No, it is awesome over there. And again, when you walk into a store like CarTech or something like that, like it really is a Woolworths of off-road racing, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing to see the size of their stores over there and the things that they're doing. Even the power sports side, the UTV and the motorbikes, and the jet boats and everything else they do over there. It's definitely a petrol head heaven over there in California. The 848 in now as well. So a few of these guys start to be getting pretty long in the tooth there, young Joshua. They start to be feeling like, wow, have I got another lap to do? Another 40, 50 kilometres in the river?
In the riverbed.
Yeah, I was about to say the beach.
On the beach.
Is there any guys on their starting their second lap? They must all be on their second lap now.
No, well, all of these guys, second lap, yeah, they'd be on. These guys would probably be on it. Or starting their third lap, you think? Started their third lap.
Oh, is it 3 laps for the bike?
3 laps, yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
My apologies.
So it's 50 Ks per lap, and it's 3 laps
300,
today,
yeah.
3 laps tomorrow, yep.
Yeah. Good maths, Dan. Well done.
Yeah. My dad would be proud. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Your school teacher would be prouder.
Yeah, no, so, but it is, because we were laughing about that because I don't know if you heard us talking earlier, Russ. They were actually talking at the end of last year that they were thinking about extending it to 400 kilometres, so it was going to be 4 laps and 4 laps, and the car guys were pretty keen. The bike guys, not so much. 200 Ks a day, that's a long way. I think the general consensus is that this race gives you less break than most other races. Like, in a Fink, there's like about, 10 Ks of, again, I don't want to say smooth. There's no such thing as smooth there. But there's service section, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where you can, sort of loosen the hands. Talking to Liam Walsh and the guys and Callum Norton and that here, they essentially say there is no break. It's just relentless from start to finish.
Yeah, and I think that's that soft, deep sand that we've got going on here. As you said, they talked about it. It seems to get a little bit softer every year. But I think it's probably reached the mark where it's going to be at the same for that period of time. But yeah, it is thick. Well, as we said, it's 150 kilometres each day in the Don River. There's no, I think maybe you might get a kilometre or two break when you go back out and around through the timing tower, but that's really about it. For those that have spent a lot of time riding river sand, so it's all chopped up, it's all whooped out. There's not really a defined line. This is hard work.
Absolutely. Russ, I'll tell you what's deep is Josh Curran in the commentary box bunging on these chips.
Well, get them in you. Hanging out of you.
No, you're absolutely right, Josh. It is a relentless race. It absolutely beats you up. And nom, nom, nom. No. And again, it's just interesting to see the change now. All of these guys running steer and dampeners, all of them running steg pegs. When the first year, Russ, it was pretty, it was a lot of motocross guys. There was a guy that did flat track speedway that came out to race it, and I think he went, wow, this is tough going. I didn't quite realise what was going on. And it was like our first year racing Fink. Hey, Josh, we rode motorbikes and we rode like fast road forestry trails, because we're like, there's a lot of speed sections out there. Yeah, there's not that many speed sections, brother. We should have been doing sandy motos like time and time again. So I think it's funny. It's one of those races that when you think you know what it is, you turn up and then realise what it actually is.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Dan. The only way to really learn exactly what the Don River Dash is all about is to get up here and spectate. Or even more so, get in here and race. Get in here and ride.
Yeah, it's interesting you touched on that, Josh, because my advice to anyone who's considering racing it, you don't actually need to do a scope out year. You can actually dive in both feet straight away, because you get the opportunity to pre-run.
Yep.
If you're travelling from WA, South Australia, or whatever, you should be up here early anyway.
Absolutely.
So you're going to get an opportunity to have a look at the river, drive down the river and scope it out. There's a magnificent stream of information on their website. So it's not like I think with FIG there is merit in going there for a year and then sussing it out. But I think at this race, you could sign up for the holiday race deal, come over, dive in the deep end, swim to the surface like a rat, and just have a good race.
I hear Russ said he'd lend you a boat to go fishing with.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. After all that conversation, Russ, do you recommend that they go to the Whitsunday beaches before or after the ride?
Oh, salt's no good for wounds.
I was going to say, you might want to go before
you
to
might
relax.
want to go. You might, your wounds, if they're open wounds, are going to attract sharks.
Yep.
But,
there's definitely sharks and crocodiles up here.
But yeah, the mantra of race, relax, and recharge is certainly there. I don't know what order.
Yeah, you got to work that out.
Yeah,
how it's going to play out.
I don't know how that order goes.
No, that's excellent, and it's a great point. But you are right. I do agree. There's no better way than learning by baptism of fire, is there? So get in there, get the feel, have a run, and I think that if you come with the right attitude, knowing that you're just going to use it as a building year, I think you'll have a good run.
Yeah, and the bottom line is the campsite is so close. So if you forget something, mate, just drive into town.
Yes.
We've only got 18 loaves of bread, or in Josh's case, we've only got 14 kilos of chips.
That's right.
Well, go into town and buy another 5 kilos.
There's more chips.
There's
more
a Mickey D's right there.
Mickey D's.
Also a KFC for those playing along at home.
You've mentioned it a few times.
Have I?
Yeah.
Love the Colonel.
So it's a big enough town to be big enough, and it's a homely enough town to be homely.
Well, and that's the thing, exactly what you said. There is a Woolworths in there. There is, plenty of fuel stations, plenty of, hardware stores, automotive stores, everything that you need to be able to get the job done here.
Can buy a big hammer.
Or a bigger hammer.
Big sledgehammer. No, absolutely, boys. You're absolutely right. It's a fantastic spot, and we can't get over again. You're basically on the beach in a motel room, and then you're out here at 8 in the morning commentating the race. And then the Savo, I'll be feet up on the veranda again. Where else can you do that?
Yeah, mate, it's an amazing venue.
We're normally rolling swags out on the back of cars in the red dirt. And don't get me wrong, I do love that.
There is a certain adventure to that.
There's a magic about that being 2.5 hours from anywhere. But the flip side is this is very comfortable. It's very nice. It's very easy. Oh my, look who just joined us in the box. Mate, you never need an invitation. You're always invited. We have none other than the reigning Gundawindi champ, the heavyweight of the Australian set. I don't know, I'm making things up.
We'll run with it.
We'll run with it. I love it.
Take it while we can.
Yep, but we've got Clayton Chapman now. Mate, you're not just fresh off 3 laps on a car that also had a little bit of flamage. Did you end up looking at the footage?
Yeah,
Not yet.
saw the fire.
That's a fair fire.
Yeah.
We talked to Clayton, guys, so that we've got this. We talked to Clayton, he was like, oh yeah, it was shooting a little bit of flame out the exhaust. No, brother, half of it was on fire for a second. It was just fuel out the tailpipe and a little bit. Yeah. So there was nothing too crazy going on there, but it did get pretty wild, didn't it?
Yeah, wild.
But then after that, you've also nommed up for a Pony Express. You're riding a motorbike.
Yeah, just had to be single lap then. Teammate Mitchell Uckstep's out there on his last one at the moment. So, river's rough. Tell you what, we had a ride on Wednesday, to a bit of a pre-run, and we were all excited. But now the cars have been round, it's a different story.
It's a totally different track.
Yeah, no, it's much more enjoyable in the buggy. That's for sure.
Yes.
Man,
thinking about retiring from the motos. Yeah. No, mate, that's awesome. Now, listen, have you got any little insights other than the roughness? Like, do you think that there's going to be any changes over the course of the weekend with respect to? Do we need to tweak anything?
To the track, to the car or anything?
Yeah.
Nah.
Just run it?
Just run it.
We've been having a fair conversation about, what do you do overnight? What changes do you make, if any? So
the track starts out pretty rough already. Not as rough as it is now, but it's fast and harsh enough that from the get-go, the cars will be pretty well set up for tomorrow. So, you just wait till the fuel load comes down on the second lap, and then you can hit the holes even harder and
go
from there.
Now, listen, out of interest, so another change, because you rode it last year as well. So are they now, because Russ asked me before and I didn't know, I thought you could loop around. Do do they force you into the pit every lap now?
Yeah, that's this year's a new one. You got to come in and dismount your bike and then roll back out again.
Right. So yeah, there's no more long tank just running laps.
No, just buzzing past.
So,
Gotcha.
even if you're not refueling, you've got to dismount, get back on, so like a pseudo refuel.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So just to, I suppose, even the playing field to some degree, but yeah, but
absolutely.
still, yeah. So a lot of blokes have seen, not dumping, they're just jumping and going.
Yep,
so,
having a quick sip of water.
Yeah,
and
so
get going.
still quicker if you've got the big tank, I suppose, but you've got to weigh up that extra weight you're carrying.
Yeah, you've got to deal with that big tank.
Yeah, but...
Now, mate, are you doing another lap tomorrow on the motorbike, or 2 laps?
2 laps. I'll be doing the first and the last. I'll get the worst of it, which will be something. But and just my bike come in now and just sound like it rattled the bottom end or did something on that one. So she's cooked.
Yeah.
So I thought it was a chain slapping a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, she's stuffed. So
no.
We'll have to see what we can do here.
Yeah,
my sister brought her bike up, so I might have to borrow the 250
Might
tomorrow.
Be a quick change. Yep, absolutely.
No steaks. I'll have no arms left on me tomorrow.
Yep.
But she'll be right.
Yep, absolutely.
No steaks, no damper. But
So going back to the car, you've come off a good campaign at Gundy. That must have been a nice moment for you and the family.
Yeah.
Up on the podium, what was it like looking down at your father and saying to yourself, obviously you wouldn't voice this, but I'll voice it. What was it like saying to yourself, thank God I've stopped taking my father's advice on driving that car?
He's been leading to this all weekend. It's rough, isn't it?
That's a bit rough, but no, we never changed the years of effort we put into those other cars. It's what we do it for, It's part of the adventure and part of our story as a family and what we do in the sport. I don't think we'd be who we are without what we did there. So I wouldn't change it for the world, mate.
Mate, you've come a long way. You've done a fantastic job at Gundy and today with the car and the bike, the Ironman sort of style of thing. But even as a kid, when you were just a little whippersnapper, getting into it with Adam and that relationship with Adam's obviously something that's still ticking along to this day, so that's fantastic to see.
Yeah.
Adam Maguire, your loyal navigator.
He's out here riding.
He's riding a bike.
Yeah. So he's doing all 3 today. So
15A, yep.
But you're always bound for greatness, and you do come from a great family.
Yeah.
And your father's always been great to me. There's been many a times when I was racing in the AIRC round, and I'd be like, Chapo, weld this up. Over he'd come, he'd dawdle over.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, what goes around comes around, though. That year, I think we put it into the gutter and you pulled up with no front shocks left back in your car. And you go, need a tow, boys? And we're like, no, we're right, Russ. We're right. Off you go. And off you went. You're all good. So, no, that's the sport, hey, and that's what we've grown up. I don't know. I feel like we got some pretty good years at the start there. Like, the sport was, watching Shannon and all those boys really punching up there in the fast cars. And always dreamed one day of being that quick. And it's pretty surreal. Pretty surreal to be in a car going that fast. And, it's crazy.
It's
crazy.
It's good to see a young fella like yourself and a family-based team end up with the equipment that can run up the front. So, and it was great for me personally to be on the ground floor when you first kicked off. It was, it's real great.
It's also awesome talking about the equipment because you're absolutely right, but it's cool that you build the equipment too, I mean, you're involved, I know it's a Razorback frame, you guys put them together, your motors, your phone, your tuning, your computers, like that's so awesome. We were talking about the differences and, there's guys that go fast on someone else's equipment, you guys are working through it with what you guys have got. Now, it's always been cool to see that development too, so.
Thanks, mate.
It's been fun.
Mate, it's an expensive sport to be a part of, and honestly, if we weren't mechanics or auto electricians and dyno tuners, then we wouldn't be able to,
It's a hard job,
Yeah, being a tradie doesn't make you a great deal of cash. So, just the family support, all chip in and make it happen. So it's, it's cool. And, I think my dad's biggest thing growing up was that you work on the car, so when it breaks, you fix it. Because especially production car days, we would be carrying tire ends and steering boxes, and we'd be fixing on track because production stuff breaks and you got to get to the finish to win it, and that was a big part of what we grew up doing. And we dropped a belt in the third lap out there today. We saw the dash flash, low oil pressure, so Adam jumped out, saw the belt had stripped back and the dry sump belt had flipped off. So boom, 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 in we got. Helmets on, still getting it done, and back in the car in a couple of minutes. And it's part of the rush for us. We it's that push to get through, and that never say die attitude.
Yeah,
so
brilliant.
Love it.
And even more so than that, you're part of the the event side as well. Like, you guys run on your property a short course down there, which is very well renowned. So I mean, you're really at all levels of the sport, aren't you?
Yeah, we're fairly heavily involved with our Gympie Auto Sports Club there. A bit windy. But which is cracking club. We've got over 200 members now in the Gympie Club, and we run 3 short courses a year. And we've got a massive team of members, and we're just part of the big team down there to put on races, and big family. Queensland's really cracking along in the off-road racing scene, I tell you, especially at the state level. We've got some cracker events, like this thing, part of the Queensland Championship is just phenomenal. And
crazy, hey?
Gunda-Windy, and it's
understatement of the year in off-road racing.
Yeah.
You guys are kicking goals.
I called it bigger than Fink last year, and people questioned it. But
wow. Yeah.
No, it's more accessible to Fink, I believe. And I think, from the seat of the pants excitement, when you get to ride a bike and drive a car without having to fly a helicopter, it's something else. So it's I couldn't recommend it enough. Get here and have a drive and have a ride. It's like nothing else. Just a big adventure.
Now, Clayton, in closing, before you leave, I want you to go back to your camp, go back to your pit, give your mum a big hug, and say, "Mum, Russ said I've got my good looks from you." All right?
Righto, mate.
You certainly didn't get them from your dad. That's for sure.
It's rough, isn't it, up here?
But we love it. Wouldn't happen any other way.
Class 8 battles never finish,
No,
eh?
that's it.
Yeah. No, awesome.
Cool stuff.
Class 8 battles are like being in the front row of a scrum. You meet all the good people.
Yes, all the good people.
All the
That's
good
very
people.
true. Very true.
Cool stuff.
Awesome.
Well done,
Thanks,
Clayton.
Clayton.
You're a
Hopefully
champion,
we'll talk
mate.
to you again soon.
Excellent. Thanks, boys.
Awesome, mate.
Well done, Clayton. You're a legend, mate.
Hey, awesome. Well, Russ, we're joined, I'm going to say royalty at the moment, because I tell you what, Don River Dash, you got a smile too, which I absolutely love. We're up here in the box with Liam Walsh. Mate, that looks like exactly where you wanted to be. You're pretty happy with that?
Yeah, it was an awesome run down there. It's what I plan to do, but it's a long day tomorrow, so see how we go.
Yeah, mate, perfect. Now, listen, run us through really quickly, because essentially you pretty much led that start to finish, but was there a little tiny lead change over here after the fuel stop on second or something like that? Like, everyone bunched right up and then you gapped out again? Is that...
Yeah, so I think maybe when I came to fuel for the first lap, I think maybe Longy might have got around me, sort of thing. And, so we left the fuel stop, and then he got me down the bottom end of the track, and then he sort of was in front of me for the whole first part of the river, and then I got him back on the way home, and we sort of tussled there for a while, but I got him back, which was good.
Yes, awesome, mate. Listen, it's got to feel good to be in a position like that, because again, again, I can't stress this enough. Like, you guys have been putting in the work, but I suppose you guys are classed as a bit Fink specialists, aren't you? There's the guys that race the AORC and all this other stuff that they've been doing for many years. You guys have been very primarily focused. Does it feel good to come here and, really cement your place here? It's not a fluke. It's like, you guys are here to stay with the desert racing scene, aren't you?
Yeah, it's definitely good to come here and sort of stay up front. I was a little bit nervous this morning running the number 1 plate, but we got it done today. So like I said, it's a long day tomorrow, so hopefully we can stay up front.
Awesome, mate, because I guess what I'm trying to lead at, you're talking about guys like Ivan Long. Like, that guy's a loose unit. Like, he's an absolute lunatic on a motorbike, and he's been around for a long time now. Like, it's not like he's a young fella. Like, he's been doing this 10 or 12 years sort of thing, and you've got Nathan Triggs out there as well. Callum Norton, now I know he's the same age as you, but, he's been doing this KTM thing for a while now, hasn't he? And, you've come along and really, you're running that 1 plate, like you said. Now, actually, can you explain to us, because I should know more about this, but our viewers would be interested as well, when you start off at the ceremonial start, is there, do they tell you got to run in the order that you're on the list, or so you start and then Callum and then, is that how, and you rode out together, or, because you're actually on a road together, aren't you?
No, they from last year's previous results, I think they might be the top 10 or something. They let you go on your own sort of thing.
Yes.
And you just maintain that gap down the road until you reach the river, and then you get into racing.
So theoretically, when you go under the timing marker, that's when the race starts.
That's when your race starts.
Yep. So you set the pace there. You sort of just cruise down in third or fourth.
Yep.
You're having a breather. You're getting the mind in place, and then when you hit that timer marker, game on, mate. Well, you guys look. I wish you could see what we see. I'm sure it's exciting on the bike, but mate, as some of the shots shots that we had. I hope you get to see a bit of the live feed. We had a drone up down the far end around a sweeping corner and up over the bars, and we were excited, weren't we?
Oh, mate, look, video always slows things down.
And it looked fast.
It looked fast.
So
it looked real fast.
Boys, it looked as fast as I've seen. It'd be interesting to, do you know your average speeds here at Don?
I think that we can probably only maximum get like 140k an hour. So the sand zaps a lot, of power out of the bike.
Gotcha. So it zaps more than, say, a Fink or a Hatter?
Yeah, for sure. I think so. Fink, you'd probably get around the 165, 170 around there.
That's interesting. So, and do you see
a bit slower?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you see any mechanical dramas, loads, heat that you don't see at the other races?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely harder on the engine. So this year we've done a little bit of gearing changes, made the bike rev a little bit harder, so it's not labouring the engine or anything like that. So
yeah,
should be good.
Interesting.
That's the interesting thing from my perspective. What changes you make to a bike from this race to Fink, Hatter, whatever.
Absolutely.
You know, like I was on the plane over here, I was thinking, what do the bike guys do? Surely they must gear these things, free the motor up, like gear it up, so that they can rev it up a bit more, take the load off, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely not as fast gearing as you would put on for Fink, because obviously Finks you get more wheel spin with the hard pack and stuff, and here it's just direct drive, so it's obviously a lot more load on the engine.
Is it harder work?
On the body, you mean?
On the body, yeah.
I don't know, Fink's longer and faster, so it's more grueling.
More impact in the whoops.
Yeah. But this definitely does take a toll on your body.
Well, look, we were talking on the live feed about you guys are making decisions every millisecond to keep the bike upright and to keep it fast.
Yeah, so,
mate, you come off at 140 along here, mate, you're going to bury your head into the sand like a star picket.
And it's just going to just stop you instantly. So the track's changing every lap, so you're thinking ahead of what's like the next lap, where you're going to go and stuff like that. So that's the hard thing about it.
We talked about that as well. Are you intuitive? Are you? You go around a bend. Next time you come around that bend, you move a little to the left, little to the right, or go to the left of the tussocks. Try and remember that part of the track.
Remember, like with a motorbike, you only have to move sort of so much, and you're in a smooth line. So you're always thinking about that to make things easier.
Awesome.
That's a great insight into motorbike racing for a novice, or a person I know nothing about bikes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely not just getting on and holding a pin. There's a lot of thinking that goes into it.
Oh yeah, sounds like it's a very cerebral type of racing.
Yeah,
as it would be.
Yeah, awesome, mate. And listen, you're obviously enjoying. You're on the KTM 500, having plenty of pace in the river and all those things. Everything's going good with that aspect of it. Like no real work to do tonight.
Nah, not real work. Probably just change oil, just air filter, probably oil filter and stuff like that, and then just hope things run smooth tomorrow.
Easy, mate. No, I noticed you're still in your gear and everything. You've been finished for a few minutes now, but no ice bath, no beers tonight.
Nah, no beers. I'll save them tomorrow, hopefully.
Fantastic for the finish line champagne there.
Hopefully, yeah. But we're at the caravan park. They got a pool there, so I'll go back and have a swim and just relax.
Just chill out and let the body relax. Yeah. Awesome, mate. Well, listen, you are a fantastic champion of last year, and we're really excited. I'd love to see a two-time. It'd be fantastic, mate.
Yeah, I'd love to. But
absolutely. I was going to say
so.
We're halfway there, and you're in the right half of it, mate. You're where you need to be. So it's awesome, Liam, and I hope that you have a great night tonight, and then you're ready for tomorrow.
No worries. Hopefully.
I should ask you one more. You will see us tomorrow. There's no question about that. And then the only other one question now. Listen, David slipped into a little bit of a navigator's truck roll there.
Yeah.
Are we going to see you step into a truck, mate? Maybe you could.
Yeah, I'd love to get in one, but it's just the chance of getting that opportunity. So
you're talking to the right bet. We'll line you up a run, Liam. We'll sort something out. There's some good trucks around there, and I tell you what, I cannot say this enough. You fast motorbike guys, you make fantastic drivers. Like it's been proven time and time again. So it'd be fantastic to see that transition for you guys as well. So
see how we go.
Awesome, mate. Well, first up, Don River Dash has got to be out of the way, hasn't it? So the 2023, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow, mate.
All right, no worries. Thank you very much.
Well done, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Legend, dude.
Cheers.
Yeah, Liam Walsh, what a fantastic competitor, fantastic racer, and it's just good all round to see you.
As he leaves the stage, what a well-spoken young fella.
Yeah.
Isn't that great to see?
It's such a good family of desert racers too, and it's crazy to think that, not so many years ago, and David Walsh is the king now, you know what I mean? Like, there's probably young fellas out at Fink that can't remember when David Walsh didn't win the Fink Desert Race, which is absolutely mind-blowing. 4 in a row. Yeah, Josh is giving me the backup here. 4 in a row. He was actually talking about retiring this year, and he goes, Oh, that allure of 5 in a row. That's a big call.
Well, that would be him and Stephen Greenfield, the only 5-time in a row winners.
Yes, but he's got guys like Liam Walsh, his cousin, Callum Norton, Ivan Long, like all of these guys are hunting, you know what I mean? There's so many fast desert motorbike guys at the moment.
And that's good to see because they just push each other to that next level. And it just keeps going up.
It's hard because we're just like in this super era, I feel, of desert racing at the moment.
It's a bit like mobile phones.
Yes.
You know, they started this big, you needed to bloody sit them on your shoulder to be able to use them. And these bike guys, they're just getting quicker and quicker, and the technology in the bikes, of course, is getting better.
Absolutely. Everyone's got the right gear. Everyone's like, honestly, a 500 off the shelf now. Now, I know these guys got some pretty cool gear, but, you know, it's a competitive bike, whereas back in the day, the factory bikes versus the off-the-shelf bikes were so far apart. Now it's much more like this, isn't it?
Tight,
It's the moving the foot pegs. It's the adjusting the steering dampener. It's the, so, I mean, nowadays it can be, and these locals, I'd say these are desert racing royalty here with the Walshers, but I mean they really are just builders, and I don't mean just builders.
No, just builders.
No.
Suck it, Chris Loud.
No, but they're guys that, you know, they work during the week,
job. Yep.
full-time job, got businesses, got everything, and then they're out. They are the fastest people in Australia in desert racing. I love that story. That's a fantastic
Would you go
story.
as far to say almost some of the fastest people in the world in the desert?
Call it. Boom, boom.
I'm calling it.
Lock it in.
I've made it.
Well, while she rode over in the San Francisco San Felipe 250. I'm making things up now.
That'll be pretty interesting.
No, the San Felipe 250.
Have you been to San Francisco?
No, we went this close and then drove. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the San Felipe 250, a little fishing village in Mexico. So anyway, the moral of the story is that they have done some riding over there with KTM, haven't they? And, you know, some of the teams. And it would be cool to see them go and do more over there.
Absolutely. And honing your craft overseas just makes you that bit quicker, you know?
Yes.
It's like the young fellas, we did Love Day the other week. They were impressed by the standard of competitor at Love Day.
Yes.
And they saw that with their own eyes there. They're like, yeah, we got to step up.
We've got to keep moving.
We got to keep moving. We got to keep developing and keep moving.
Yeah. No, so cool. Hey, it's a beautiful day here at Bowen. This breeze actually is really nice. We're actually hiding for a little bit of shade here. I don't know if people can see it. We're sort of following the sun, aren't we, trying to get into the shade and make that all happen. But I tell you what, it's awesome to see all these riders and competitors coming through. There's plenty of people up and down, are we calling this pit lane? Spectators Row?
Spectator Row.
Yep, absolutely. And again, the bleachers and all the action. So cool about
Excitement Alley.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Oh, listen, talking about desert racing royalty, we have none other than Ben Grabham here.
Hey, Grabham.
Hey, mate, how's it going?
We're going all right. We just finished today's 3 laps, but didn't set any records, but had a bit of fun.
Yep, no, that's all right. Sorry, brother, turn around. We're actually on the live feed. I know this. It feels like we're on just cruising around having a good. Well, we are just cruising around having a good time. So, mate, talk us through what happened today, because obviously we saw you off the line fast. There's something on lap 1. Is that?
No. Just too many pies over since Fink.
That's okay.
I've been on too many media junkets and.
Yes.
I had fun out there. That's all I had.
Perfect.
It's a rough track, and I'm safe. And I always say to people, it's a great racetrack because your fitness shows where you get. And I was probably in the top 20, and that's all the fitness I had.
Yeah. Oh, and listen, that's still with this level of competition now that's here, and I mean it's from all over Australia. Hey, we've got guys from Western Australia, we've got guys from Northern Territory, South Australia. I mean, Triggy's here, Callum Norton's here. Like, it's not like there's 1 or 2 fast guys. There's 40 fast guys here, isn't there? Like good dirt bike riders. So
that's it. No, it's an awesome field this year, and I still have fun even though I'm suffering out there. And we've got the 4 guys over there on the rental bikes, and just having a fun weekend.
Well, that's what I was going to lead to, is you're almost in this transition. I know you still want to be a racer always, Grabbo, that's it, but you're almost like in a little, like you're running your own team. You know, you've been doing this for a couple of years now, and I mean, I don't know if you know this, we pitch it every time on the live feed. Like, we've got guys, I know we talked to you this one time before about, Seaton Battle was up here, and he literally said to me, he goes, there is no way that I would would ride Fink any other way than Grabbo now. Like, he goes, that is the go. I flew in, everything happened behind the scenes. I rode the race bike. I had the best race that I've ever had, and I get on a plane and go home. So Grabbo, you know, like, and I mean, that's from a guy that has raced, has run his own teams, has done things like, you know, races competitively. So, you know, like, to have that sort of acclamation and, you know, things like that, it's got to be a good feeling that this is really going well.
It is. Like, it's nice to see it growing. I have a ball working with guys. Like, we've got Steve, his very first race, what a race to come into. So
big one.
His eyeballs will be hanging out and the lungs will be burning, but it should be fun tonight over a rum or two. And no, it's great being able to offer a package to people that I've grown up with race teams and stuff like that, and I enjoy it. It's still no excuse for me being a bit lazy out there, but no, it's a great fun.
Awesome, mate. And you've worked with fantastic people. Like, you had Tony Lockhart on your team this year at Fink. How exciting and how much fun is that? Because he's always got a smile a mile wide, and he looked like he was pretty happy when he was running the Fink race.
That's it. No, old plugger. It was great having him on the team, and we had a chap from Brazil. He didn't speak a word of English, but that was a cool experience in itself.
That is an awesome experience. And then the other side of it that you can obviously offer that, you know, a lot of people truly don't understand how far out of the realms. Like, you know, you might be a pretty handy sort of motocrosser and pretty fit and all that sort of stuff, but, you know, you give it that desert background with respect to adjustments for suspension, you know, little tiny things that they need to do to tweak body position and that. Like, it's not just hey, here's your bike, I'll see you in a week when it's finished. Like, you actually coach these guys through, don't you, and put a fair bit of effort into...
That's it. Like, I kicked off Grabbo's Trail and Track coaching, and that's evolved into the VIP race experience. And yeah, for example, you come along with your gear bag and we get you out here and get you comfortable, set the bike up just to suit you, your size, and then I work with you. I just want every guy to try and have the safest, best experience they can. Like, you want them to do well, but safety and enjoying it's the main priority to start with.
Yeah, awesome, mate. It's so good. And again, I know that we promote it every time we hear it, like, oh, this is the way to do it, man. I'm telling you, if you want to go, this is the way to do it. So it's a good opportunity. Actually, I was telling one of the young fellas at work that they need to get in contact with Grabbo about riding this race. Because, I mean, there's just so much in it, and there's so many, you put so much expense into a bike, you know, for your personal trail bike that really you don't need for anything other than Fink and, you know, all the other stuff. So, you know, it's a great opportunity. And, mate, so what else have you got coming up this year? You got a few races on as well as obviously get the Don out of the way.
Yeah, we'll finish tomorrow, and then we're actually off to the expo up at Cairns, the Big Boy Toys expo up there. And then it's pin it back home, a few more media junkets, so probably get a bit fatter again. And then it's over to Kalgoorlie. We've got the desert race over there. So.
Of course, mate. That's awesome. Are you excited about that trip over to WA?
Yeah, we are. Like, I done, these are the main 3 races last year, Fink here and Cal, and looking forward to that. Like, this is great fun, but all the desert races are so fun in their own. I call this desert. We're next to the ocean. But
I know, I struggle with that too. I'm always like, out in the desert. Oh, we're not really near the desert. We're pretty close to the ocean. We're pretty close to the islands is what we are.
That's it.
And do you spend a bit of time up here and get out to the islands or anything?
Not really. Like, one day, that's the plan with the family, or we have come up here for holidays, but no, it's all work for me at the moment. I can't complain. It's an amazing place to do work. But it's work, and we do the best we can.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Well, again, it's fantastic. I know you know, because you probably heard the live stream. Me and Josh get pumped every time you're right. It's like, this is guy, let's get it, let's make it happen. So it's always exciting to see you out there, mate, and put it to these young bucks, hey? A couple of us old guys have got to stick together here. So, it's awesome, mate, and it's great to see you run. Who are you nodding at? You're just as old as me, mate. No, so it's awesome, Grabbo, to have you out here and racing and again, teaching this next generation and even making it, as you said, accessible for everyone. Like the guys, if you just want to come out of Sydney and have a ride and come to the Don River Dash, it's no easier than flying into Proserpine with a gear bag.
That's it.
You can book a motel in Bowen and come ride a top-level bike. So
I think one of the great things you touched on, though, was teaching them how to do it safely, what the right way is to get involved in this sport, because it is very different compared to, say, motocross racing or anything like that. Sometimes the speeds can be in excess of 150 kilometres an hour, stuff like that. So I think that's another great thing because, like you said, we want to see people do well, we want to see people have fun, but more importantly, we want to see them go home after the race weekend and help the sport continue to grow.
And come to Don River Dash 2024. Yeah, that's right. Oh, gee, what a pitch that was. I love it. I love it. No, awesome, mate. Well, again, it's fantastic to have you up here, and hopefully we see you on the finish line. Come and have a chat to us tomorrow.
Sounds good.
When you crank it along on the track and we're having a good time. You can tell us how it changes over the course of the weekend, the races. And so are you for the Grabbo Trail and Track team? You're currently in the front, or has you got someone else out there riding?
No, like I'm the lead one. one
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
moment.
no, that's okay,
'cause
yeah.
Otherwise, they'll have to sack me when I'm getting beat by one of them.
Yeah, they'll
so-
tell you you're out, definitely. Yeah, the boss will touch you on the shoulder and say, no more, mate, no more.
Bit of oil getting drained out of someone's bike.
I love it.
No.
I love it. And actually, mate, just out of interest, there's a random statement, but I saw, did you have a couple of bikes for sale the other day? And
Yeah, we're trying to keep on the latest products KTM have, so we turn them over fresh and people buy a good bike and we're selling good stuff, and then when the race bikes are new, and just keep it in a cycle.
So if
like
someone's
that.
looking for a good race bike, they just get in contact with you at
Yeah,
Grabo
that's
Trail?
it. You can buy a complete package set up for desert racing, or we can put it back to standard trim if you want to go enduro riding.
Awesome, mate. That's fantastic. It's such a great thing to have access to that, and it's brilliant to have that years of experience that money can't buy, really. Well, in this case, it can buy.
Yes.
You just jump on and get a Grabo's Trail and Track.
Yeah.
Awesome, mate. Fantastic. Cheers. And again, like I said, I hope we see you tomorrow, and we'll come on up into the commentary box and let us know how you think the Don 23 went.
Will do.
Awesome, mate.
Cheers.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that is great. Like you said, just track him down on Facebook. Is that the best way to...
Yeah,
Facebook?
just look up Grabo's Trail and Track, and it's all pretty straightforward.
Beautiful. Bikes for sale, packages. You also do trail riding as well?
Yes.
Yep. So anything you want to do, that's the man right there.
Right there. It's that easy.
Cheers.
Love it, mate. Fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we keep going on here with Don 2023. Looks like our bikes are starting to slow up just a little bit now as we get into some of our slower riders, but we'll keep an eye out for how we're travelling along at this time as we just keep an eye out for your favourite competitors at home. But it's great the access that we're getting here. Like you said, we've had, desert race or off-road racing royalty here in Australia. We've had Liam Walsh and Ben Grabham here, so that's fantastic as well. You know, these guys have just done 150 hard Ks, and rather than racing straight back to the trail,
I won't lie, mate. They look pretty fresh, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're all smiling. They're all happy. I can tell you, if I did 150 Ks in the bottom of the Don River Dash, I'd be at the bottom of the Don River Dash.
I'd be
Right
at the bar right now. I reckon is probably where I'd be.
That might be why I'm home.
yeah. But no, great insight that we're able to get here. And a huge shout out, a massive thank you to all the competitors that come up to the commentary booth. Like we said, the doors or the steps are always open, so you're more than welcome if you want to come and have a bit of a chat. Give a shout out to your family at home. If you know you're watching, you're more than welcome to. So, but yeah, some of the awesome, what a way to do Don River. Fly into Proserpine or Townsville, get a car down with your gear bag, get on some of the latest technology KTM bikes have to offer and come racing.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. There's no question about that. There might be a few of these guys down in the order here that wish they'd hired Grabo Trail and Track. The X63 in now, as well as the 565, Josh. The big Honda 574. He's giving us the wave. Love it. That's a happy day right there when you're across the trail, along with the 222.
I think that's one of the things, Dan. This race is going to be one of those races where it's just you're happy to finish. You know, you put so much time and effort into coming up, and like you said, pre-running the track, getting on top of your suspension, getting on top of everything like that. That this is going to be one of those races where it's going to have that prestige of I come to Don River Dash and I survive. Particularly, look, the cars have had an attrition rate, with overheating and stuff like that as well, but particularly for these motorbike guys, it's definitely going to be a case of, I came and I survived the Don River Dash.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you talk about attrition. I mean, that's one of those things. We talk about the Fink all the time. And, just having a spike makes you a hero, in my opinion. And it's going to be the same with Don River. Maybe we need to give them maybe a sugarcane phone.
Bit of sugarcane champagne.
Well, maybe a black rat can.
A black rat can at the end of the finish.
At the end of it, and that's the finishes, and it's got a plaque on it.
And the top 10 get an OP rum can.
Mick, are you listening to us? We're coming up with gold right here in the afternoon.
Yeah, OP rum can for the top 10 finishes. That's like your plate. And then, everyone else gets a black rat. Talbot, be happy. Be happy keeping the sugarcane happening. But, I think it is one of those events. And I mean, look at it. Like you said, a legend like Ben Grabham talks about the 3 races that they make sure they're at every year. And it's Fink, Kalgoorlie Desert Race, and the Don River.
Boy, the funny bit about that is you actually couldn't get too much further apart on the globe, could you? In Australia, it's the 3, they got to go this way, all the way east, and then all the way west.
Isn't it unfortunate our beautiful country's so large?
It's so good, yeah, but it's so large. That's exactly right. Yeah, you start talking about some of that we were talking about before with the Americans. Hey, they think that a few kilometres, they're doing 400 miles for a race. Oh, it's out there. Buddy, that's just a warm-up. That's a local race for us. Yeah, a few kilometres done by Australian off-road racers. Particularly, listen, we're starting to act like we've got it hard. You WA boys have got it really hard.
Yeah,
if you start doing a championship, man, your truck is on the road more than it's not.
Yeah, well, when I used to do the championship rounds, I always used to converse with Hayden Bentley. Very generous man, Hayden is. Well, I found him very generous and very accommodating. He always offered to let me leave the car and
halfway point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, every time we seemed to race it, we'd have a major drama where it needed to be
taken home.
Like, we raced Baruta, we broke the pickup off in the oil pickup off in the sub, which is virtually unheard of. We've never done it before.
Boy, there's nothing better than when they tell you that doesn't happen. And you're like, well, I just did it.
Mate, you want to
I just did it. Yeah.
No, I remember years and years and years ago getting on the phone to Sandy Bowman and saying, "Hey, dude, I went full driving on the weekend." "Yeah, so what?" "I broke a CV joint." "Oh, never heard of that before." This is back in 40 Series Land Cruiser.
Yes.
Yeah, so how things have changed.
Yes, how things have changed. Yeah, very funny. Hey, more horsepower, more breakages, more parts, more bigger tyres. All of it. Yes, absolutely. So funny. Yeah, no, it's an interesting. And again, the WA boys, you guys do it the hardest. There's a lot of kilometres between races in coming from WA. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's like a long way just to get to our border.
Yes, yes. But beautiful country, beautiful race. And we were just talking the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, mate. That's one. Tell us some dates. What are the dates there?
Oh, you've got
I've
me
drawn
there.
it, yep.
Right,
Well,
you've got me.
the first one.
27th, 28th of October, I
Gotcha.
think.
Yeah, and because I was going to say, we've got to talk about Teagle's excavation as well, the race there. It's going to be so good there. It's the wrap-up of the ARB Australian Championship, and it's going to be a fantastic run there as well. And that's only 3 weeks away.
And from what I understand, what happened at Gundy has led to a big shootout.
Yes.
At the Teagles.
Yeah, well, actually, I was going to say Jamie Knight is actually sitting in fourth now, and you're right, it's a big shuffle around and things have changed because of broken cars, what happened at Gundy. That's exactly right. Even Brett Martin, he finished, but he finished down the order. Who else dropped out that we...
Greg Gardner had some injured issues.
Greg Gardner had an engine
so that
issue
was
at
our
the end.
first tied for first position going into the third round of the championship. So, it's definitely thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works there for the reigning and defending champion of Brent Martin there.
And that's great for that series, because that ARB series, much like what's going on in Queensland here, that's kicking some goals.
It's a cracker.
It's a cracker. It's kicking more goals than Buddy Franklin did, so
absolutely.
It's going off,
Yep, absolutely. And I think that...
Well, actually, you better say kicking more goals than Plugger.
Than Plugger, yeah.
Seeing as he was racing a dirt bike on Grabbo's track and trail,
Well, the other thing there, boys, is that they committed to the live stream. Like, I think that was one of the things that makes it most exciting. So, again, if you're listening to this live stream about the Don River Dash, you can also anytime jump on their live stream. You can watch the old races on the, I believe it's the ARB Australian Championship YouTube channel, isn't it? So you can get on there and, watch, obviously, as well as live, you can watch the old ones. So you can catch up and watch Rainbow and you can watch Gundy and all that action. So, and obviously live on that weekend at Millicent. Sandy Bowen will be down there talking mad rubbish. No doubt he'll be paying us out while we're up here stuck in Queensland. I'll be somewhere in the middle of the New South Wales area somewhere. I'll be a bit lost at that time of year, the middle of school holidays, so it's going to be a good time. Watching a little bit of motorbikes on the live feed, Josh?
Yeah, well, look at this. We see the different lines that are available for our riders. You can see that they've taken a couple of different lines here, and now we're tracking along. Looks like a little bit of a battle breaking out.
Nah, I'm throwing it out there. They're running down the centre here somewhere.
They're on the lap of shame, the shame lane.
They might be on, we didn't make it, we're going home. That's the service track right there. It's funny how you see a few things every now and then. Yeah, they're done. They've had enough.
Look at the lines of that river sand.
Yeah, that's nuts, isn't it?
1,000 lines trying to grab your front wheel and send you A over T.
That's exactly what it's trying to do.
And then they funnel into a corner just to make matters worse.
And it's even interesting to hear, yes, absolutely. But it was crazy, isn't it, to hear like a Liam Walsh go about how fine a line it is. Like, you move just an inch off track and that totally changes your race line. And, like when you're talking about a guy as skilled as our leader, as our last year's champion, like what do us mere mortals have to handle? We're just doing the best we can, hey Josh?
Well, it's testimony to their eyesight, their their reflexes to be able to position the bike where they want it within seconds of making that decision, or within split seconds of making the decision as to where they want the bike to be on the track.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
So I do think what we were watching there was some of the competitors making their way back to...
Oh, thank you, Captain Obvious.
Well, you said...
We knew that all along.
Yeah, we knew. We were just trying to play it up.
I didn't know.
We're just seeing if you did.
Oh, no, I definitely didn't. There's not much that I do know.
One thing we do know is there's a Jimco sitting in your shed.
Oh, here we go. How much are you paying each other?
We're going to wrap. Yeah, see, awesome. Hey, the wind is... Bowen just keeps on giving. Again, ladies and gentlemen, all our stuff off our desk just blew onto the ground and everything. But I tell you what, it is gorgeous out here. And there really isn't. It's a big call, but there's clouds in the distance. But essentially, it's beautiful blue skies here, boys.
Yeah.
We've had an absolutely fantastic day here at the Don River Dash. A big shout out again to all our platinum sponsors, Comiskey Mining Services, Whitsunday Regional Council, Abbott Point Operations, RGM Maintenance. We've got Pat McDonald Earth Moving. We've got Mickey Thompson MT Tyres and Wheels. We've got Burdekin Motorcycles, Raceline, North Queensland Hard Facing. We've got Design Fab Industries. They're out there racing. Refrigerated Technologies, Mercedes, Tropic Petroleum. We've got Horizon. We've got Whitsunday Jet Ski Tours, Bowen Tire and Mechanical. Big shout out to Corala Farms, which are all your tomatoes out of Bowen. BQC Quarries. We've got DJ Brazil, Land Accountants and BIH. But again, big shout out. We've got to say it over and over again. Comiskey Mining Services. Honestly, he doesn't even care that we say his name. He's just such a good guy. He wants us to race. He loves racing his trophy truck. Unfortunately, bit of a drama there with the motor. Dropped the valve in pre-run and didn't even make it to race. That's very heartbreaking. But those guys are down there. They've got the tent set up. They're having a good time. And again, Whitsundays Regional Council, it's so awesome that it, because Russ, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about, but how crazy is it that they don't go, hey, we need to $5 to spectate or $20? And I understand that every club has to do that to cover costs of what they're doing on but Whitsundays, they just said, hey, open the gates to the showgrounds. It doesn't matter. We just want people to come, enjoy, be part of the Bowen, the Whitsunday Regional Council. It's such a tourist attraction.
Yeah, it's such an amazing event for the town. It's not just a race anymore. It's become an event, a true event for the town of Bowen. And it's great to see that corporate entity has realised that and made it a family-friendly event.
Yep.
So it's not $5 for each 14-year-old kid and $100 to buy a pie and all that sort of thing. It's relatively well priced. It's relatively affordable, and in saying that, it's accessible because you just mosey on in and have a look around and.
Yeah, absolutely.
Soak it all up.
Yeah, absolutely. Imagine the first conversation where you go to the Whitsunday Council and say, hey, mate, we want to shut down the river and race some race cars through. And they'll be like, nah, mate. Hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's been absolutely fantastic having you here this weekend. It's been a privilege for us to have you. Not this weekend. Today. We're back tomorrow. We're going to be racing again. 8 o'clock kickoff. We've got the cars in the river again. And then again, we're going to crown some champions there. And then they've got 3 laps to go. And then we've got the bikes in the afternoon again. It's a great day of racing. It's going to be a big one. And we're only halfway there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to what tomorrow has to bring. I think there's still plenty of storylines up and down. I'm interested in the Mick and Talbot battle that's going to happen tomorrow. That's right, the V8 buggies representing. But
can Talbot get 3?
Or
can Mick get his first?
Absolutely.
Going to be a good one.
Going to be very good. So, Russ, Dan, thank you very much for joining us. For all you guys at home, thank you very much as well. And we look forward to catching up tomorrow. Like Dan said, 8 o'clock sharp for the live feed. Happy days.
See you at 8.
Boom, boom. See you at 8.